welcome to ETV Motorsports live coverage of the 2014 online World Series of Stock Car Racing, and we have a great show put together for you guys tonight. We're going to be featuring three main races this evening, including mini stocks. You got the late models and, of course, SK Modifieds to close out the evening. My name is Evan Pizzoco. Justin Rose now up in a broadcast booth with me this evening, and Justin, again, a great deal here put together with Double Clutch and Double Clutch Engaged to bring us the first annual online World Series of Stock Car Racing, and just another great night of racing ahead tonight.
Definitely looking forward to see what we have on tap here for tonight's events. Gotta tell you, I've been going through some of the drivers that are here and present tonight, and folks, let me tell you what, we probably have the best of short track racing in all its forms on the iRacing service, with several real life drivers and virtual drivers as well. Several guys in the house that I have raced with personally on the iRacing service, and let me tell you what, the talent is no slouch tonight, Evan. I am certainly looking forward to seeing some of the best racing we've seen in a long time here on ETV Live.
And definitely a great variation of stuff that's going to be coming your way this evening. Again, three main races, and we got a little bit of racing going on right now. Not going to be part of our coverage. The online World Series of Stock Car Racing officials making up some races that had to be postponed earlier on in the week. But these guys have been racing all week long, every single night and late into the evenings in several different races, and they're all going for some points championship, some titles, and a lot of feature races. Again, tonight, the big show, you could say, at the end of the night is the Richie Evans Memorial 100. That's going to be in a modified. So that's what we're going to close off our night with. But you mentioned a lot of great drivers from the real and the sim world have been brought together by this, and again, a great organization to bring this to us and broadcast it on ETV Live. But I mean, these guys have been racing all week long, and they're starting to get to the end. So these are the races that are going to start to count when they hand out those titles.
Definitely. I am certainly looking forward to seeing the likes of Brandon Buchberger and Chris Overland and some of these other guys I've seen, like David Lamb and, USTRA Triple Crown Modified Series winner Nathan Saxon. I'm looking forward to seeing the best of what short track racing has to offer on the iRacing service. Three events tonight with the mini stocks, the limited late models, and the Richie Evans Memorial, the 100-lap tour modified feature at New Smyrna Speedway. I cannot be excited enough for tonight's events. I mean, this is just I can't, I'm literally speechless, Evan, at just the quality of the racing that we're going to have here tonight, along with the guys from Frankenstein Racing as well that are joining us for the modified feature at the very least.
Yeah, for sure. Again, a lot of great racing. Again, we've been talking about the three main races, and those aren't the only vehicles that these guys have been racing over the past week. You touched on, we got the mini stocks. Those are those Mazdas that are typically on the road courses, and then the limited late models always going to put on a show, and then close it off tonight with that main event in those tour mods. And again, the main show for this evening's race that we're going to close off the broadcast in a couple hours with is going to be that Richie Evans Memorial 100, and a little bit of news going into that race. Also, we're going to have Robin South of Frankenstein Racing has offered up a $50 reward or prize per se for a driver to have the least amount of incidents in that race to close off the night, the Richie Evans Memorial 100, again in the tour modified. So that's going to be a race that these guys are definitely going to have their eyes set on, but maybe just a little extra incentive to keep the nose of that machine clean, because $50 up for grabs for the driver who's going to have the cleanest race and the race with the least amount of incidents that finishes the highest in the standings.
I just can't wait for that Richie Evans Memorial race. Evan, Nathan Saxon has been the absolute showstopper in the Tour Modifieds for the last several seasons. TJ, Mr. Excitement Graves there, I can't speak enough about him. I wish he'd be able to keep it out of the wall tonight here, give us another great show here on ETV Motorsports Live. Evan, let's take a look back to the Easter season here for a moment. TJ Graves, when he wasn't putting it in victory lane, he was always ending up on the hook in some form or another after quite an exciting battle with a plethora of drivers. With the Iron Man, Vinny Sansone usually. Vinny Sansone did something in the Easter Triple Crown Series season here a few months ago here on the ETV Motorsports Live network. Vinny Sansone doubled up for the first time ever on the iRacing service, the Sprint Car and the Silver Crown Series championships for Season 3. Evan, I just keep going through this list of drivers, and I cannot speak highly enough about most of the field.
You talk about TJ Graves. He's been racing with us all week long here with this first annual online World Series of Stock Car Racing. And I've been talking to him, and he really hasn't had the best of luck. And if you tuned in earlier on our last broadcast, we saw him up at the front of the field leading, coming down to the end, and just had a little bit of trouble when it came down to it. So he's got a fast machine. You talk about him. You talk about when we did the Eustra broadcast at the end of that 2013 campaign, and you know that he's got the talent. So it's another person to keep an eye on, looking to try to, wrap up and get the finishing position that he deserves and try to close out a race.
How you guys doing tonight?
And that is the voice of Eddie Walczyk, the promoter, the man behind all of this madness we call the online World Series of Stock Car Auto Racing here. Eddie, welcome to the broadcast booth. I know you got to be looking forward to tonight's events.
I am, actually, and I snuck up on you guys. It was kind of funny. I was thinking about dropping some firecrackers in a pail and, leaving the mic open. And I was like, I literally have firecrackers and a pail here. I was about to do that, but I wasn't sure if the folks in my broadcast booth, if I would scare them more and we'd lose the effect on live streaming internet TV here, or if I'd actually get the effect. So I chose to go the conservative route, and instead of firecrackers in a pail, I'm going to bring in TJ Graves, and we're going to talk to him in a minute. He just put a win up in the Tour Mod makeup race, and did a really fine job. Touched nobody, touched nothing. It was Mr. Excitement putting on a different type of show than we're used to seeing. So I'm going to bring him in the booth with us. TJ Graves, I'm going to turn you over to Evan Pasoko and Justin Rose now, and we can talk about your very exciting, your different type of excitement we put on tonight with that show. You had a commanding start, sat on the pole and led all those laps. It was good to see you get some good luck and run a clean race and not have any mistakes or mishaps go throughout the race, and you end up with a win there. So why don't you let these guys know how you're able to pull that off after pretty much 7 or 6 very unlucky days. Some ups and downs. You had a tough week here. So why don't you share that with us?
Well, this week this has been tough for me. I was just hoping for this race. We qualified good. I was pretty happy with that, and made about 15 adjustments in the early morning warm-up session, and we found 3 tenths. I have no idea how we did it. We found 3 tenths, and it was just a lightning machine on the outside.
Definitely. TJ Graves, Mr. Excitement, you are one of the most exciting drivers I've ever seen, not only in the real-life racing world, also in the virtual racing world. TJ, hailing from New Jersey. TJ, I know you got to be excited going into tonight's events here, finally getting that monkey off your back with the victory in the makeup race. TJ, tell us about just how unlucky it's been for you, especially in the modifieds here in recent weeks.
It's been disappointing. First and foremost, I have to apologize to my teammate Nathan Saxon. I did not mean to wreck you twice. It's just in your opinion, it'd be my lack of talent, but made a lot of mistakes this week and learned from them, and it turned out well this race. I'd like to apologize to him because we both had clean races in the Blue Up Memorial. He should have won the race, but we both ended up on the hook, and I think Tuesday Tour Mod race.
Anyhow, TJ, I'm looking forward to tonight here. We got the 3 classes up for tonight's racing, the mini stocks and limited late models, and the tour modifieds for the Richie Evans Memorial. Are you competing in all 3 classes? And if so, what's your outlook for each of those 3 divisions?
Yes, we are scheduled to enter all 3 of these races. My outlook for all the races is to finish them, as all of you know, but for the mini stocks, also, we're looking for the points situation. I am 5th in points. I don't know how many back, but I mathematically have a shot. So we're going to try and points race in this mini stock race for a little bit. But in the limited late models, I'm just looking to get a good run and possibly take a victory. The tour mods, just do what I do best in that class.
Definitely. And TJ, I want to say thank you first and foremost for taking the time to be a part with us here in the broadcast. Before we bring everybody mini stock racing here on ETV Motorsports Live, Evan, I just gotta point out here. Let's go over the mini stock point standings here first. Your top 5 in the point standings here going into tonight. Up front right now with 111 points, just 3 points out in front of second place, is Chad Coleman. Pro driver, DWC driver. Can't say enough about the guy. He's definitely one of the fastest drivers on the service. And right behind him, again, just 3 points behind your leader, Chad Coleman, is Andrew Fayash in third. Andrew just coming in with 108 points there. Right behind him, just 2 points behind Fayash, is in the third spot there, Brandon Buchberger. He has 106 points, and then it's a huge gap back to fourth and fifth here to round out your top 5. Late model, impresario, if you want to call him that, David Lamb, he is in the fourth spot. And the guy we just talked to here, Mr. Excitement, DJ Graves, he rounds out the top 5 here. He's about 30 points or so back from Chad Coleman. Definitely got a lot of stout drivers here in the mini stock division as well. Some of the drivers in the top 10 as well. JD Laird, the paint guy, everybody knows about him, does a lot of paints for the Pro Series drivers. He makes an appearance. He's tied for 6th place in the points, as well as rounding out your top 10 there. 2 guys that we've seen quite a lot of here on ETV Motorsports Live, PJ Sturgis and Vinny Sansone. Some of the other drivers here from other leagues and series as well. James Day Jr., he's back in the 21st spot here in the mini stock points. Chris Overland, your Pro Series champ, he is 18th in points right now. And some of these other drivers like Anthony Celentano does very well in the series, Paul Miles series there. The name escapes me. Sarah, I think it is. Evan, would you like to enlighten me on that?
I do believe that is correct. TJ, you still here?
How we doing? Yeah, I'm still here.
I just wanted to talk to you real quick. We've been discussing throughout this past week about the misfortunes that you've had, and you talked about the incident last night, not last night, but a couple nights back when we saw you leading up at the front of the race and had some trouble, and you just won this makeup race. So does that kind of put you in a little bit of a mojo, or give you a little bit of confidence booster, and maybe show you what you've been missing these last few races, and look to pick up a couple more this evening?
Yeah, that's what I think it's going to turn out to be. You always have to start somewhere good in life, so we started out pretty well. I'm getting ready to go suit back up and go in this mini stock makeup race. We're going to start from P5, so let's hope the mojo continues.
And for sure, so good luck moving forward with that, and we'll look to hopefully talk to you again later this evening. Justin, you were talking about Sarah. That's the this past summer, the Sim Auto Racing Association, so Sarah, they're going to be bringing us the biggest super late model race in America to iRacing. So coming in June, much like the World Series of Stock Car Racing, they're going to be bringing us the legendary Oxford 250. So you can check Sarah out at simautoracingassociation.com. So again, Sarah returning next week, broadcasting 6 divisions, including street stocks, legend cars, tour mods, late models, and 2 new divisions, the K&N cars and the super late model. So a lot of those machines we're going to be seeing here tonight. Also, again, big news in iRacing lately, the super late model going to be coming to the service. So that's just a little information on Sarah for you.
Definitely, the Sim Auto Racing Association, Paul Miles group there, definitely is expanding and is really happy to bring the legendary Oxford 250 to the service as well. I know a lot of guys are also clamoring as well for the Five Flag Speedway to be brought to the iRacing service as well, just after the super late model drops here next week. I gotta tell you, Evan, though, how cool would that be here with all these varying organizations like Ustra, Double Clutch, Sarah, all the guys that we have usually involved here in the short track crowd here on iRacing. How cool would that be to be able to put on, the biggest events that happen in real life on the iRacing service, such as like the All-American 400 at Nashville, the Snowball Derby down at Five Flags, obviously the Oxford 250. It will be the first crown jewel event in super late model racing that will be able to be brought to the iRacing service. Let's have some thoughts on that in a minute here, Evan.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at iRacing, they kind of do those big races. They have the 2.4 hours of Daytona. I think there's a race of that this morning, and there was a session open last night. They do those, but it'd be real great to see these short track runs get up. And I know that's one of the ideas that happened when Eddie and Double Clutch first started putting the short track races with the Eustra season at the end of 2013, was to get this exposure and, try to get some more people involved in this short track racing on the iRacing service. So I think it's very possible that we can get those big names in there, and not only in like private events, you could say, like this with Double Clutch in the World Series of Stock Racing. That's a big step moving forward. So I think it's well possible that down the line we could see big events being hosted like that for these particular races.
Definitely. I'm looking forward to the Oxford 250 myself. Paul does run a very tight ship there with the Sim Auto Racing Association. They're just getting ready to release some news about the pending super late model being brought to the iRacing service. I'm looking forward to that personally. It's my favorite class of racing on the iRacing service. Evan, I know you got to be excited to take a good look at that series as well.
That was big news throughout this past week, and I was talking to Ed, and it sounds like he was very instrumental in getting that brought forward, and I think he's climbed back up here to the broadcast booth. He's not going to sneak in on us this time. I saw him open that back door.
Yes, you did. I got like 3 years on. I'm listening to you guys are in the booth and trying to help out with that, and we're lining up this mini stock race. But I wanted to expand a little bit on that super late model. Truth be told, if it wasn't for Paul Miles and Matt Rolfe and those guys over at Sarah, we were racing in their tour modified league a couple of seasons ago, and actually in the inaugural season when I still had some time to actually be able to race, they were putting on Wednesday night tour modified races, and so we were doing that thing, and that was right around the time that iRacing announced their version of the super late model, which didn't go over very well. As they say, went over like a Led Zeppelin. But I had contacted iRacing about getting a more modern and up to current rules body wise super late model into the service instead of the one that they had scanned, and they kind of gave me the go ahead if I could find one that fit all the criteria, if you will, that they would scan it. And we went, man, we made all kinds of calls to all my contacts down south. We had some folks at Kyle Busch's late model organization that we were real close to getting that done, but the timing for iRacing either didn't work or the timing for the teams didn't work. And we were about to leave to go to North Carolina pick up. I mean, this is how bad we wanted the right car in the service. And for those who know us, we do a lot of, we grew up on late models, and that's what our background is in the cars that we actually race with our teams. That's our marketing component, and our marketing program is built around late models. So it was real important to get the right car, and so we put in a bunch of time and we struck out. And I was lamenting in the server one night under caution. We were just talking between a couple of drivers, and Paul Miles said, Eddie, Matt Rolfe's dad, they run these cars, and they. I was aware of his dad, but I didn't realize that his dad built those cars up there. And so one thing led to another. I contacted Matt. We talked. He talked to his dad, and we set up a preliminary thing. iRacing was excited about it. We were going to have them pull that car all the way down to Boston out of Maine, but the scheduling just wasn't working, and we thought it was going to go away. And then iRacing stepped up and said, you know what, we're just going to send our team up there. Can we go up? They just called me and said, can we be up there next Monday? And the Rolfs opened up everything and let those guys come in, and they were able to scan 2 perfect examples. I'm super excited to get the car. So without Paul Miles and Matt Rolfe, they're helping that in the Sarah League. I'm quite concerned about what kind of new super late model we'd be getting here in the service.
Again, we can't thank those guys enough for what they have done as well. And Eddie, I know you're doing your darndest to take some of the light off yourself as well. But you being the intermediary, between iRacing and Matt and his dad Rick Rolfe and Paul Miles as well. Everybody involved in that whole process. I think deserves a lot of credit because honestly, from all the interest I've seen in the forums here the last month or so, when it finally came out that the super light model was going to be released here in the next build, the forums just kind of went nuts, like the internet exploded or something. I mean, Eddie, you did a great job with that, along with Paul Miles, Matt Rolfe, Rick Rolfe, the whole crew there, RB Performance. You know, all them guys, I can't speak enough, man. I'm just literally about speechless, Eddie.
Yeah, the car is brand new. I appreciate your kind words. We did put a lot of work into it. If we didn't make 50, 60 phone calls back and forth to different teams and stuff, we didn't make one. So the car's going to be pretty special. I'm getting a lot of great feedback from some friends who are alpha testers, and I just can't wait to get in the car and turn some laps, and looking forward to the things that we're going to do with that virtual version of it moving forward.
Definitely. Evan, as we get ready to go mini stock racing here in just a few moments, Evan, you know, let's get your thoughts here on the Tour Mod makeup race here, just looking at the results here. As we just heard, Mr. Excitement, TJ Graves, he took the victory there. Close behind him was Brandon Butchberger. Nathan Saxon rounds out your top three, and Evan, stout field there with the likes of, you know, Peter Talumis, Vinny Sansone, Matt Eddy's no slouch either. He runs in the Sarah League quite often. Frank Ferry Jr. A lot of these names we've seen here in the Euster Series as well.
Yeah, for sure, and being able to get a solid finish again. That was a makeup race from earlier in the week, so not initially going to be scheduled, so that's why we had a little bit of an earlier start with those guys getting that thing going. So, you know, getting the car a little bit earlier this evening, get a couple more laps and get more comfortable, and I think that it might slightly improve the racing moving forward. It was good to have Eddie come up and discuss with us that little bit of a backstory on how they got that super late model into the iRacing service. So again, a lot of work goes on behind the scenes with all of the partners that we have this evening to bring this to us, a lot more than you would think. So again, hats off to those guys for getting this all together and making this work, and it should be a great addition to the service when it comes out here in a couple days.
Definitely, and I want to take just a moment here, just before we go to our first commercial break here. I want to talk some of the history of New Smyrna Speedway. Such a historical track here. It's the most preferred racetrack for race fans to go to catch some short track racing in the month of February down there. And they run the 48th annual World Series of asphalt stock car racing down there at New Smyrna. You know, the Harts and the whole crew down there at New Smyrna. Cannot say enough about the facility they have, as it's, you know, one of the first class speedways we have here on the iRacing service as well. I'm certainly looking forward to tonight's events, Evan. Such a long historic, I say historic, but it's actually just such a great history at the New Smyrna Speedway down there in Florida.
Yeah, it was initially those guys over at Sarah that were bringing us this event, and then obviously becoming a Eustra sanctioned event. So just reading this quick thing off of their press release, saying that 47 years ago, three men partnered to bring about the first World Series of stock car racing, and in 2013, three men had also partnered to bring the virtual version of this event to fruition in the iRacing Motorsports simulation service. So that's a great deal, and such a historic racetrack also. I mean, opened way back up in 1964, and such a history racetrack, and with all these machines, and also history making, getting this done this week in the iRacing service, bringing everybody together. So equally as important, and hey, we may be able to look forward to more events like this coming up these next few years.
But as we just get rounded up with all of that, folks, let's step back and take a commercial break here, folks. Don't change the channel. We'll be right back here after these commercial messages.
Radio Network. Join 5,000 plus other listeners where you could hear everything from big 80s metal to classic rock and roll, country radio, ETV live sports radio, even adult and unplugged rock and roll. HDRadioNetwork.com, one of the fastest growing internet radio networks. HDRadioNetwork.com. Take it with you, cowboy. Get the mobile app for Android, iPhone, iPad, and all the rest from TuneIn.com.
Green Sally up, green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, and green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, and green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, and green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, and green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, and green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, and green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Oh, Miss Lucy dead and gone, left me here to weep and moan.
Welcome back, folks, to ETV Motorsports Live flag-to-flag coverage of the first annual online World Series of Stock Car Racing, brought to you tonight from the New Smyrna Speedway down in Florida. I am Justin Rose. Now, joining me in the booth is Evan Pasoko. Evan, we're just getting ready here to get ourselves into the booth here for the first race here, which will be a 75-lap mini stock feature. A lot of stout drivers in this field as well. I can't wait.
It's going to be 75 laps, so a good length race, and obviously going to be a lot of fast guys in it. You want to talk real quick about the mini stocks. They've been becoming one of the most popular and affordable entry-level classes in the country due to the decreasing number of street stock or strictly stock type cars. So common cars for what used to be considered widely the entry-level classes were 70s and 80s full-size cars, including Chevelles, Monte Carlos, Buick Regals, and there on out. So located a mid-size or compact-size four-cylinder car this day and age is easy, and a car that may not be fit for the road. So that's where you get these guys, and these machines, typically in the iRacing service, for taking a look at road course racing with these things. But put them out there on that oval, it'll be exciting to see what they can do.
Definitely, and just I'm excited to see what happens here. I mean, as you said, these cars are adapted for the road primarily, but tonight they're going to be sent around and around on the ovals here tonight to simulate the four-cylinder cars we are starting to see now at all of our pavement tracks here, especially in the upper Midwest here and all around the nation for that matter. Evan, who's involved with the Online World Series?
We got a bunch of great partners bringing it to us, and just want to name a couple of them. Obviously, we have Double Clutch, the presenting sponsor, and Double Clutch providing multi-platform cross-vertical fan engagement solutions for motorsport stakeholders. So the Double Clutch Engage program creates opportunities for interesting and profitable fan engagement. Teams and drivers enjoy an increased influence while making it more rewarding to be a fan. Double Clutch helps you win on Monday. So go check out their program at www.winonmonday. And that's just, again, one of the great partners here that we have at ETV Motorsports Live for this past week to bring you guys all this great coverage.
Definitely. I am also excited to make mention here of the Sim Auto Racing Association. This summer, the Sim Auto Racing Association brings the biggest super late model race in America to iRacing. Coming in June, the legendary Oxford 250 from the Oxford Plains Speedway in New Hampshire, I do believe, or Connecticut. I can't remember which one exactly. But visit the SARA at simautoracingassociation.com. Short track racing is back, folks. The SARA returns next week, boasting 6 divisions, including the Street Stocks, Legend Cars, Tour Mods, Late Models, and 2 new divisions, the K&N car and the new iRacing Super Late Model. Again, if you want to find out all about them guys, visit www.simautoracingassociation.com.
So the guys getting ready to go in this race as we prepare, and I do believe this is a 20-lap makeup race, if I'm not mistaken.
As we find out here, some of the guys telling us is that these guys really spent a lot of time developing a special setup to hand out to all these drivers here, as this is a fixed setup race here. By fixed setup, folks, we mean everybody has the same setup, like it's the old IROC cars necessarily. So a lot of these guys, the cars are identically prepared, so we're going to have to see what happens here as we get ready to drop the green flag here in a few moments here. Evan, you know, what's your take on the fixed setup racing we're going to have here tonight in the mini stocks?
Well, when you put a fixed setup on, it's obviously going to put more pressure, you say, on the driver. You know that you're going to be beat by a driver, not a car. Now, when you do it with these cars, again, you really got to put something special together to get these things to run nice here on this kind of racing surface, obviously. So I think you're still going to see a variation of some guys that have really nailed this thing down. You know, they've been practicing throughout the past week. This isn't their first race running these things. They've been doing this, again, all week long with this World Series of Stock Car Racing. So, you know, they got to have the consistency going, and again, they've been used to it, so they know the setup. It's not like you're just throwing them out there and they're being guinea pigs. So I do think we're still going to see a variation of some guys that, you know, have it set in stone and know what they're doing a little bit better than others, but the competition should be pretty stout throughout the field and should be some pretty even racing.
Definitely. I'm certainly looking forward to it. Some of the stout drivers I've noticed here in the driver lineup, Brandon Buchberger, TJ Graves, David Lamb, the late model guy, he's one to watch as well. Several guys that are, you know, among the cornerstones of all of racing here on that racing service are involved in the mini stock division as well. Evan, I cannot wait to see what these guys can bring us tonight.
The green flag is out now in this 20-lap makeup race here with these mini stocks, and up at the front of the field, a lot of shuffling going on in these two front positions. We're now going to go side by side actually for the lead as we go in through turns number 3 and 4. The 32 on the outside, that's Ray Farlow way high out of the corner, so he's going to drop now back into the second spot and move Chad Coleman in the 18 machine to P1, but looks like the 32 tries to take a look back on the bottom, and caution, gonna fly trouble back in the pack and under the yellow early in this going, and it's gonna be in turn 2. It's the 80 of Sansone, and one more machine turned around, and that's the 133 of Michael Held. So those guys are gonna have trouble in the opening going here, and it looks like the 133 got turned by the 29 in 1 and 2, and the 80 machine of Vinny Sansone, a familiar face here at ETV, who didn't have the most solid starting position, started back in 18th spot, gets caught up in that incident, and it's a tough way to start off his evening. So
as the caution flag flies here, just a few laps here into the 20-lap race here, Chad Coleman is out front, followed by the 32 of Ray Farlow. Andrew Fayash, the third, he is in the third spot. Rounding out your top 5 here in the early going here is Mr. Excitement, TJ Graves in the 22, and the 77, Anthony Celentano.
Celentano in the 77. He's running out the top 5. Matt Rolfe, the Rolfe family, that name's been thrown around here in the booth this evening. He's in 6th spot. Tygo Ezekiel in the 17 is in 7th. Kyle Young in 8th position. David Lamb in 9th. And James Stone rounding out the top 10 as they run right now. So again, this is only 20 laps. This is a make-up race. So one of the races that had to be postponed from earlier on in the week of racing. The race was actually originally supposed to happen back on the 19th, so almost a week late, but they're getting it in here. These guys are going to get these times up and finish this race, and this is all going to go towards those championship standings. So under the yellow early, and with only 20 laps on the board, a caution's really going to take out a big chunk of those green flag laps, but they looked pretty racy there up front in the opening laps as Chad Coleman again going to the lead position quickly after starting in second behind Farlow.
Definitely, and folks, in the 12th spot, I want to bring your attention to this. Former NASCAR driver and recovering short track hero Shane Meal. Shane Meal had a devastating accident at the Terre Haute Speedway, the Terre Haute Action Track in Terre Haute, Indiana as well. He's recovering, and I wish him good luck here. I want to see him do well here in this mini stock race here, but the lights are out on the pace car here as we get ready to go back green.
Working through 3 and 4, Chad Coleman going to lead us back to the green flag on the outside lane. Off the corner, the green flag is out, and they are on the loud pedal, and we are once again racing. It's going to be side by side into the corner. Farlow on the inside slides up a little bit and almost gets into TJ Graves, and now Farlow around at a turn number 2. Yellow flag is out quick, and he's going to slide into the infield almost. He's going to hang on to it. One more car with heavy damage, and that's J.D. Laird down the back.
Tough luck for the 32 of Ray Farlow. Usually does a great job representing the DisabledRacers.com entries that he normally runs in all the divisions on the iRacing service. Ray Farlow, such a stand-up guy, does very well, not only in the SARA, but in other racing as well, and in the official series as well. We've seen him in the Triple Crown series, among other series. Tough luck for J.D. Laird as well, getting caught up in that incident. But as we get ready to look at that replay here, TJ Graves put a power move to the outside around the 157 of Faye Ash and the 32 of Ray Farlow as well. Moved TJ Graves up to the second spot there, but the contact coming out of turn number 2 was what did it. There's not enough room there coming up onto the backstretch as these drivers come up out of that hole, it seems like, in turn number 2 there, as it rises quite sharply going onto the backstretch.
We were on board with TJ, and you saw him working that wheel on the top lane, try to hang on to it as the 32 got into his side, and J.D. Laird gets spun in a collection, as you saw it there on the replay, you know, just trying to make it through that, and got bounced around a little bit. So under the second caution of the race, Ray Farlow going to receive the EOL penalty to go to the end of the longest line for being deemed the cause of that caution. So again, a lot more racing has been taken out of this. Chad Coleman is up front, but you mentioned a power move by the 22 of TJ Graves on the top. Graves now finds himself in the second position, so the 18 of Coleman's not going to be feeling too comfortable up front.
Definitely, anytime you put TJ Graves up near the front in any race whatsoever, Mr. Excitement always finds his way to stick his nose in there for the race, for the lead. Gonna have to see if he does get a good restart here and hang on here. But as I say that, TJ Graves was given an EOL penalty as well as he was involved in the incident. Tough luck for TJ Graves as well, so that moves Fayash up to the second spot. Matt Rolfe now into the third spot. Anthony Celentano is in the fourth spot. Rounding out your top 5 is the 93 of Kyle Young.
Very tough break, so Mr. Excitement going to have to go all the way to the back, and he's going to see his hopes of getting that W fade away. Lights still up atop the Ford First Racing Mustang pace car, so we may get the one to go this time around. And taking a look at that machine in second place, the 157 of Andrew Fayash. We saw him in the Pro Series, and he's in second right now. He started in third position, so he's had a solid night so far. Take a look up at the pace car, and the lights are off, so we're going to double them up, and next time around, we're going to go back to green flag racing, but well within 10 laps to go. And another caution, if it comes out quickly, we might get a late race restart, but if they get a couple laps, and it could end this deal. So now's your chance to make the move, and let's see what Fayash can do on the inside on the restart.
As we get ready to roll into turn number 3, Fayash on the inside, Coleman on the outside. The pace car gets ready to make that sharp left-hand turn onto pit road as Coleman stands on the loud pedal. We are green flag racing here at New Smyrna.
Andrew Fayash on the inside lane, who started second, is going to get left into us, so it's all Coleman into the corner side by side behind him, the 77 of the top lane, and now caution flag going to fly more trouble back in the pack. TJ Graves is around, and the yellow going to fly, and that's going to be the third caution of the evening. And once we get this replay loaded up, it looks like it's going to be contact between J.D. Laird in the 70 and the 22 of Graves on the top. Graves getting hit in the left rear and spins that thing around. Doesn't get any further damage, but nonetheless bringing the yellow out, so looks like his tough week is going to continue after getting that AOL penalty. Gets put back there, and when you're at the back of the pack, just that's some of those scenarios that you find yourself in.
I do believe there may be a 2-and-done rule here that might put Mr. Excitement out of the race as it stands right now. 13 laps complete here at New Smyrna as we get ready to complete lap number 14. Going to be about 6 laps to go as it stands. We'll have a green-white checker or so when we get ready to go back green flag racing here. Hopefully we get some more racing here and not have these guys beating and banging on these bumpers. Gonna have to see what happens here. The top 5 is unchanged. Let's go through the bottom half of the top 10. In the 6th spot, Tiago Ezekiel. In the 7th spot, late model Lothario, whatever you want to call him. He's awesome, I guess. I'm struggling for words here, but David Lamb, such an outstanding racer, just usually dominates every race he's in the late models as well. Daniel Muse, he's a Triple Crown Series regular. He's in the A spot. Shane Meal makes his way into the top 10. He is in the 9th spot. Ryan Borges rounds out your top 10. He is in the 10th spot in the number 24.
Yeah, a lot of those guys are inside the top 10, which could have been, their goal for this evening's race. So we're going to see under the yellow, again, you mentioned we're going to be in the range of about a green-white checker to close this thing off. Coleman still up front. Again, he didn't start on the pole. That was Farlow, and Farlow had trouble coming back up off a restart, but it was Chad Coleman who made that move in the opening 2 laps to get around the 32 to get the P1, and because the caution flags have flown so early since then, nobody has really had an opportunity to challenge the 18. Now Faye Ash behind him did not, almost got caught sleeping on that last restart, and it was all the 18 into turn number 1. So if Andrew Faye Ash III wants to get a shot at Chad Coleman, he's going to have to get a good restart here and try to battle going off into the corner. So Chad Coleman, his race to lose at this point, he just needs to nail that restart and run his own line through those final corners, and he's going to be looking to pick up a W.
As we've seen here, the last couple of restarts here, the outside line is the place to be on the restarts here. The leader does have lane choice here in the online World Series of stock car racing here. So Chad Coleman does put it to the outside here as the lights are off on the Ford First Racing Mustang pace car. Going through turns number 1 and 2 right now. Field getting doubled up here as we get ready to go green-white checker racing here, as we'll take the green flag at lap 19, white flag at lap 20, and the checker drops a lap later, or basically, as we say it, the first flag will end the race here. So we'll have to see what happens here as we get ready to go back green flag racing here, Evan.
We're looking to close this thing off, coming down to 2 laps to go through turns 3 and 4. The 18 of Coleman on the top by the restart line. He is on the loud pedal green flag. Back out at the New Sparta Speedway side by side. Faye Ash has company on the outside lane. He's going to be able to take care of that easily and trying to get up to the back bumper of Coleman. He's about 3 car lengths off down the back.
Celentano rolling up on the back bumper of Faye Ash. Faye Ash still about a car length off your leader, Chad Coleman. White flag in the air, this time by for your leader, Chad Coleman. About 1 car length separates each of the top 3 right now. About 1.5 back to your 4th place car of Matt Rolfe. Single file for the top 5 here as Faye Ash digging deep now inside of a car length here, looking to the inside, going into turn number 3. Can he get it done? Puts it right on the bottom. Coming out of turn number 4, side by side, drag race to the finish. Contact, who's going to get it? Chad Coleman takes the victory at the stripe here just by a few thousandths here as Faye Ash gets sideways and collects the winner, Chad Coleman. Big incident here, piling up in turn number 1 here at the end of the race, folks. Interesting battle. I thought we were just going to have a plain boring finisher, but Andrew Faye Ash finds a way to possibly just throw that thing in there, and he made it stick. Gave us an interesting run to the finish, but Chad Coleman does take the victory here as your top 5 runs in this order. Winning the race is the 18 of Chad Coleman, the 157 of Andrew Faye Ash in 3rd. He brings it home in the runner-up spot. Rounding out your podium tonight is the 77 of Anthony Celentano. Rounding out your top 5 is the 91 of Matt Rolfe and the number 17 of Tiago Ezekiel.
We actually had a little bit of an incident back in 3 and 4 before they crossed the stripe. These guys were going 3 wide. And I'm taking a look at the 30 machine of Shane that we've been talking about earlier in this broadcast, and he made some contact and he went sideways. Another machine was up into the outside wall, so that 30 got turned around and ended up crossing the line in 13th. But talking about that battle up front again, Faye Ash was on that back bumper and he had a real good 1 and 2, and he came up off the corner sideways. So the 157 was digging it. I think Coleman might have overdrove it into 3 and 4 because he made his entrance a little bit higher, and we saw him up near the wall, so he had to get off the gas a little bit. Faye Ash was there. Coleman actually hit the outside wall, came down, hit Faye Ash's 157 machine, which I think slowed him down. It was able to get the 18 to win because they went side by side to the stripe, and by 0.07 of a second, it was Coleman with the victory. And then you mentioned trouble in 1 and 2 as Faye Ash lost it on the bottom, overcorrected, took out the 18, and a couple of the guys got collected in that. So a surprisingly and refreshing close finish there, and that's a great way to get the night kicked off after that. A very close finish is going to be hard to beat that. Faye Ash put up a good battle there in those closing laps, but just came up about a lap short.
Also, I want to point out, Evan, here, Great job by the SARA drivers. Anthony Celentano brings up the bottom spot on the podium, and Matt Rolfe, who was instrumental as well as getting the super late model brought to iRacing. He came home fourth. So the SARA guys holding their own with the iRacing Pro Series drivers as well through the early stages here in the mini stock event.
Definitely, again, a lot of those guys, even that didn't make it into the top 10, had real solid races, picking up some positions. Again, you got to take a look at the bad luck of guys that we saw up front like Farlow and Graves, and obviously another name, J.D. Laird, got caught up in 2 incidents. So some fast guys having some problems early, and some fast guys kicking off their night the right way. So again, a little bit of a mixed split there when it comes down to how some of these guys have started off their evening of racing here.
Definitely, I'm looking forward to the 75 lap main event here. Hopefully things will be a lot more clean and green here in the main event for the mini stocks here. We'll have that for you in just a few moments. But as I say that, we're going to send it back to commercial here for just a few moments, folks. We'll get some thoughts rounded up here going into the mini stock feature, folks. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
plus other listeners where you could hear everything from big 80s metal to classic rock and roll, country radio, ETV live sports radio, even adult and unplugged rock and roll. HDRadioNetwork.com, one of the fastest growing internet radio networks, HDRadioNetwork.com. Take it with you, cowboy. Get the mobile app for Android, iPhone, iPad, and all the rest from TuneIn.com.
And welcome back to ETV Motorsports Live's continuing coverage of the 2014 first annual online World Series of Stock Car Racing, brought to you by Double Clutch. We're getting ready for the 75-lap main event here with the mini stocks, and take a quick moment to talk about some of the people that are bringing this to us. Let's talk about SARA. Again, the mission of the Simulation Auto Racing Association is to run professionally organized sim racing for drivers of all abilities. The inaugural SARA season began back in October of 2012, and with the launch of the Sportsman Stock Series, then SARA has expanded its class lineup to include legend cars, late models, tour mods, and new for the 2014 iRacing National Car. SARA is promoted by Paul Miles, a former sports executive with experience in football, ice hockey, MMA, paintball, pro wrestling, and video game tournaments. He was the founder of Phillies Gamers, a video game tournament based in the AMMAC, the MMA sectioned organization. So for more information on them, check them out at simautoracingassociation.com, and then also USTRA, the United Short Track Racing Association, also bringing in part tonight's events. The United Short Track Racing Association, a federation of short track racing entities mutually invested in the support and growth of North American short track racing. USTRA is a member service organization providing service to its members, including event promotion, purchasing discounts, sport-specific trade support, and other sport-specific support. For more information, you can also check them out at www.theustra.com.
Drivers continuing to enter the server here. Just some practice going on in the server right now at the moment. Fastest on the speed charts right now, it will be Kyle Young in the 93 car. Fayash was the runner-up in the makeup race. He is sitting 5th or 6th or so in the standings right now as he makes the jump up to the second spot now with a lap of 21.279 seconds here in the Mazda Hornet car, if you will, or the 4-cylinder, or whatever they choose to name these classes at your local racetrack here. As just sitting here looking, a lot of drivers here all over the place as far as lap times go here. I'm not sure if they got a clean track or not, but certainly interesting nonetheless here, as you know, pretty much everybody's unfamiliar with the Mazda here on the ovals.
Yeah, again, a little bit of a different element that these guys are being put in with this. Kyle Young, you mentioned him up at the top of the practice charts. He finished 7th in that makeup race that just concluded. Now, that race only being 20 laps in length, the 3 cautions that we saw really hindered these guys' ability to get some green flag laps. And now that you have 75, I think they're going to take a little bit more of a conservative approach to this thing, and we should see a lot more green flag racing, and hopefully we get a finish as exciting as the one that we just saw. Pretty much the same guys in here as we did before. Fayash, Borges, as Chad Coleman now goes up to the top of the practice board, so he's the guy that won that makeup race that we just saw. So again, 75 laps on the board at the New Smyrna Speedway. The track again 0.48 miles in length. So this is the feature for these guys, and it should be a good one, and we're looking forward to a lot more green flag racing in this.
Definitely, as we were told over the commercial break here, there will be a 15 incident limit here as far as what happens here on the track here in iRacing. And for those of you who are new to the iRacing service or don't understand how the incident system works, you are assigned a certain number of incidents for certain things. Like you could be assessed 4 incidents for seriously damaging your car or an opponent's car on the racetrack, or as little as 1 incident or 0 incidents, depending on how light the contact is. So the worst you can do is what they call a 4X, or 4 incidents for the incident system as well. Evan, certainly here with a tight 15 incident limit here, we probably shouldn't see too many cautions in the early going.
No, for sure. They're going to take, again, a lot more conservative approach than we saw in the other one. I mean, 20 laps, for those guys starting around 10th position, they really had to get something going. And, again, spending that many laps under caution, they really didn't get an opportunity. So that was kind of like a risk versus reward situation. Now, again, 75 laps on the board. These guys get a little bit of practice time in. Fayash is now up to the top of the practice charts with a 21.191. So they're getting into rhythm with these things, and for sure, knowing that you have those maximum incidents, again, you make some pretty severe contact, that's going to give you 4 incident points right there. So you really can't be beating and banging and knocking each other around, trying to get around, especially because these cars aren't made for this kind of race. The little bit of contact can send them right to the wall, and that's one of the issues that we saw late on in that going. That was the wreck that happened in 3 and 4 that we didn't initially catch. So you really have to take a more conservative approach to this thing. Obviously, you're still going to be going for the W. It's the main event with these machines, but at the end of the day, you want to finish the race, and you have to be there at the end if you want to contend for that win.
Definitely. Mr. Excitement, TJ Graves, he's in the 3rd spot here on the practice charts with a 21.248, with just 1,000th of a second quicker than the 93 of Kyle Young. TJ, tough luck for him in the makeup race here, but he is no slouch. But as I say that, I could not believe the speed of Andrew Fayash III. He just dipped down into the 21.0s here. He's almost 2/10 faster than the nearest competitor.
Again, you mentioned Kyle Young was leading the practice at the beginning of this session, and I just happened to catch them both going side by side in the corner. And I mean, Fayash just blew by him at a 4, and we saw that speed that he had and that late going, could not quite get it done. So with 75 laps, showing the speed that he has, again, he has a 21.081. The second closest guy to him is our previous race winner, Chad Coleman, in the 6th with a 21.218. So that's more than a 2/10 of a second difference. Now, doesn't sound like a lot, but in racing, that might as well be 5 seconds, because I mean that 157 machine is very fast. So he qualified 3rd in the 20 lapper, ended up finishing 2nd. So with this increased amount of laps, I think that with that 157 just having such a stellar time, and no one's really even come close to challenging it quite yet, I think he's going to be a force to reckon with, and maybe one of the favorites to walk away with the win.
Some other drivers here in the top 10 here. David Lamb, the late model guy, James Stone as well. Also seeing drivers like Shane Meal make an appearance in the top 10 here. Also Joe Annunziata as well in the top 10 as well. Some drivers we don't normally hear here on the ETV Motorsports Live Network. Just gonna have to point out, though, is just a lot of quality drivers here up at the front of the field. Really, all it takes is just one incident for any of these top guys to take out each other, and then somebody in the back of the pack, maybe not having the best of luck on a certain day, they might be able to run up and take the victory away from the fast guys. Only time will tell here as we get ready to wind down here in the session here. Just a few minutes left to go here. 75 laps will be on the board here. I am excited to see what will happen here. We have a long green flag run. Look for the top 3 drivers in Graves, Coleman, and Fayash to run away with it if they are unharmed by any lap traffic.
It's another thing, you're going to have to negotiate that lap traffic, and just looking at how these guys have been racing each other in the practice session. Obviously, they're going to be more careful in the race, but I mean, these cars like to move around the track a little bit, and when you're going side by side like we saw up front with TJ Graves and up at the beginning of that feature, or rather the makeup race that we saw, the 20 lapper just before this, side by side can get pretty interesting at a turn number, or out of the turns. I mean, we saw Graves make contact at a 2, and then we saw the leaders beating and banging coming at a turn number 4 in the last time. So that's something you're gonna have to watch, especially if you're gonna be in a 2-wide battle for a position, and you got to get around some lap guys. Now again, this is all assuming that we get a long green flag running this thing, but I mean, these guys aren't running long laps, only 21 seconds around this place on the fresh tires. So eventually, if we do get a lot of laps under the green flag, that is something that you're going to have to deal with. Also, you could easily get caught up in somebody else's mess. So for those guys that are going to be starting about mid-pack or to the rear end of this field, if something happens up in front of you, you got to not only try to maneuver your way around that wreck and try to get through it, but also watch how the other guys are going to try to do that as well, because that's how some guys, including JD Laird, got caught up in some of the earlier instances as well.
Definitely. I want to point out here, as we were just going over that bit of information there, TJ Graves jumps back up to the 2nd spot in the practice charts with a 21.11. So he's only 0.03 of a second off Fayash's fast lap in the session here. Definitely got to keep an eye out for Mr. Excitement. Hopefully he can keep his car clean and green for the race here in just a few moments. Hopefully we'll see the 22 in victory lane here tonight, as I believe he's one of the few that's running a special scheme in these cars alone.
Mentioned time running down in the practice session, just about 5 minutes scheduled left before these guys go for a 5-minute qualifying session and then the race, 75 laps. And this is the big event for these guys and these machines. This is the, again, mini stock feature race, and 75 laps on the board is a pretty good distance for these machines. It's not the longest one that we're going to see tonight. Later on this evening when we have the late models and then the modifieds, both those races going to be 100 laps in length, but a good distance for these guys and these cars. And we've been talking about, you know, the fixed sets that these guys are running and the adaptations that you got to make, and you know, how to work these cars on, which are not typically oval machines. So it's going to be fun to see what they can do with it. We got a little bit of a taste of it at that opening race. Again, not a lot of time for these guys to do the green flag racing and that. So looking forward to how this thing shakes out. I think it's going to be an interesting race and going to be very competitive. I think we're going to see a lot of passing, seeing what we saw in those opening laps. A lot of too wide. They didn't really single file out now, obviously, given that they didn't get more than about 4 laps of green flag racing in, but nonetheless, they did look very racy. So I think things should be fun and entertaining.
Definitely new practice leader, Mr. Excitement, does it again. Only driver in the 20-second bracket with a time of 20.933 seconds here. He is absolutely blistering them off here. I think Mr. Excitement are certainly learning the nuances of this new tire model here on the Mazda. And as one of the phrases we've come to know here on the iRacing service, the new tire model. Certainly there's been several iterations of it. I believe we're on, 5.1 now, I do believe.
That's something they got to keep an eye on also, constantly changing. So, I mean, you know, keeping the competition fresh. But you mentioned TJ Graves up to the top of the practice charts, not by a lot, but he has broken the 21-second barrier. So his lap of a 29.33, the fastest one that we have seen to this point this evening. So again, 22 has been competitive, and we talked a little bit about his bad luck, and he got a win in one of our makeup races that we didn't cover just a couple minutes ago before we went on with that 20-lap race. But unfortunately, that bad luck striking back last race. So 22 machine again, they're still going to be looking to pick that up. The race officials have advanced the session, so we are now going to be entering the qualifying period. So now we're going to determine who's going to be where, and it's going to be interesting to see how these guys line up for this thing.
Definitely, let's see if Fayash can put in a fast lap and put it on the pole, or can Mr. Excitement steal it away, or better yet, can even Chad Coleman, the winner of the makeup race, get it done. Several fast drivers in here. Late model superstar Ron Hagelin is in the house as well. Alex Chambrone making an appearance as well. Ray Farlow, first lap I've seen on the board as a 21.617 here. We'll cover the rest of qualifying here in just a few moments. We'll go to commercial break here. We'll get the results for you, and we'll be right back after these commercial messages, folks. Don't change the channel.
InsideSimRacing.tv, the fastest show on the internet. Sim racing news and reviews since 2007, with new shows every week.
Plus other listeners where you could hear everything from big 80s metal to classic rock and roll, country radio, ETV live sports radio, even adult and unplugged rock and roll. HDRadioNetwork.com, one of the fastest growing internet radio networks, HDRadioNetwork.com. Take it with you, cowboy. Get the mobile app for Android, iPhone, iPad, and all the rest from TuneIn.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to ETV Motorsports Live, flag-to-flag coverage of the first annual online World Series of Stock Car Racing here from the New Smyrna Speedway down here in Florida. I am Justin Rose now. Joining me in the booth tonight is Evan Pasoko. Evan, as we just get qualifying wrapped up here, some surprises here at the top of the charts.
Definitely the provisional pole sitter, as it looks like everybody is putting down their time, so it looks like it's going to be Matt Rolfe with the fastest lap in qualifying. He's laid down a 21.497, so obviously not the range of the times that we saw in the practice session, but again, these guys had to get out there and 2 laps to nail it, so that is the fastest time. Some of these other guys that had fast laps in the practice session, you talk about Faye Ash in the 157, he's provisionally sitting right now in the 5th position, and also TJ Graves, he's in 8th, so still some solid laps, but Matt Rolfe coming out of nowhere in the 91 machine. Again, he was 16th in fastest in the practice session, so the lap that he laid down in qualifying not only beat everybody else's, but that's the fastest one that he's run all night.
Definitely, just such a surprise with some of these drivers here. Cale Thompson not in the last race, if memory serves correct. He sits 3rd with a 21.588. Did not see him make a lap that fast in the practice session as well. Ray Farlow stepping up, nailing his lap in the runner-up spot there as we get ready to set the green flag order here as the session is winding down here. Just a few seconds left here. I am just totally stunned here. A lot of drivers everywhere. Hard to predict with such a car that's new to oval racing here on the iRacing service. Especially adapted setup here for these cars here to run on the ovals here tonight. But as we say that, they are starting the gridding now. We'll have to take you through basically the starting lineup here as we get ready to get these guys on the grid here. Evan, take us through the first couple of rows here.
And if we're going to start them off, and a lot of cars in this field, it's going to be Matt Rolfe on the pole in the 91 again with a time of 21.497. Ray Farlow in the 32 going to be starting in the 2nd spot. Cale Thompson in the 57 starting position 3 inside row 2, and outside him in the 4th starting spot, it's the 6 of Chad Coleman. Andrew Fayash in the 157 going to round out the top 5.
Completing row number 3 on the outside will be the 17 of Thiago Ezekiel. In row number 4, you will find the 93 of Kyle Young, and starting outside of him in the 8th spot, Mr. Excitement, TJ Graves. Rounding out your top 10 tonight inside row number 5, the number 13 of Adam Gilliland. Rounding out the top 10 in the outside of row number 5, the 193 of James Stone.
From there on back, you got the 133, the 11th starting position. That's Michael Held. J.D. Laird in the 70, starting 12th. 13th, the 24 of Ryan Borges. 14th, the 188 of Daniel Muse. And rounding out the top 15, the 29 of Preston Bores.
Inside row number 7, or excuse me, completing row number 8, outside of him in the 31 there is Zach Brewer. Row number 9 starts in the inside in the 17th spot, the 98 of James Day Jr. Outside of him, the number 77 of Anthony Salentano. Rounding out row number 10 here of the top 20 here, the number 80, Vinny Sansone in the 19th spot, and outside of him, the 26 of David Lamb.
Shane Meal in the 30, 21st starting position. 22nd, that's James Pileski. Joe Annunziata, the 96, starting 23rd. 24th, the 78 of Brandon Wilkinson. Ty Spearman in the 23rd, or in the 23 rather, starting in 25th. Ron Hagelin in the 11th, starting 26th. And rounding out the back of the field is the number 21 of Landon Sciacca. However, not on the grid right now is that 21 machine. So looking like we're going to have around 25 cars to take the green.
Beautiful paint job with the number 91, your pole sitter Matt Rolfe here, as he elects to take the outside line here. I do believe we're going to go green flag racing this time by, I can't quite tell if it's going to be this time or not. Field is not bunched up yet, so I do believe we have one more lap to go here. Going to have to be quite the start here for some of these drivers deep in the field. Some that we saw run quite well in the makeup race, like Anthony Salentano, especially strong drivers like Shane Meal, David Lamb, guys that are normally really strong in the short track portion of the iRacing service. They got a long way to go, but they have a lot of time to get there here as we get ready to go green flag here next time by.
Field is doubled up down the back straight with the lights are off on the pace car. We're going back green flag racing as the field enters turns 1 and 2. It's going to be the 91 of Matt Rolfe on the top lane. He's going to be the leader coming to this. The 32 of Farlow on the inside. Pace car down to the pit lane. 91 on the loud pedal. The green flag flies. And we are racing at the new Smyrna Speedway for the main race here with the mini stocks. Now the caution flag going to be thrown against some trouble with the iRacing service, and everyone's going to have to hold their positions. We're going to group back up and pace and try to get this thing back going here after a little bit of a technical issue in this race. So I don't believe anybody's going to change positions, and we'll slow them down.
Definitely here. I do believe they're going to order a full field restart here, but unfortunately in the iRacing service it will count caution laps here, as everybody will have to sort out a single file, and then we'll get the order taken care of. Gotta wait to see what happens here as the order will shake out here. Obviously race officials did not like the way that started here, as the field is having to catch up to the pace car here. Gonna have to see what happens here. Matt Rolfe looking like he's finally caught the pace car as he slows down here on the front stretch.
Yeah, so we're going to slow him down, and unfortunately this is going to cut into the 75 laps of racing scheduled in this evening's race, as race officials going to give Cale Thompson an AOL penalty for the start of this. Again, that was race director Eric Crossan throwing that yellow, so obviously something not correct with the starting order, so they could not get it sorted out in time, so going to bring the pace car back out. But again, you touched on it there, that unfortunately we can't really just do a fresh race restart. It is going to count for yellow laps. It is going to count as laps in the total of this race, so we're going to lose the opening little bit of this race trying to get things sorted out. So not going to be able to get 75 laps in nonetheless, but still going to be a good distance race. But everybody going around trying to catch back up to the pace car and get this thing sorted out, and looking forward to a good race once they do so.
Definitely, Farlow did not get the best of starts that time. Maybe got lucky there with the early caution flag here thrown by race officials here. Gonna have to see if Chad Coleman will get a good restart like he did the last time here. Fayash is in the 4th spot as well. Kyle Young as well. A lot of drivers making early moves in the race as well. It looks like, unless race officials are ordering everybody to hold positions here. I don't quite remember who was in the 4th spot as well, but I do believe there may have been some positions that did change hands.
Cale Thompson, again, who started in 3rd position, has been black flag, so he is at the back of the pack in 24th. So there was obviously something within the sim that caused the race officials to have to throw the yellow. We are not too positive what that is at the moment. They're still getting things sorted out. But the lights are still off on the pace car at the front of the field. So taking a look, one machine, that's James Pileski, is setting to get a wave around here once the field takes the one to go. So still a very fluid scene down here, especially those race directors up in their hauler and trying to get everything sorted out here, and we're looking to get this thing kicked off here in none less than about 3 laps. And but it does appear that it's going to be Matt Rolfe, obviously, with that good restart. He'll be leading us back to the green flag, and lights are off on a pace car, so it looks like we're going to go green flag racing here once again.
Lights are back on the pace car here as the field's still getting sorted out here. Several drivers have penalties that need to be cleared here, so race directors are working through that. It's not like some of these other simulations where a race director can press one button and magically all penalties will disappear. Drivers speaking up saying that they still have penalties as well. Something with the scoring loop did not work correct here, and I don't believe that it's any fault of the race officials as well. Gonna have to see how this shakes out here. May have a lap or 2, maybe more, to get this all sorted out here. We'll be back green flag racing here in just a few moments, Evan. I hope this gets sorted out quickly here, as I'm looking forward to see what Fayash and Coleman can do there in the 3rd and 4th spot respectively.
Race official Eddie Walzik, who we talked about earlier, threw the caution so that everybody can get grouped back up, and we're fixing to go back green. The lights are off, doubled up pace car down to the pit lane, field in the hands of Matt Rolfe. The green flag now is going to fly, and we're racing, and now it's a side-by-side battle for second, or it was. Andrew Fayash is going to go all the way from fourth up to second, now to the inside of race leader, side-by-side in 1 and 2. What a move by the 157. He's going to have the advantage in the 3.
Fayash digging deep on the bottom, but don't cut out the 91 of Matt Rolfe. He threw it in there on the high side. They're going to lose the spot now coming out of turn number 4 at the stripe 2. Fayash, number 32, Ray Farlow, as well as on the bottom there. But caution is on the speedway. I'm hearing, I believe it's the 98 car around. That would be James Day Jr.
Yeah, James Day Jr. having some trouble and under the yellow flag, and it's going to be a self-spin, but I don't think it was all on his own. I was taking a look up in front of him, and there was a lot of guys weaving, maybe some trouble in the corner, and he had to check up. One machine slid all the way up the racetrack, so the 98 machine going to spin, maybe trying to avoid that melee, and just about spin to get down the pit lane, and when he spun it back around, the caution's going to come out for the other machine that was stopped on the racetrack, and trying to find a number on that. That was the 133 of Michael Held. Held actually got spun. He was the car that was sideways in front of the other machine. He actually spun in front of the pack and caused a lot of damage out of the corner, collected one of the machine in that outside wall and caused a big checkup, so several cars going to get a piece of that. The back of the pack, the 27, the 30, looking like maybe the 86 also getting a piece of that as well. So a fairly large incident at turn number 4 is going to put us under the first racing related yellow of the evening.
This will bode well for the 6 of Chad Coleman. He's back in the 4 spot there. Did not get a good start there as the race went green. Fayash with a wonderful move going from 3rd all the way to 1st in the matter of about half a lap or so. Farlow on the bottom there just could not get it going there on that start there. Held up the 6 of Chad Coleman just a tad bit here, as the field will sort out here when we get ready to go. Back green flag racing here in just a few moments here. The leader, Andrew Fayash, has selected the outside lane. That will put Matt Rolfe in the 91 on the inside lane, and the rest of the field goes by natural ordering here as far as inside outside. So Farlow will be on the inside. That will put Coleman in the preferred outside lane.
And what a move by Fayash in the 157. Again, he started 4th. You mentioned that the front lane leader's going to want to take the top. And from there on back, it goes back to the inside being the odd numbered and the outside being the even numbered position. So Fayash was 4th in that last restart. He caught a sleeping. I mean, you take a look, and I think it was 32 of Farlow has just not had the starts that he wanted to this point in this race and got caught sleeping again. Fayash got up and took second and then threw it to the inside of your race leader up in front of him and nearly made door-to-door contact with the 91 machine of Matt Rolfe, and they were able to hang on to it, but nonetheless Fayash getting through it, and that's how he's found his way up to P1. And we've been talking about the speed that he had, the blistering lap that he put down in practice before TJ Graves knocked it off the top of the standings at that time. So he came up short in the race just before this. As we get the 1 to go, I do believe, in the field is doubled up. So Fayash looking to close out the deal, and he's got a car that looks like it's well capable of getting the win this evening.
2 drivers in the early going, already a lap down here. Last couple cars on the track, 20th spot, 21st spot, 57 Cale Thompson, 30 Shane Meal. Those drivers are 1 and 2 laps down respectively. The field gets ready to go back green here as we're entering turn number 3. The pace car will make that hard left-hand turn on the pit road. Fayash looking for the green flag. The flagman has it. It's unfurled. He is on the loud pedal. Rolfe going nowhere, misses a gear. Field stacks up there. Colin gets out to the 2nd spot there, as well as the 17, I believe, or excuse me, yeah, this 17 of Tiago Ezekiel, making his presence felt there as Matt Rolfe gets it recovered. He is in the 3rd spot, but it is a breakaway here for the front 2 here, as there's a gaggle of cars that are back in the pack. The 22, TJ Graves, looking high and low, doing everything he can. He's up to the 6th spot. He's practically pushing Tiago Ezekiel down into turn number 1 on that high line.
2-3 wide back of the pack. Graves going to slide up in 1 and 2, and almost had some company with the 24 of Ryan Borges almost getting to his inside. So Graves still trying to find a way around the machines in front of him. The 17 of Ezekiel going to now pull in front of what is the 13 of Adam Gilliland. So Gilliland in 5th position right now. So that's where the battle is on back 22 of TJ Graves with a bobble. He's up into the outside wall. TJ Graves, after running in 6th, the curse is going to continue, and more bad luck. He's in the outside wall, and now a yellow flag going to fly. We have more trouble on the racetrack.
Hearing it's the 29 of Preston Boers going around in turn number 4. Tough luck for TJ Graves. He stuck it up in the wall there. That's going to cause some damage here. That will hurt his chances here as the race gets going here. About 20 laps in here in the 75 lap championship event here for the mini stocks here in the World Series. Bash still out front with the number 6 of Chad Coleman. He will be in the 2nd spot. Rounding out your top 3 will be the 91 of Matt Rolfe. Several drivers looking strong there in that gaggle of cars there. Cars like the 13 of Adam Gilliland. Thiago Ezekiel as well looking very strong, as well as the in-car camera we had just before that caution flag, the 24 of Brian Borges.
Yeah, so again, another quick yellow after another self spin, and again, we documented the troubles of TJ Graves having more issues. Not sure if he had help with that or if he just lost it. I'm going to try to take a look back on the replay, and it looks like he just had a bobble in the corner that got sideways. So you're seeing that these guys are having handling issues in these machines and are having some trouble keeping them pointed in the right direction. And again, not the first time that these guys have been out on the track in these machines, but definitely an interesting car track combination. And you talk about the interesting setup that the officials have had to put together to get these guys out on the racetrack. So under the yellow, we're going to throw out the commercial break. When we come back, more green flag racing. You're watching the first annual online World Series of Stock Car Racing on ETV.
Radio Network. Join 5,000 plus other listeners where you can hear everything from big 80s metal to classic rock and roll, country radio, ETV live sports radio, even adult and unplugged rock and roll. HDRadioNetwork.com, one of the fastest growing internet radio networks. HDRadioNetwork.com. Take it with you, cowboy. Get the mobile app for Android, iPhone, iPad, and all the rest from TuneIn.com. Hey, JD here with ETV Live, and let me tell you something. If it's too big for the pickup truck and you need to move it, there's only one trucking company you need to call, and don't bother with the Yellow Pages, cowboy. I'll give you that number in a minute. Manufactured goods, automotive, technical equipment, furniture, even if you need a reefer, Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated is the only choice, cowboy. With locations in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada, Rancho Cucamonga, California, if you need to move it, store it, and keep it cold, you need to call Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated. Long haul, short haul, or just across town, Gary Mercer has the best trained and qualified drivers to get your load from point A to point B with professionalism and on time. So remember, Hoss, if it don't fit in a pickup truck, you're going to need a real truck, cowboy. Sponsors of ETV Live's Friday Night Showdown, Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated, 1-800-668-2980.
We are back at the new Smyrna Speedway. You saw it there in the side-by-side. We went back green flag racing, and caution going to come back out as trouble with the 91 machine of Matt Rolfe. As take a look at that replay. He got sideways in the corner. The 13 of Gilliland got into him, and a whole bunch of guys wadded him up coming out of the corner. And that's a big incident going to put us under another yellow flag this evening.
That is certainly right here. Several cars involved there. The incident started with the 13 of Adam Gilliland getting bunched up right under the deck lid of the 91 of Matt Rolfe. Several cars there on the bottom line there just basically like a train race, all pushed each other down towards pit road. They're coming out of turn number 4. Big incident, several cars involved. That will take a lot of cars out of the running here, but several cars from the back of the pack as well making their way up there. How about the 80 of Vinny Sansone? He came from literally nowhere. He is up in the 8th spot right now. Gonna have to see how all the damage affects everybody, but as we get everybody sorted out here under the caution flag conditions here at the new Smyrna Speedway, we'll give you a rundown here in just a moment here, Evan. Just a tough luck for a lot of stout cars that are in that big wreck.
That incident happened up at the front of the pack again. Rolf at a 91 machine with that surprise pole position, and getting caught up in that on the inside lane right up at the front of the field, and a lot of guys were able to squeak on by on the top lane, but again, several other guys involved, and that's one of the risks you take when you're starting in mid-pack or you're racing back there, is if an incident happens in front of you, to your right's a brick wall, or rather a concrete wall, to your left's a concrete wall, and in front of you there's spinning cars, so you gotta find your way through that. And some guys weren't able to do so. Fayash still leading in the 157 machine. He's looking like the strongest machine on the track right now, as under the yellow flag they crossed the start-finish line, and we are now on lap number 29, and we're working our 3rd yellow of the evening.
Working towards the middle stages of the race here. Let's go through your top 5 here. Out front still is the number 157 of Andrew Fayash, the 3rd. In the 2nd spot, it will be the number 6 of Chad Coleman. Rounding out your top 3 spots here this evening so far in the early stages of this race, the 17 of Tiago Ezekiel. As the lights are off on the pace car, Ryan Borges, Zach Brewer, your top 5 there. Pace car makes that hard left-hand turn. Fayash on the loud pedal coming out of turn number 4. Good restart by everybody, but the 24 of Ryan Borges getting a slingshot all the way up to the 2nd spot going into turn number 1.
Again, he had that outside lane for starting in the 4th position. He's on the outside of the 6 of Chad Coleman. They're going to go door to door down the back straightaway and try to negotiate that. That's all going on for the 2nd position. And through 3 and 4, the 6 is going to have the advantage on the inside lane by the stripe, though. The 24 of Borges, and now more trouble on the racetrack. Yellow flag going to fly as an incident on the front straightaway, going to bring us back under yellow flag conditions in trying to find the cause of that. But 4th yellow going to fly.
Then seeing it's the number 78 of Brandon Wilkinson. Wilkinson involved in earlier incidents as well. Just self-spun it, lost control going into turn number 3, parks it on the racetrack, bringing out your 4th caution here in the mini stock championship events here. Just these guys having a little bit of tough luck here, getting some green flag racing going here in the early stages here with some of the field here dropping out of the race here. Several cars out of the race: Shane Neal, Jay Pileski, Matt Rolfe, Daniel Muse, Anthony Salentano, Mike Held, several others out of the event here in the early going here. Some other drivers making some moves as well, but how about that move by Ryan Borges there on the restart?
Yeah, that's the advantage that we're seeing the guys that are restarting in 4th is, and again, it looks like almost they start 3rd because they get such a jump, but once you get 2nd row and then on back, the top lane is those even number of cars, so P4, P6, P8, etc. So he got a good start there, got to the outside lane. Ryan Borges in the 24 machine sitting in 2nd now. Chad Coleman in the 6 was trying to hold him off, so the outside lane looking like the place to be on those restarts for sure. And Coleman nearly was able to hang on to 2nd before the yellow flew, but the 24 Borges got a good run down that stretch, and coming to the start finish line was able to have a nose out in front of Coleman, so he will be sitting, and that's really going to change the atmosphere of this restart. He's going to be sitting Borges now on the inside of row 1 as opposed to the inside of row number 2. So Chad Coleman almost getting the worst end of that, because Tiago Ezekiel in the 17 is going to be on the outside in the 4th position outside of that 2nd row, so he might have an advantage over him on the restart.
I'm going to have to see what shakes out here. Several guys, it's basically with a lot of these starts and restarts here, I think, honestly, Evan, I think what we're seeing here is going to be a battle to who gets that 4th spot there, because whoever gets that and can cleanly get around the guy in the bottom lane up at the front on the restart, if they can get around that guy, they have a shot at the leader as well. So, I mean, it's really kind of a battle for whoever can get to turn 1 the fastest, or basically for that matter, who can get to turn number 3 the quickest, because that's usually where the field goes single file there after the first lap on the restart. So going to have to see how this shakes out. Several drivers falling way back after that restart, some drivers moving up. Going to have to see what the 24 reporters can do on the inside on the following restart.
Before we pace, take a quick moment to talk about Printworks, one of the sponsors here with the online World Series of Stock Car Racing and ETV. Printworks, you need shirts. We do shirts from mild to wild, specializing in automotive and motorsports design. Check out our work on the You Win It, They Wear It shirts being awarded to the online World Series of Stock Car Racing participants with over 19 years of experience. You can't go wrong with the Printworks design. For more information, check them out at www.printworks.com, and that is printwerx.com, as we're doubled up and getting ready for another race restart. Again, Fayash on the outside is going to be taking us back to the green flag. Borges on the inside. Green flag flies. There you go. You see that one machine up on the top lane. That's the 31 of Zach Brewer. He's going to get a big jump, and he's going to move up to second by the stripe. He's going to run the outside lane in 1 and 2. 24 of Borges trying to get to his inside. Can't quite get it done. And a side-by-side behind him, back of the pack.
32, Ray Barlow moving up from the back of the pack. He's getting it done on that high line. He gets around the 6 of Chad Coleman there, as though they're side by side for the stripe there. The 32 of Farlow did have a run on the 24 of Borges. Borges was able to shut the door on him going through turns 3 and 4 the last time. Caution on the speedway. 13 car, Adam Gilliland around.
And Adam Gilliland just caught that, and he went spinning back of the pack, and the yellow's going to fly, and that's going to go with a 3-wide incident going into turn 1. Gilliland on the back bumper of Graves, and TJ Graves already in a side-by-side battle with the 70 machine of JD Laird, and Gilliland's going to make it 3-wide going into the corner, and they were going to be fine. TJ Graves coming down a little bit, and looks like Gilliland might have gotten a little bit too close for comfort on Laird that he wanted to, and pushed up, and 22 of Mr. Excitement Graves is again going to end up in the fence, and 13 of Gilliland around as well. They're going to receive some damage. Another car going to get a piece of that as well, and TJ Graves is going to leave the racetrack early here, obviously frustrated with the results that he's gotten so far tonight, and Adam Gilliland is going to receive the EOL, and the cause of the caution is going to be placed on his shoulders.
Thiago Ezekiel dropping connection to the server. Tough luck for him. He was up in that critical 4 spot, but Zach Brewer was able to move up there after the field was doubled up. He is actually in the 2nd spot, but as I say that, going through the top 5 here, look who is in that 4th spot, Evan. That would be the 6th of Chad Coleman.
Chad Coleman, he's going to be in the spot that he wants to now. That is where he qualified in this race, and we saw him up front because he had the advantage of that on the initial restart before the quick yellow was thrown by race officials. So he's easily fixing to pick up a spot on the 24 of Borges and maybe even Zach Brewer. Those guys going to be on the inside of lanes number 1 and 2 when we go back to green flag racing. Now we know the speed in Coleman's machine, so that's a very good possibility that he's going to be able to capitalize on this restart. But I think one of the questions we got to look at is, as we are past the halfway point now, pacing under lap number, actually 35 to go this time by the stripe, can anybody beat the 157 of Fayash?
Time will only tell here, but I want to take this opportunity here, Evan, and I would like to give a shout out to the Von Erichs. Von Erichs being a part of tonight's events as well. Texas country punk rock and roll is what they call it. The Von Erichs wear this description as a badge of honor. The Von Erichs draw heavily from the country and gospel sounds that echoed through their homes as kids, as well as the punk rock and metal they discovered as rebellious teenagers. Known for their blistering live shows, a must-see act for any music fan, that would be the Von Erichs.
Take another moment real quick to talk about the HD Radio Network, also home of ETV Motorsports Radio. The HD Radio Network gives you a variety of stations to choose from, including Big 80s Metal, All HDR Classics, All HD Country, and more. Take your pick and rock your brains out, dude. The HD Radio Network stations are featured on iTunes Radio, TuneIn Radio, and also listed on the Windows Media Guide. Listen today from hdradionetwork.com, or take it with you. Get the mobile app for all your devices at the smartphones app stores.
Pace car dives on the pit road. Fayash on the bottom side for this restart. I think he's trying to stop Coleman from getting that restart there, but Fayash side by side with the 31 of Zach Brewer. Coleman not being able to go anywhere as Fayash gets around the 31 of Zach Brewer now. Single file here for the first couple of spots here. Brewer looking to the outside. Coleman around the 24 of Borges going into turn number 3. Looking to make it 3 wide out of turn number 4 here for the second spot here as Coleman dives to the inside. Gets to the inside of Brewer going into turn number 1. Position at the stripe by 0.08 of a second was Chad Coleman at the stripe for that second spot. Battle on for the third spot, Evan. Just as I say that, the 29 and the 31, Preston Borges, Zach Brewer. Brewer going around in the wall with the 29. Several cars around. Big wreck in turn number 4.
They're going to pile them in, the yellow flag out, and a bunch of fast machines are going to get collected after trouble is going to find the 31 machine of Zach Brewer, and he was dropping back in that lead battle and going into 3, maybe just overdrove it a little bit, got sideways, and there was a multitude of incidents. The 29 machine goes high to avoid it, gets in the outside wall, and is going to get clipped by that. Meanwhile, one more machine spinning down low. That's the 24. So 29, 24 collectively blocking the racetrack. Vinny Sansone going to get involved in it as well. Several other cars getting turned around all at the pit road entrance. And once again, an incident up at the front of the field is going to collect a bunch of fast machines.
Definitely some other cars involved. The 32 as well. That's Ray Farlow as well. The 70 J.D. Laird. Another car around there. I do believe that is the 193 of James Stone as well. Several other cars parked on the track at the same time. Tough luck for a lot of these drivers there making their way up from the back of the pack, especially the 80 of Vinny Sansone. Been quiet all night. The Iron Man likes to get it done the quiet way. Usually we find him up towards the end of the races, just having some of the tough luck that we've seen here in the later stages in the Triple Crown Series. Tough luck for him. The back end of that car's got some heavy sheet metal damage on that as well. We're completing lap number 47 this last time by here. 47 in the books here, inside 30 laps to go here. Fayash and Coleman, it's just been their show as J.D. Laird rounds out your top 3, James Day Jr. and Joe Annunziata rounds out your top 5, Evan.
Yeah, take you to the top 10. Kyle Young in a 93 machine making another appearance up here. He's in 6th. David Lamb at the 26 is in 7th. You also have Zach Brewer, who went around and started all of that mayhem. He's in 8th position now. Preston Boers is in 9th, coming off the pit lane, and James Stone 10th. And those positions are going to change as some of those guys are entering and leaving the pit lane, but nonetheless, again, another troublesome race, and these guys have just really not figured out how to get these cars to not go sideways. I mean, it looks very challenging, and these guys are very talented drivers on the iRacing service, so it's just showing you the level of difficulty that these things are taking to keep them under control. So, again, one guy that does have it under control, Fayash. You talk about Chad Coleman, he was going to have the outside lane. Fayash chose a little bit of a different strategy. He started on the inside lane on that most recent restart, and he made it work. He was able to hang on to the lead, and you mentioned maybe trying to hold Coleman off and protect that number 1 spot, but right now the 157 is definitely looking like he is the car to beat.
Definitely going into the 1 to go signal here. Pace car lights are off. Coleman on the inside, Fayash on the outside. Fayash, your race leader. 98 James Day, he's in the 4th spot. He's looking to take advantage of Coleman as Coleman drops back now going into turn number 4. Pace car getting ready to turn hard on the pit road. Fayash gets to the restart line there, waits. Now he's on the loud pedal. 98 James Day Jr. right to the outside of Chad Coleman now going into turn number 1. Fayash gets clear going into 1. Day can't hold it. Laird into the 3rd spot coming out of turn number 2 there. James Day back to the 4th spot. 93 Kyle Young sticking his nose in there for the 4th spot. Laird gets sideways. Great save by the 70 of J.D. Laird. Laird going to fall back a few spots here at the stripe here. That was almost our next caution there, Evan.
He got sideways just like all of the other incidents have started, but he was able to hang on to it. The 70 of Laird, though, he's battling some electrical issues. His machine blinking in and out a little bit, trying to get that sorted out as everybody starts to spread out again. Only 11 machines remaining on the lead lap, so and actually that 11th place machine of Preston Boards is going to take it behind the garage, so now 10 machines on the lead lap. So the closest battle is with Laird to the inside of the 98 of James Day Jr. Continuing to battle his electrical problems as Laird to the inside as they pass a machine with trouble. Laird sideways again. Kyle Young gonna have to take evasive maneuvers, and Laird's gonna hang on again, but almost another incident with the 70 machine through 3 and 4. That thing is wicked loose.
Yep, battle on for the 5th spot there. Kyle Young, 96, Joe Annunziata. Annunziata falling back out of turn number 2. Battle on for the 3rd spot. Laird looking to the outside of the 98 of James Day Jr. Jr. pulls him off coming out of turn number 4. They were side by side entering 3. Laird still having some electrical issues there, blinking out temporarily here and there. These guys all over the place. Day goes around. Day around in turn number 2. Caution on the speedway. Tough luck for James Day.
Again, another machine up at the front of the field is just going to push it a little bit too hard. He was holding off Kyle Young and also J.D. Laird, and he went way up in the corner. You could see that he was hanging on to that thing, came down sideways, nearly caught the 93, spit it around back end into the inside wall, and yellow flag going to come back out for another single car incident. So not as much as the racing producing the yellows as just the difficulty of these machines on this racing surface has given these drivers the problems, and that's how we find ourselves back under the yellow flag.
Definitely, as we take a look at the track itself, New Smyrna being an older track here, right around 50 years old or so. The pavement is a little old as well, probably not 50 years old, but gonna have to take a rough guess and say it's gotta have about 20-25 years of age on it as well. So I mean, the track itself, the surface itself, a little bit tough to get around. Maybe that doesn't lend itself very well to these front engine rear drive cars here, the Mazdas. A lot of the 4-cylinders, the mini stocks if you will, you'll see at the local tracks will be front wheel drive and front engine front wheel drive. So Evan, maybe it's just a combination of car here not lending itself to lengthy green flag runs here.
Yeah, it looks like that's definitely the biggest issue is the handling, but I do believe J.D. Webb, the Cowboy, executive producer, he's climbing on up to the broadcast booth.
Yeah, it's not very often I get up here, Evan and Justin, but having a good time here tonight, some short track racing. Wanted to throw a couple of plugs out there and help you guys along here a little bit. I want to talk about Loud Pedal. And I'll tell you something, it wasn't long after 321 was uploaded to YouTube. Short Track America stood up and took notice. Keep your eyes peeled, Cowboy. There's some very special things coming your way in the summer of 2014 from Loud Pedal Productions. Loud Pedal, cutting-edge dirt track racing video productions. Word of warning, though, I understand. Viewing prior to bedtime, it has been known to cause insomnia. Go to their Facebook page and give them a like. Facebook.com. Do that Loud Pedal thing over there. Another shout-out I want to give is to Whitey Morgan. I saw this band here last Thursday down a little dive bar in Long Beach. I'll tell you what, a hell of a show. Whitey Morgan, they're out of Flint, Michigan. He's kind of a Waylon Jennings, Hank Williams, Merle Haggard, kind of a gritty baritone sound. But I'll tell you what, some good stuff. You can check them out, WhiteyMorgan.com. Get on the calendar over there if they're near you. Go see them. It's a hell of a show. In fact, we may be heading to Las Vegas, Evan. So keep your eyes peeled. We may be coming your way here in about a week or so.
All right, 10-4 to that. Well, thank you for coming up and paying the bills for us up here in the broadcast booth. We are doubled up back down on the racing surface. The lights are off out of Hayes cars, so we are going to be looking for the green flag here at a 3 and 4. Faye Ash now going to elect to take the top lane through the corner. The 6 of Coleman on his inside. Faye Ash on the Loud Pedal. The green flag going to fly once again. Kyle Young in that 4th position, going to move up the 3rd now and look to challenge to go side by side with Coleman, and he's going to do it 1 and 2. Drops back a little bit, trying to make a run on corner exit. He's going to get there, so we're going to go at it side by side for P2 through 3 and 4 with Kyle Young at a 93 on the top machine, trying to hang on to it. The 6 of Coleman all the way down the yellow line. He's going to hold on to it, and now the 70 of J.D. Laird has got to run on the 93.
93 Kyle Young, he's running that extreme outside liner up in the 3rd and maybe 4th lane there as Young gets into the wall out of turn number 2, move Laird up to the 3rd spot. But as we say that restart has allowed your leader Andrew Fayash to get out by almost a second over 2nd place Chad Coleman.
Kyle Young at the 93, going to drop back to 4th now. J.D. Laird running the top lane, trying to catch up to Coleman, but meanwhile, Andrew Fayash has checked out on the last green flag run. Coleman stuck with him about 3/10 back, but this time he's running away with it, and yellow flag going to fly. Trouble, one car, automatic straight away. That's going to be Ray Farlow in the 32, going to find some trouble and meet the inside wall, and yellow's going to come back out for just yet again another self-spin through the corner. And I mean, these are some of the best sim racers, and they just can't hang on to these things, and it looks like once they get sideways, there's nothing you can do to bring them back.
Definitely going to have to see what happens here as we get inside of 10 laps to go. Gonna pay the bills once again here. Gonna throw a shout out as well to some of our sponsors. Let's go back to talk about Printworks. You need shirts. We do shirts from Mild to Wild, specializing in automotive and motorsports designs. Check out our work with the You Win It, They Wear It shirts being awarded to the online World Series of Stock Car Racing participants. With over 19 years of experience, you can't go wrong with a Printworks design. For more information, check them out at www.printworks. That's PRINTWER with an X.com. That is Printworks, Evan.
You definitely talk about another one of our partners here with this. Again, we've been talking about everybody bringing this together. How about the New Smyrna Speedway? Again, if you can win at New Smyrna Speedway, you can win anywhere in the United States, says Richie Evans. The New Smyrna Speedway is a high-banked, half-mile paved oval track located just 5 miles west of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, known by many as the World Center of Racing. New Smyrna Speedway has been home to some of the finest stock car racing in the entire country now for more than 45 years, and tonight racing on the virtual version of that. So again, being such an active part of bringing all of this together this evening.
Definitely want to throw another shout out here to a partner of this event as well, the SARA. This summer, the Sim Auto Racing Association brings the biggest super late model race in America to iRacing. Coming in June, the legendary Oxford 250. Visit the SARA at simautoracingassociation.com.
So still working under the yellow flag, and Fayash up at the front of the field, and we blink and now we are inside of 10 laps to go and getting set to crown our winner here with the mini stock feature race. 75 laps nearly coming to an end as the field works under the yellow on lap number 67. It has to work at a fork this time by, going to take lap number 68. So we're going to go back to green with about 6 or 7 laps to go in this thing, as this time by the stripe, the field not quite doubled up yet. Going to take a look at the pace car, and the lights are off. So we are going to be going back green to take lap number 69 of 75, and going to be a shootout to the finish. Can they keep it green? I think that if we see an incident, it's going to be a lot more racing related, because these guys are going to be going for it up front. Coleman into 6, inside of row 1, pulls up alongside race leader, and those guys behind him. Kyle Young on the top, J.D. Laird on the bottom. Get up to the back bumpers, through 3 and 4. Pace car down to the safety of pit lane, and Fayash on the loud pedal. The green flag flies. He's going to clear Coleman into 1.
7 laps to go here in the late stages of the mini stock championship race. Coleman clears the 93 of Kyle Young. Kyle Young goes up into the 3rd lane, gets into the wall out of 2. He got loose. Laird having some electrical issues still. He is in the 3rd spot. The battle is going to be on here, coming this time by 6 laps to go here this time by. Can Coleman run down the 157 of Fayash?
A big battle from 5th on, or 6th on back rather. The 5th place car, the 93 of Young, is in the middle of it side by side behind him, with the 6th place car, the 91 of Brewer. It's going to get on and get around James Day Jr. on the top lane. All eyes up front. Does Coleman have anything for Fayash? Scoring an update this time by, and Fayash going to gain about half of a hundredth of a second there over Coleman. Coleman has company though, with J.D. Laird closing in quick for 2nd.
Laird, the paint man, digging deep, showing what he can do in the late race stages here in the mini stock championship here. This is Fayash's race to lose right now, but Laird wants to have a save for that middle step on the podium. Laird running right in Coleman's tire tracks, coming through turn number 2. Laird looking just slightly to the inside. The gap is about 1 car length now, going into turn number 3. 3 laps to go here this time by Evan, who's going to be getting it at the stripe.
By Fayash again by half of a second, 5/10, but Coleman closed it in to nearly 4, so is he running out of time? This time by the stripe. It's going to be 2 laps to go as they work their way down the back straightaway and in through 3 and 4. Coleman closing, Laird overdrives turn 3 a little bit. He's going to lose some ground, but Chad Coleman closing to within 3 car lengths of race leader Fayash, now only 0.25 seconds back as they were within 2 laps to go. Fayash sliding up high in 1 and 2, and Chad Coleman in the 6 machine. He's there trying to get to the outside lane now in 3 and 4, and coming off the quarter, the 157 gonna take the white flag. Chad Coleman in the 6 is there at the stripe. We're gonna go side by side in 1 and 2 at the white flag. Can they hang on to it? It's Fayash on the top lane with the advantage of 6 of Coleman. Can't get it done. Can he get it in 3 and 4?
Coleman makes a last-ditch effort, throws it in deep on the bottom, puts his tires on the apron. Not going to get it done. Checkered flag in the air. It will be the 157 of Andrew Fayash the third. He will take home the checkered flag in the second spot. Will be the 6 of Chad Coleman. Valiant effort by Coleman to try to run down your leader Fayash. Running out your top 3 on the podium tonight will be the number 70 of J.D. Laird.
Spirited last second battle, and that was the exact opposite that what we saw earlier with Fayash in being in the second position, and he was trying to get up and battle alongside race leader Coleman. This time around, Fayash had the advantage, and Coleman wanted it in both instances. They can't get it done, and a guy that's going to lead at the white flag going to walk away with the victory, but Coleman was there in 1 and 2, just could not make it stick there on the bottom lane, and you mentioned he really threw it in to 3 and 4, and could not quite get it done. So it is going to be Andrew Fayash to victory lane as he celebrates his win, and he's going to walk away our mini stock feature race winner this evening. Again, still a lot of racing coming up in tonight's broadcast. We're going to go to commercial break. When we come back, we're going to talk to the top 3 finishers in this evening's race. Don't go anywhere. You're watching ETV's live coverage of the first annual online World Series of Stock Car Racing from Double Clutch.
Join 5,000 plus other listeners where you can hear everything from big 80s metal to classic rock and roll, country radio, ETV live sports radio, even adult and unplugged rock and roll. HDRadioNetwork.com, one of the fastest growing internet radio networks. HDRadioNetwork.com. Take it with you, cowboy. Get the mobile app for Android, iPhone, iPad, and all the rest from TuneIn.com.
Green Sally up, a green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, a green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, a green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, a green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, a green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, a green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, a green Sally down. Last done start, gotta
Welcome back to the new Smyrna Speedway as ETV Motorsports Live's continuing coverage of the first annual online World Series of Stock Car Racing. Continuing this evening, the late models starting to hit the racetrack, but we just saw a wild finish to our mini stock feature race, and Justin Rose now is down there on the pit lane with our third place finisher. Yeah, you know that guy that can paint cars? He can drive too. JD Laird coming in third.
J.D. Laird with a spirited effort to try to get around Chad Coleman, but he does bring it home in the bottom podium step. J.D. Laird, great job putting it in the third place circle there. Tell us about your night. It was quite an event, wasn't it?
Well, first off, I just want to apologize to everybody who's in that race. I don't know what it is. It's either a graphics issue, it's either a computer issue with myself. It's not an internet related, but I know I was blinking quite a bit, I guess. I couldn't see it on my end. So I just got to apologize to everybody in that race for that. But as far as the race goes, I really didn't know what to expect after the wreck off of turn 4. I guess Matt Rolfe got a little crazy off 4, Adam checked up, and then I checked up, and then somebody behind me checked up and got hit or something like that. And after that, I was just taking my time and just kind of clawing my way through the field, and after the big pileup in turn 4, I found a gap, and next thing you know, I see Andrew and Chad in front of me, and I'm like, alright, I guess I'll sit right here. I wanted to make a move for it, but I know that those two were going for the championship, and I just figured let them race it out. I had a little bit of a gap behind me, so I just kind of chilled there in third.
Again, great job, JD, and tell us about your painting business there. I know you've done quite the work there. I know you've made quite a few contacts. Or give us a little bit about your paint business, sir.
Well, it's a graphic design deal. Design cars, logos, T-shirts. It's just a little hobby that I kind of started back in 2003, and over the past 3-4 years, it might actually turn into something. I mean, I don't know yet, but you could just go ahead and contact me on the JD Graphics Facebook page. You can go to the website and shoot me an email there. You can send me a PM in the forums. You can send a message to me on to my Facebook page if you want. Just they're only $5 a pop for cars. Or if you're looking for a real car, you're looking for a logo, possible T-shirt design, hit me up and let me know.
Again, JD, great job on the run tonight. Are you running the late models tonight? And if so, what would be your outlook for that race?
I would run the late model race if it wasn't for my my computer issue. Again, like I said at the top of this interview, I apologize for everybody in that race. I'm not going to run the late model race because I don't want to piss everybody off when I magically disappear and reappear instantly. It's just I know what it's like when somebody does that in front of me, and I get a little upset, and quite frankly, I should have been sent to the back probably once, if not kicked out of there twice. It's not right for me to run that. I'm going to let those guys just have fun.
Again, that's your third place finisher, JD Laird. Evan standing by with your runner-up finisher, Chad Coleman.
And that's right, we have caught up on the pit lane with Chad Coleman, driver of the number 6 machine. And Chad, going to come home in a second place finish. But first off, walk us through that opening race that we saw you guys in that 20-lapper where you came home victorious.
In the 20-lap race, it was just like this one. It was a good race between me and Andrew. And the end of the race, with all the cautions and stuff, the tires were cold and just slipped and slid a little bit and about gave it away.
Then talk about this race. So you were on the other end of that. You were the one that were applying the pressure onto Faye Ash, and come down to the final lap on when you took the white flag, you were there and got to the inside and were unable to hang on to it, and then really threw it in 3 and 4, just could not get it done. Walk us through those final 5 laps when you dropped about a half a second off and then started to close in on them.
Yeah, the end of the race, I didn't know the situation with points. I don't know how many points I needed to keep or where Andrew needed to finish, how the points championship turned out. I was just trying to get everything I could, and I started to move my line around, especially in 3 and 4. And I started to gain on him, and going in the 1 on the last lap, I got in there about as deep as I could. The car slid up a little bit, and in these cars, if you kill the momentum, you're done. And I just couldn't get the run through 3 and 4 to get back under him.
And looking forward to the rest of this evening's races. You going to be running in the late models and the modifieds?
Be running in late models. I didn't try to run any of the modified stuff. I know it just like the 4-cylinder stuff. Me and Andrew both are like in the top 3 in points here too. So just hoping for another good run.
Definitely. Do you have any shout-outs you want to throw out there?
Yeah, just thank you guys for broadcasting. Thank Eddie for everything he's done with this race. It's been a fun event. Thank everybody from up front in some of these races for the clean racing. I know some of them's been pretty bad caution-wise, but you have that every once in a while. But yeah, it's been a fun event. Just thank everybody that's put it on.
Definitely 10-4. Congratulations on the second place finish, and we'll look forward to see what we can do in this upcoming race.
Yeah, thanks guys.
Now we're going to throw it down, and Justin Rose now is in victory lane with the driver of that 157 machine.
I am standing by here with your winner, Andrew Fash, the third. Fash, tell us about the last couple laps there. You're trying to hold off the 6 of Chad Coleman.
Oh man, well, I got a heck of a restart, and I was just trying to. I apologize if there's background noise, by the way. I'm actually driving the late model right now, practicing. But I was just taking it easy because I had a nice gap, and I thought, well, there ain't enough time for him to close that, so I just ran some easy laps because that thing's easy to spin out, as I'm sure you guys noticed throughout the broadcast. But then he started really gaining on me, and I'm like, oh crap, now I gotta step it back up, and luckily I stepped up just enough to hold him off.
And we know you're running a late model here. You gonna be running all 3 series tonight?
I am not running the Tour Modified, but everything else I've been competing in.
Now, Fayash, I know you did quite well getting yourself into the Pro Series. Refresh us quickly on how your Pro Series went.
Lackluster. I didn't have much time to practice. I had teammates for a very short amount of time, maybe about the first, I don't know, almost half the season, and then I just kind of thought I had no shot at the top 20, which is where you really want to be. And I don't know, I made a last-ditch effort at Charlotte and managed to pull off making 30th there, making the top 30. So I still retain my pro license, but I don't know, because I'm terrible at qualifying. I'm sure you guys know that too. I don't know how I would do in the WCS races, whether I'd be able to make any of them. So it's going to be a tough year, but I'm going to pretty much probably just wait it out for the Pro Series in the fall again. I mean, I might try early in the season to see if I can qualify or not, but I don't have faith in my qualifying.
Anyhow, Andrew, great job in the mini stocks tonight with your exciting finish in the short little 20-lapper and your exciting run here tonight in the 75-lap championship event. Congrats to you. Don't know how the points shook out just yet, but go ahead and throw us any shout-outs you want to give here on ETV Live.
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone that's tuning in. You guys for broadcasting, of course, Eddie and Ustra and Sarah and all those guys for putting on this this whole event. I mean, this is awesome. This is probably my favorite short track that iRacing has. I would love to race here in real life just one time because, I mean, this track's just so much fun to drive on. And my family and friends that are watching.
Definitely, that is your winner of the mini stock portion of tonight's events, Andrew Fayash III. Andrew, we'll let you get going here to get you qualified here. I believe we may ride along with you as that happens, but again, congrats to you, Andrew.
Thanks, guys.
Moving on now here, the late models are on the track, and we're getting ready to get the order lined up here. Guys are out on the track qualifying, and we'll see how it shakes out provisionally here. Just riding along with Andrew Fayash III right now, getting ready to run his Q line there. Looks like he's not happy with that. Parks it, going to reset it here, and that's one of the advantages here of the iRacing service compared to real life. If you don't get the run you want to get on the coming to the green flag on your Q lap here, Evan, you can just reset it and all is well.
Yeah, definitely. So qualifying, getting kicked off with the late models in that race is going to be coming up momentarily once they wrap it up. That is going to be the Limited Late Model Championship feature race. This time it's going to be 100 laps in length to close off their week. And Again, talk a little bit about the limited late models. They're a popular stepping stone in many drivers' careers. Limited refers to the restrictions to the rules of the class that separated it from a super late model. And in the online World Series, we have restrictions also on the limited late models to run in a fixed setup, whereas the super late model drivers can make changes to theirs. So trying to keep it as realistic as possible. So that's what we're taking a look at this evening. And again, more racing going to be coming up after this. Obviously, our main event later on in the evening, and that's going to be the Richie Evans Memorial 100, and then more racing tomorrow night on ETV Live to close off what's really been a great week of racing here with, again, the first annual online World Series of Stock Car Racing, brought to you by Double Clutch.
Opportunity to talk about the United Short Track Racing Association here, one of the sponsors for tonight's event. The United Short Track Racing Association enables and supports grassroots short track racing endeavors with the events like the World Series of Online Stock Car Racing, which you're watching here tonight, and the annual iRacePink.com event, as well as provide support to short track racing sim leagues and short track racing venues across the country, like the Facebook page at www.facebook.com/the-USTRA. And I also want to throw out the main sponsor for tonight's event, Double Clutch. Double Clutch provides multi-platform cross-vertical fan engagement solutions for motorsports stakeholders. The Double Clutch Engage program creates opportunities for interesting and profitable fan engagement. Teams and drivers enjoy an increased influence while making it more rewarding to be a fan. Double Clutch helps you win on Monday. For more information, please go to www.winonmonday.com.
Eddie Walls, yeah, he's up here in the booth.
Yeah, I heard Justin going on about this multi-purpose cleaning supply company or something. What does all that mean?
That is Eddie Walzik being quite the funny person you seem to be. Eddie, enlighten us a little bit about what Double Clutch does.
Well, Double Clutch is an interesting company, and what Double Clutch kind of their claim to fame is taking motorsports entities, whether it be racetracks or track owners or race teams or sponsors, and helping them better effectively engage the people that they would want to engage. And it's not always the same. The race fan is kind of what drives the sport, but the way that kind of works out, the race teams are looking for race fans, the racetracks are looking for race fans, but you've got the sponsors who are also looking for race fans. But then again, the sponsors are also looking for ways to find race fans. So without getting into any kind of jargon or anything like that, what Double Clutch does is helps these racing stakeholders find their consumer, and by doing that, we have a lot of different marketing programs and different things. The way that the simulated racing ties in is because we actually have full-size simulators that go all over the country to do different marketing events. And with this, with these events here that we do in the simulator, when our teams are out doing these events all over the country in the summertime, these races will be either played back, simulcast on the big monitors inside the big tent, or in the simulated, the full-size simulator stuff. They get the folks out there. They get to see what's going on in the sim world at the real racetrack. So it's just it's a bunch of different ways to engage race fans, and that's kind of what we do.
Again, thanks for that, Eddie. Here, qualifying is over here. Your pole sitter for tonight's event, Colin Allman, turning in a blistering lap of 17.892 seconds here. He will take the number one spot there on the grid. Starting outside of him in the second spot, completing row number one, is the 26 of David Lamb.
Take a look at row number two. Justin Brooks into 59, starting in third, and fourth, the 21 of Landon Siaka.
Starting inside row number 3, the 8 of Adam Gilliland. Starting outside of him, Tour Modified Series champion Nathan Saxon.
Matt Roll for the 91, starting in 7th, and Andrew Fayance the 3rd in 8th.
Inside row number 5, in the 9th spot, Robert Matthews in the 122. Outside of him, the 33 of Ty Spearman.
Row 6, the 11th starting position, going to belong to the 11 of Rom Hagelin. And outside him, Chad Cohen in the 38th, starting 12th.
Row number 7, you'll find in the inside spot there the 98 of James Day Jr. Outside him, the 55 of Jason K. Miller.
Behind them, Craig McDonald in the 9, making up 15th position, and 16th, the 97 of Frank Ferry Jr.
Inside, row number 9, Zach Brewer in the 31, 84 Stephen Matthews outside of him in the 18th spot.
Joey Nunziata starting 19th, and 20th is Ryan Borges.
Inside row number 11, Mr. Excitement TJ Graves outside of him, the 3 of Brandon Simmons.
Michael Held in the 92 starting 23rd, and Jeff Cotover in the 5 starting 24th.
Inside, row number 13, the 37 of Tim Bills outside him, the 93 of James Pileski.
Look from there on back, and these guys are going to be rounding up the field. In the 27th spot, Ronald Williams. 28th is going to be Scott Bell. Kyle Young starting 29th, and 30th is Shane Wheel. And there on back, the drivers 31st through 40th position are not going to make tonight's feature race. P30 is going to be the magic number for the cutoff spot, so those guys are going to have to go home, and they missed that top 30 by mere, hundreds and thousandths of a second.
Going to have to see here. A couple of drivers that did not make the top 30 are on the track here. Going to see what happens here. Scott Howell, big late model staple, on the track right now. I'm not sure if he's going to make the green flag here. Just going to have to see what happens here. But several stout drivers up here at the front of the field here. Lights are off on the pace car. Green flag racing next time by the number 10, your pole sitter, Colin Allman. He will actually start on the outside. So Allman takes the outside line. Lamb on the inside. Don't count out the 59 of Brooks as well as the 21 of Landon Sciacca. Several stout drivers in this field here. The Ford First Racing Mustang pace car gets ready to make that left-hand turn onto pit road here. The loud pedal getting ready to be dropped by Colin Allman, and he does so. Green flag in the air. Allman out to an early lead. Sciacca on the outside looking to the outside of Lamb. Lamb shuts the door. Brooks to the inside of Sciacca. The 8 of Gilliland inside the 16 of Nathan Sachs as well. We got a 4-car battle here for the 3rd spot as well. Sciacca on the outside looking like he's going to hold it out of turn number 4. Give the advantage to Sciacca at the stripe here just by a few thousandths of a second. Sciacca getting really close with the 59 of Brooks. Brooks not giving up yet on the inside. Brooks looking to the inside. He's on the quarter panel of Sciacca right now. Lap number 2 getting ready to go in the books here. Sciacca's loose off of turn number 4. Great save by the 21 of Sciacca.
He was sawing at that wheel, and he's going to be able to hang on to it up in the front of the field. The 8 machine going to get to his inside now, so they're going to go side by side. That's Adam Gilliland. These machines taking up a lot more room than those Mazdas did earlier before this, so not as much room. 21 sideways now into the outside wall. Sciacca with trouble. He's going to hang on to it and keep it pointed forward for now, but a big hit for the 21. The right side is torn up, and he's dropping back on the top of the track.
Oh, caution on the speedway. Sciacca into the wall, collects the 11 of Ron Hagelin. 38 involved as well. Several other cars getting collected in that incident. We'll get that reviewed for you here in just a moment. But tough luck for the 21 of Sciacca. Heavy damage on that car. He might as well bring that to the trailer. His night, I'm sure, will be over.
We saw him, and he was sawing at that wheel. I could see it, through the windshield, and I think it was 2 laps out of 4. He was just sawing at that thing, and next time around, he got in the wall and was just limping around on the top, ran out of room, hit the wall, came down, got into the 11 machine, so the 11 machine getting turned around, that was Rob Hagelin. You talked about that, and a couple more machines going to get a piece of that as well, looking like the 58 possibly getting into that, or the 38 machine rather. One more machine catching the wall. That looked like the 92. The 32, 55-5 get a squeak on pie on the top lane. So several cars getting involved in it. They're checking out the 21 machine down there on the pit lane, and he's going to take it behind the wall. He is pretty much done for this evening's race, so tough break for him earlier in the going, and we're going to go under our first yellow flag of the night. But that 21 machine was not quite totally under control ever since we took about lap 3.
Definitely a lot of stout drivers in this field here. Looking at some of these beautifully painted cars here. Justin Brooks' car is a very nice looking scheme, as well as the familiar Gary Mercer trucking car of Adam Gilliland as well. I want to move it back through the field here. The number 13, Chad Coleman, running a kind of a retro scheme there with the Ray Bestis colors on his car, but he's got heavy right front damage to that as well. That may as well take Coleman out of the running here in this race here. Just only a couple laps old here in this 100 lap affair in the limited late models.
Definitely. So again, still under the yellow flag. We're going to be getting ready to go green here in just a couple laps, and the trouble, and again, these machines taking up a lot more room on the racetrack than those the mini stocks did previous to this. And Colin Ullman up at the front of the field, sitting on the pole position. Justin Brooks in the 59, he's in third. Those guys, especially the 59, was in some pretty close battles, so it's going to be interesting to see how they shake things out. Again, 100 laps on the board, so 25 more than that Mazda race, so a good distance in this thing, and looking forward to see what they can do with it as this time by the stripe. The lights are going to go off on a pace car, so we're going to go green when we come to take lap number 10.
Allman's going to take the outside lane on the restart. Lamb and Brooks going to be to the inside. Gilliland gets the benefit of being in that 4th spot. We'll have to see if that outside line, or if you want to be in the 4th spot on a restart as well. May not be that way, as these cars are much larger than the Mazda that we've seen running in the race just before this one. Lights are off on the pace car, Evan. Here we go.
Side by side through the corner. Green flag is out, and the 10 of Ullman's going to lead us to the green flag. 26 of Lamb needs to hold off the 8 machine on the top. That's Gilliland. Adam Gilliland going to slide up. 26 going to take sole position of second, but here comes the 59, Justin Brooks. Does he look to the inside? He's going to get there in 3 and 4, so side by side, 26 machine going to get the advantage, and he has the lead this time by the stripe as the 8 machine of Adam Gilliland waiting in the wings, but the 59, 26 is going to go side by side, and it's going to be Justin Brooks clearing the 26 of Lamb at a 2.
Lamb up on the high side. Gilliland takes advantage of that open door. Gilliland on the bottom. Can he get it done at the stripe? Yes. Move Gilliland up to the 3rd spot. Lamb free-falling through the top 5 right now. Gets to the bottom side, is where he needs to be. On the next spot, right behind them, battle for position. Nathan Saxon in the 16, the 157. Your mini stock winner, that's Andrew Fayash, the 3rd. Right behind them as well at the 91 of Matt Rolfe and the 122 of Robert Matthews. Several cars side by side for position on the racetrack as well. Lamb, he is in the 4th spot. Right behind them is the 16 of Saxon. That's your top 5 side by side for the 6th spot. Matt Rolfe moving up to the field here in the early stages of this race, gets around the 157 of Fayash.
Fayash caught the wall at a 4, so did the 22 machine behind them, or what, rather the 122 of Robert Matthews, so the 157 of Fayash in 7th, trying to hold off the 98 of James Day Jr. On the inside lane, is going to get around the 157 through 3 and 4, so they're going to swap positions and move Fayash now back into the 8th position, still side by side behind them. The 10th place car, the 33 of Spearman, is trying to get around Robert Matthews. Matthews into 122 as the outside lane. Going to clear the 33 into the corner. He's going to stay up on the top. Can the 33 capitalize? 122 with a little bit of wiggle. He's going to hang on. So Robert Matthews defending that 9th position and still going at it side by side behind them. The 32 of Ryan Borges is going to get around the 22 of Graves.
Graves, Mr. Excitement in that old Robbie Gordon scheme, the Nation's Rent Phillips light bulbs car that you've seen, several years ago in the Cup Series as well, was battling to the outside of the 32 of Borges, not getting it done. Bottom line is the preferred line in the late models compared to the upper line being there. Battle for the 9th and 10th and 11th spots, I do believe. Everybody looking single file right now on the track, just drivers making laps, trying to avoid more caution flags as we go deeper in the field here, Evan. How about that battle for the 19th spot?
They're battling all over the race. That 24 catches the wall, contact with the 17 back here. They're going to hang on to it. The 24 of Kyle Young in position 19, nearly getting tangled up. And they're going to hang on and keep them pointed forward. But again, battling all throughout the lead lap, and they nearly put them in the fence there as now race leaders begin to close in on some lap traffic. With the 91 of Matt Rolfe after qualifying in 7th, he's up at about a car length off the back bumper of race leader Nathan Saxon.
Nathan Saxon actually in the pit spot right now. Wolf just digging deep, trying to put down solid laps. Everybody trying to hug that bottom, but don't count out the 98 of James Day Jr. James Day looking on the bottom, sticks his nose in there, gets the door shut on him by the 91 of Matt Rolfe. Slow car, the 92 of Michael Held up on the outside. He's going to hinder any efforts by the 98 to get around the 91 of Matt Rolfe. Rolfe just holding solid to that 6th spot for right now. Moving up towards the front of the field, Colin Allman, he is starting to run away from Justin Brooks. Brooks falling back into the clutches of Gilliland for the 2nd spot there. Allman, he's just out front and he's on smooth sail right now, trying to put down solid laps. We're already 22 laps in the books here, Evan.
Colin Allman, race leader in the 10 machine, has about an 0.8 of a second lead over Justin Brooks as we approach the quarter-way mark in this thing. Justin Brooks with a decently sized gap over the 8 of Adam Gilliland. Gilliland sitting about 4 car lengths off of him as they run. Let's look at a side-by-side battle for 5th. The 16 of Nathan Saxon is now going to drop the 6th position as the 91 of Matt Rolfe going to get around him. So Rolfe going to go up to 5th. Now the 16 of Nathan Saxon has company with the 98 of James Day Jr. on the inside lane. Can't quite clear the 16 of Saxon through the corner. Drag race to the stripe, an advantage to James Day Jr. going off into the corner. The 16 machine of Saxon still trying to battle back on the top lane. Can't get it done. Still door to door.
Door to door into turn number 3. 3 and 4 bottom line is preferred in turns 1 and 2. The middle or upper line is preferred. Day finally gets around Saxon at the stripe there. Move Day to the 6th spot. Chad Coleman, lap car 38 with some damage. He is having a tough night there. 157 Fayash. They're right behind them. Fayash closing in on the 16 of Saxon as well. And that would be for the 7th spot right now. Several cars single file on the racetrack. Hearing reports that Fayash has been loose from the drop of the green flag there, so we'll have to keep an eye on that if he does indeed burn up the right rear tire on that race car.
That's something to keep an eye on. Also, Fayash has one machine on his back bumper, and that is the 122 machine of Robert Matthews, not too far back, and the 33 of Ty Spearman is in tow. So Fayash sitting in the 8th spot has the 122 knocking on the door. Can't get anything done there through 1 and 2, so no battle yet for that position, but I'm sure the 122 of Matthews is going to want to try to get around the 157 of Fayash. He's been knocking on the door and currently rides around but 1 car length off of his back a bumper, so no side-by-side battles at the moment with inside of our top 20. A little bit of side-by-side back of the pack as the 84 of Matthews in 22nd is battling with the 25 machine of Joe Nunziata. These guys back around again outside of the top 20, and 25 sideways going to hang on to it. Other than that, single file but not spread out, and now trouble on the front stretch, I do believe, and yellow's out.
Yellow on the speedway for our first caution of tonight's event. And I believe that's the second caution, Evan. Second caution flying here in the late model race here. 30 laps in the books here. Colin Allman was running away with it. Brooks and Gilliland were starting to wage war with each other. Brooks was trying to hold off the 8 of Adam Gilliland. Gonna have to see if they do take pit stops here. Colin Allman, everybody looks like getting onto pit road. 1 car stays out. That will be the 157 of Fayash, the 122 of Robert Matthews right behind them. They will elect to stay out, and hopefully they're trying to bet that this will be a caution-filled affair here until the end of the race.
So, Colin Allman going to come down the pit lane. Fayash going to stay out. Justin Brooks down. Robert Matthews going to stay out. Gilliland, Lamb, Rolfe Jr., James Day Jr., Nathan Saxon, Ty Spearman, all those guys hitting the pit lane. So the 157 going to assume lead position, and he has told race officials that he wants to go to the outside lane on this next restart. So while we're under the yellow flag, we're going to throw it to one more commercial break. Again, you're watching ETV's live coverage of the first annual online World Series of Stock Car Racing. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Join 5,000 plus other listeners where you can hear everything from big 80s metal to classic rock and roll, country radio, ETV live sports radio, even adult and unplugged. unplug, rock and roll. HDRadioNetwork.com, one of the fastest growing internet radio networks. HDRadioNetwork.com. Take it with you, cowboy. Get the mobile app for Android, iPhone, iPad, and all the rest from TuneIn.com. Hey, JD here with ETV Live, and let me tell you something. If it's too big for the pickup truck and you need to move it, there's only one trucking company you need to call, and don't bother with the Yellow Pages, cowboy. I'll give you that number in a minute. Manufactured goods, automotive, technical equipment, furniture, even if you need a reefer, Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated is the only choice, cowboy. With locations in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada, Rancho Cucamonga, California, if you need to move it, store it, and keep it cold, you need to call Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated. Long haul, short haul, or just across town, Gary Mercer has the best trained and qualified drivers to get your load from point A to point B with professionalism and on time. So remember, Hoss, if it don't fit in a pickup truck, you're going to need a real truck, cowboy. Sponsors of ETV Live's Friday Night Showdown, Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated, 1-800-668-2980.
Welcome back, everybody. You're watching live coverage here of the online World Series of stock car racing here. You've seen that we were, while we were away at commercial break there, we went back green flag. Caution already back on the speedway here, and I'm hearing it is the 37 car. Tim Bills possibly being the incident car.
Looked like maybe the 9 machine of Craig McDonald gonna get a piece of that, and he's gonna go around, and that incident gonna be caused with the car pushing 3 wide. So the incident that I'm taking a look at, the 9 of Craig McDonald going into the corner, slides up a little bit. The 91 machine gonna go to his inside and collects him, and the 26 gets a piece of it, the 33 gets a piece of it, and a whole bunch of them pile on in there. The 37's gonna get some damage on the front end as well. And the yellow flag going to fly once again as a melee occurring in 3 and 4, just a couple laps after we went back to the green.
I think that incident was kind of caused possibly by the 98 of James Day Jr. kind of making a bonsai move to the inside of Matt Rolfe and stuff. A lot of drivers making really super aggressive moves on that restart there. Probably not what the race directors want to see right away, but we're going to take this opportunity here to throw out another sponsor of ours, Loud Pedal Productions. Get ready, here we go. Not long after 321 was uploaded to YouTube, Short Track America took notice. Keep your eyes peeled for some very special things from Loud Pedal Productions this coming summer, the year of 2014. Loud Pedal, cutting edge dirt track video productions. Word of warning though, viewing prior to bedtime has been known to cause insomnia, and folks, I can attest to that. Go like their Facebook page at www.facebook.com/loudpedal.
Definitely, as we work under the yellow, take another moment to talk about one of our sponsors here at ETV. How about Tim's Corner Motorsports? Who said there aren't any race cars in Canada? Tim's Corner Motorsports, your one-stop shop for everything racing in Canada, with weekly driver spotlights, photo galleries, and weekly racing news. Tim's Corner has it all. Check out Tim's Corner Motorsports Unplugged as well, where Tim Terry gets real, gets down, and gets it on with live reports and interviews. Tim's Corner Motorsports Canadian Racing News. Check them out at timscorner.ca.
Working our, I believe, third or fourth caution of the night here, completing lap number 40 this time by Vash, still out front on old tires. The 8 of Adam Gilliland, he took some tires on pit road. He is in the second spot. 59, Justin Brooks, first car with 4 tires, I do believe. He is in the third spot. Mr. Excitement all the way up to the 4th spot. He is hanging tough right there. Looking really strong here in the limited late models. Rounding out your top 5 is the 16 of Nathan Saxon. Early race leader Colin Allman, excuse me, he's in the 6th spot. 98 James Day 7th, 30 Shane Meal, he is in the 8th spot there as we're going back green flag racing.
Yeah, we're green and side by side up front. The 8 of going to go to the race lead is the 197 of Fayash. Moose out of the corner. He's going to check up the 22. TJ Graves going to move him on out of the way. So Fayash going to go to the top. That's going to make it 3 wide. 16 is going to get turned sideways, and they're going to pile him in down the front straightaway. Nathan Saxon is in it. They're going to continue to wreck through 1 and 2, and several cars involved. That all is going to stem from Fayash having some troubles and forcing a 3 wide as everybody tried to get around him on the outside lane, and the 16 of Nathan Saxon is going to have trouble. He gets hooked in front of the field and under the yellow.
Tough luck for several cars involved there. I'm seeing the 26 of David Lamb, 10 Colin Allman, heavy damage to those machines as well. Saxon just kind of unfortunate there, looking into turns number 3 and 4. Fayash up high. Allman sticks his nose in there. Just not enough room there. Saxon thought he was clear of Allman, and just not happening there. Several cars involved there. Allman and Lamb, heavy damage in turn number 1. Several cars getting it woed up in time on the racetrack. Great job by most of the drivers involved there. So the 10 of Colin Allman, early race leader, led a lot of laps. He is already a lap down with some heavy damage there. 26 David Lamb, he's multiple laps down now, and I believe he may be done for the night. Nope, he's still on the racetrack there, but heavy damage to that 26 machine.
The 157, he just got a little bit slow, and TJ Graves ushered him up and out of the way, and they went 3 wide behind him, and that middle car just didn't want to squeeze him into the outside wall, so he came down a little bit. And Saxon, again, who has been accustomed, again, we saw him up front 2 nights ago when we were broadcasting him and Graves racing up front. They got collected, so Nathan Saxon, again, going to get a dose of bad luck and get involved, and he got turned in front of that field, and a hard hit for sure. So Nathan Saxon going to go from running solid in this opening laps of this race, as actually we now approach the halfway point. Saxon now down on the pit lane trying to get repairs, and he is in 21st position. So only a handful of laps away from the halfway point, and then we'll be at 50 to go on the downhill side of things and looking to crown the winner. Again, you're watching the limited late model championship feature race on ETV.
Gonna do a quick reset here of your top 5 here. 8 Adam Gillen, he is your leader right now. 59 Justin Brooks is going to be starting to the outside of him in the 2nd spot. TJ Graves, Mr. Excitement, he's up to the 3rd spot. 98 James Day in 4th, and the 30th Shane Meal makes an appearance in the top 5. Great run for Meal so far, as he's come a long way from the back.
And for sure, he in the starting machine again, starting this race way back in 30th. Now, in the 30 machine, starting 30th, maybe that could be a little bit of a jinx and get him some good luck or some bad luck, but who knows. Sitting 5th right now as we start to get doubled up. The lights are off in a pace car, so we're going to be looking to go back green here as the 8 machine of Gilliland is going to make up the front row with the 59 of Justin Brooks on the top lane, and TJ Graves and Mr. Excitement, he's on up to 3rd.
Lights are off on the Mustang pace car there as we get ready to go into turn number 3 and 4, getting ready to take lap number 50 on the board. So 1 lap till halfway when we go green here. Loud pedal getting ready to get hammered on, and killing it. Stands on it and gets right out in front of the 59 of Brooks, but the 22 of TJ Graves looking to the inside. Brooks not letting up, stands on the hammer. He's loud through it. He's saw at the wheel, folks. He gets back into that 2nd spot. Great job by the 59 of Justin Brooks. Graves holds on to that 3rd spot there, looking on the inside of Brooks, as Brooks gets a little bit of loose. Dave has to check up and get out of it just a little bit there. Mr. Excitement on the loud pedal here in the middle stages of the race here. Halfway that time by here, folks. Top 5, Gilliland, Brooks, Graves, Day Jr., and Meal. Pretty much unchanged from the restart order here as we get ready to complete lap number 51. Slow car gets off the track just in time there as Brooks closes in on your leader, Adam Gilliland.
Side by side for 9th. The 07 of Ronald Williams has company as the 93 of James Pileski to the inside, and the 5 machine going to go as well, and that's Jeff Conover in the 5, so the 93 machine of Pileski going to clear the 07. Now the 5 of Conover door to door. 07 of Williams going to have the advantage that time by the stripe, but the 5 on the inside lane is where you want to be in these machines. 07 going to get the run down the back straightaway. A little bit of a door bang there down the back, so contact with the 5 at 07. Still side by side through 3 and 4 coming off the corner. The 5 of Conover can't quite clear the 07, looking to do it in 1.
Battle for the lead. Brooks looking to the inside of Gilliland. They're door to door now going into turn number 3. Gilliland in the 8 car up on the high side. Can he hold off the 59 of Brooks? No. Gilliland almost gets into the wall out of turn number 4. Grace now looking to the inside of Gilliland for the 2nd spot. Day hanging tough right there in the 4th spot. Gonna have to see who gets it coming out of turn number 2. Gilliland with a strong run coming out of the corner there. Shuts the door on Graves going into turn number 3. Graves checks up just a little bit to allow Gilliland that space to get in the line. Day not being content. He's now looking to the inside of TJ Graves going into turn number 1. Picking up the battle now, I do believe, for the 9th spot or so. There are several cars with like paint jobs there. The 17, the 3, and the 93, they all looking pretty close there. The 93 Pileski gets right up on the back bumper to the 3 of the Simmons. 5, Jeff Conover. They're all side by side for the 2nd spot as Day gets into the 22 of TJ Graves there. Tough luck for Mr. Excitement once again. Caution is on the speedway there, so again, just terrible luck there. I don't know what Day was thinking there, if he just forgot which one was the brake pedal or not. Just tough luck for TJ Graves. Just gets punted around there in turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, the 8 machine of Gilliland, but he was trying to hang on to that lead. He was just trying to hang on to that race car, and the 22 machine of Graves threw it in, pushed up a little bit, and the 98 ran him over. So TJ Graves getting punted in the corner, and he's going to go around and more trouble. So TJ Graves, his bad luck is going to continue. And now some drivers brake checking under the caution flag, and some more cars getting together on the back. The 22, the 25, the 9 machines getting torn up under the yellow. So along with the bent sheet metal, some temper starting to flare at New Smyrna.
A lot on the line here tonight in the late models as well. Everybody wants the bragging rights as well. I mean, it's a lot of stout drivers. Gilliland, Brooks, Meal, Day, Graves, several drivers. Saxon, Spearman as well is strong in the late models. Coleman, Fayash. I mean, I can just keep going all night here, folks. A lot of stout drivers here. Egos flaring up here a little bit here towards the later stages of the race. About 40 laps to go here as several cars hit pit road for tires, fuel, and repairs.
Yeah, you also got to look at the Limited Late Model Championship. Chad Coleman up atop the points only by 6 over David Lamb after 3 of 4 races. So just got to keep an eye on those guys. Chad Coleman is 20th, David Lamb is 21st. So as they would sit right now, Coleman in the best position over Andrew Fayash is 10 points back. He's in 16th, so if he can capitalize, he can get a shot at this as well. So that's something else to keep an eye on all this, is there is a points title on the line as well.
Big development here in the race here. Adam Gilliland has been given an EOL penalty along with TJ Graves and James Day Jr. Those 3 cars will be headed for the tail end of the longest line here as race director Eric Crossan has dropped the hammer on them. So we're going to have to reset your top 5 here in just a moment here. Justin Brooks is out front leading the number 30 car, Shane Meal, starting deep in the field. That's right, folks. You heard it right. That is Shane, the real deal Meal. Let me tell you something. That guy can wheel a race car in any given moment there. Good to see him up front of this field here. 97, Frank Ferry Jr. We've seen him in the modifieds for the Triple Crown Series. He's running 3rd. Scott Bell in the 17 car, starting to the outside of the 2nd row here on this restart. He's in the 4th spot. Running out your top 5, the 3 of Brandon Simmons.
We're doubled up and getting ready for yet another restart. The 59 and the 30 are going to be on the outside lane for this one, or rather on the front row. Justin Brooks opting to take the inside lane going into the corner. Pace car down to the pit lane, and Brooks is off. 30 machine got caught sleeping. He's going to hold up the 17, and now the 97 of Frank Ferry Jr. trying to get to the inside in the corner. 17 get a little bit of a bump. Scott Bell trying to hang on to it after making contact. 93 is going to throw it through. He's going to hang on. Wow, what a move by the 93 of Pileski.
There are cars everywhere. The 122 of Robert Matthews here sitting back for about the 8th or 9th spot, though. He just threw it in there about 3 wide going into turn number 3, trying to get around the 5 of Jeff Conover right now. That is the battle for the 7th spot there. The 07, Ronald Williams gets around the 122 of Matthews there through 1 and 2. Cars are just everywhere. 17 Bells up on the high line. He's kind of trying to hold on to that car. Looks like he's all over the place with that car. There's just so many battles on the racetrack right now. It's kind of hard to pick a good one right here. Bell, Williams sitting there swapping positions here. Single file, it looks like now through the first top 10 cars or so. Gonna have to see what shakes out here in just a few laps as Neil is starting to run down your leader, Justin Brooks.
Yeah, it's a half a second right now for those guys. There's more battling in the pack. 98 machine, James Day Jr. in 13th. Nearly got loose and gone to the 37. Tim Bill is a lap machine on the top lane. So James Day Jr. navigating his way around lap traffic and having a little bit of trouble hanging onto that machine. Side by side in the top 10, the 07 of Ronald Williams trying to get a look on the inside of the 5 of Jeff Conover. Conover in the 6th spot. The 07 wants that down the back.
The 07 digging it on the inside. Conover's on the outside trying to do it the hard way around the 3 of Brandon Simmons. Conover gets it just at the stripe by just 1,000th of a second post. Conover digging hard around the 3 of Simmons right now. Coming out of turn number 2. Battle for that 6th spot there. Excuse me, the 5th spot as Conover gets it going into 3. Simmons fighting back on the bottom. Who's going to get it at the stripe, Evan?
Side by side, and it's going to be Conover barely over Simmons on the inside. Simmons in the 3 machine trying to hang on. The 5 is going to clear him, so Jeff Conover in the 5 moves to position number 5, and the 3 of Simmons going to drop back to 6. The 07 of Ronald Williams on the top lane going to pull back down in line, and meanwhile that battle going on up front has been extended, so Justin Brooks can extend his lead over Shane Meal. Now 1.1 second differential between positions number 1 and 2, so the 59 knocking off some consistent laps, and he's opening up that gap side by side outside of the top 10. Actually, the 10th place car, the 122 of Robert Matthews, has company with the 33 of Spearman trying to get to his inside. Coming up the quarter though, Matthews going to hang on.
Inside, 30 laps to go now. It'll be 29 at the stripe here as Matthews trying to hold up 33 up high Spearman. Spearman doing very well this last late model season here in the Open Series here. Trying to show what he can do here in the Online World Series here. Not having the best of runs here in the limited late model class here as now the 33 of Spearman tries to hold off the 92 car here. The 92 car that Michael Held 11 laps down here. I believe Held has fresher tires. So we'll see what happens here. Looking single file here for the most part, except for the 7th and 8th spot here is Scott Bell and Brandon Simmons here. They swap positions there in 1 and 2 here. Move Simmons back to the 8th spot.
Justin Brooks up at the front of the field, continuing to pull away. 3 machine of Simmons into the back of the machine in front of him. That is the 1-7 of Scott Bell. So Scott Bell in the 17 getting loose and getting a little bit of a nudge from the 3 of Simmons. So that contact was for position 7th and 8th right now. So the 17 of Bell in a 7th spot. Got a little bit of a bump for the 3 of Brandon Simmons. He's going to be able to hang on to it for now, though. A big group of cars back. The 11th place car, the 122 of Robert Matthews, trying to hold off the 33 of Spearman on the outside behind them, or side by side in the 3.
Black cars still running side by side, kind of for position there, Held in, right behind this 11th place battle here. About a 5-car pack here running side by side here. Matthews digging to the inside of Spearman. Can't quite get it done. Spearman gets that outside run there on the preferred line of 1 and 2 there. But Matthews has that preferred line in 3 and 4 here, as you'll see coming out of turn number 4. You'll see Matthews just get that slight edge at the stripe. And as I say that, Spearman holds tough there going into turn number 1 there for the 11th spot. Spearman has it at the stripe, looking to possibly get around that 122 here for good going into turn number 3.
122 on the inside, 33 Spearman on the outside, check up 98, 91, going to get some damage, 33 in the fence, they're going to all hang on to it for now. Advantage to Matthews now going into the corner, 33 is going to drop back, so Matthews going to clear that side by side behind them for about the 14th place or so. 12th place car, 33 of Spearman, now going to clear the 92. Machine 92 is lap traffic, I do believe, on the inside. That's Michael Held. He's 11 laps down, just trying to stay out of the way. Contact 98 machine of James Day Jr. is going to get spun doesn't hit anything else but the yellow flies.
Yellow flag on the speedway here, just outside of 20 laps to go here. Drama starting to build. We'll have to see what drivers do, if some stay out on old tires or some come in and take 4 fresh Hoosier rubbers on those rims. They're going to have to see what happens here. We'll have to reset the caution for you here. I believe James Day was the caution car. I don't know if anybody else was involved there. Evan, you want to give us a little bit of look at that?
I'm pretty sure it's just the 98 machine of Day, and it was a side-by-side battle that we were taking a look at, and when they went off into the corner, the 84 was on the inside lane and drove it in, and the 92 was slow, so the 84 had to go up to avoid him and caught the left rear of the 98. 98 spun around again, didn't hit anything else, nobody else was involved, but does warrant a yellow flag, so we're going to slow him down now inside of 20 to go and set us up for just like the last race that we saw, a shootout to the finish.
20 laps to go this last time by, 19 at the stripe here. Gonna have to see if anybody decides to come to pit road here. Looks like there's gonna be no takers here as the lap car's turn to come down pit road. So your top 3 right now will be Justin Brooks, who had a commanding lead there before that caution over right around 2 seconds there. That will be erased here on this caution. Frank Ferry Jr. in the second spot, rounding out your top 3 on the bottom step of the podium. The number 30 of Shane Meal. Meal hanging strong there in the third spot.
And I know Eddie's been peeking his eyes through the window for a while, and he's creeped his way back up to the booth again.
Well, I'll tell you what, while he tries to get things figured out with that microphone of his, I was going to throw a shout out to Eddie Walczyk and Jennifer, Eric Crossan, and that whole double clutch gang. I'll tell you what, they had their work cut out for them when they got involved in this thing here about, 7 days ago. Tomorrow's the last night for this World Series of stock car racing online here, but I'll tell you what, Eddie Walczyk got both feet soaking wet, jumped in the middle of this, and I'll tell you what, doing a hell of a job. Him and that whole double clutch crew. I know Jennifer's been heavily involved. Eric Crossan, one of your race stewards here tonight. And Eddie, are you in the booth? Are you tuning in, or what's going on here, bud? Apparently, Eddie's probably got his hands full. But again, a big shout out to the double clutch crew here on ETV Motorsports Live. Now back to Justin Rose now and Evan Pasoko.
Those guys at Double Clutch, such a big part of making everything work here this evening. The lights are off on the pace car, Justin, so we're fixing for another restart. In the front row, it's going to be Justin Brooks and Frank Ferry Jr.
We have a delayed yellow here as the lights are back on the pace car here. Trying to get the field set here. Going to be right around 15, 16 laps to go here if we do get the green flag here in the next lap or so. Want to shout out Double Clutch there. Visit them at www.winonmonday.com to find out more about them and what they do and what they can do for you. Most importantly, again, that's www.winonmonday.com.
So it's going to be Justin Brooks again, race leader, as we come down to this restart. And when we go green, I do believe it is going to be 15 laps to go. So we're setting up again, just like the last 2 races that we saw, Justin. It's going to be a shootout to the finish. And the question is going to be, who can get it done? Doubled up through 3 and 4. Pace cars down to the pit lane. We're off. 59 takes off. He doesn't waste any time. Justin Brooks is off into the sunset. The 97 of Frank Ferry Jr. is going to be able to hang on to second as the 30 of Shane Meal has company behind him. 93 gives him a little bit of bump. That's Pileski down the back.
Battle for that third spot there. Meal trying to hold off the 93 of Pileski. Pileski tries to give him the chrome horn going into turn number 3. It doesn't work. The 07 of Ronald Williams there charging hard on the top side. He's in the 5th spot. Trying to hold off the 5 of Conover, trying to hold strong in that 5th spot. Not going to happen. Williams up in the wall. Gilliland looking to make it 3 wide now going into turn number 3 for that 5th spot. Throw a blanket over them, folks, here. We're coming up on 10 laps to go here. Just a few laps here, Evan.
The 8 machine of Adam Gilliland being scored in position number 6 to the inside of the 5 of Jeff Conover out of the corner. 8 with the advantage. 5's going to get a run down the back and now side by side and into 3. The 8 machine of Gilliland is going to clear him. The 07 of Ronald Williams with a wiggle. He was scored in 7th position. He's going to lose a spot. I do believe a scoring updates actually. He's going to hang on, but he's sideways. Here comes the 157 of Fayash around him down the back.
Fayash working his way back up towards the front there. He will take that 7th spot away from the 07 of Ronald Williams there at the stripe this time by. Lots of battles on position here in the later stages of the race. Guys with fresh tires. Look out for that 8 of Gilliland. He's to the inside of Pileski now for that 4th spot. Right race down in the backstretch. Who's going to get it? Neal actually is actually for the 3rd spot there, guys. That was for the 3rd spot. Gilliland takes the 3rd spot here as we're inside 10 laps to go at the stripe, Evan.
Neal let him go, so Adam Gilliland in the 8 is now up to 3rd, and the battle is starting to close in for race lead. The 2nd place car, 97 of Frank Ferry Jr., now about a quarter of the second off of Justin Brooks, scoring it up. They're just going to lose a little bit of time, and now 0.4 of a second separate positions 1 and 2. Justin Brooks is in the home stretch. He just needs to be able to close this thing out. Looking to go to victory lane. Meanwhile, the 8 machine of Gilliland to the inside and around Frank Ferry Jr. So Adam Gilliland up to 2nd. Could he make a charge here for the win? He's closing in on Brooks.
Gonna have 7 laps to go next time by here is the 2nd place car. Gilliland running down the 59 of Justin Brooks here as fast as he possibly can here. He's right on the back bumper here, folks. 7 laps to go. Gilliland's there. Can Brooks hold off Gilliland? Battle for the lead, folks. Gilliland looking to the inside. Gets loose out of turn number 2. Can't get it done. Brooks doing everything he can to hold up the 8 car of Adam Gilliland. Coming out of turn number 4, Gilliland lays the chrome horn of Brooks there, side by side to the stripe there. I don't think Brooks is going to be too friendly with that there as he shuts the door as Gilliland pulls the crossover move out of turn number 2. 6 laps to go, folks. 5 at the stripe. Who's going to get it? Gilliland's there. Gilliland to the lead. Don't count out Brooks. Brooks gives Gilliland a shot. What a race here. 5 laps to go here at the stripe.
I think it's lost, though. 50 out of Justin Brooks does not have speed to equal Gilliland. Gilliland gave him a bump, caught him loose, crossed him over, made the pass. Brooks kind of let him go into 3 just to give him a shot at a 4, and Adam Gilliland is able to hang on, and with this sudden rush of speed in the 8 machine, he's starting to fly away with this thing as Adam Gilliland already over a second in front of Justin Brooks as we are in the closing laps. Looks like it's the 8 machines race.
Don't count out the 157 of Andrew Fayash. He's in the 4th spot. He's starting to reel in that 3rd place car, the 97 of Frank Ferry Jr. There's still about 5 car lengths separate them here as we are 3 laps to go. Fayash on fresher tires than Frank Ferry. I don't know if he can get it done, but time will only tell here as we only have 2 laps to go here at New Smyrna.
It's all the 8 of Adam Gilliland at a turn number 2, or at a 4 rather, and 2 laps to go. Popsicle sticks in the air and only continuing to pull away from the 59 of Justin Brooks. So Adam Gilliland got around Frank Ferry, got around Justin Brooks, and a spirited battle up front after beating and banging. Now he's coming out of turn number 4. White flag in the air. No more cautions. This is a race, and Gilliland through 1 and 2 with nobody in sight and clean racetrack in front of him down the back straightaway. Nobody in sight as the 8 works through 3 and 4. It's going to be Adam Gilliland at a turn number 4. He is going to take home the win in the limited late model feature.
Who's going to come home in that all-important 2nd and 3rd spot? It looks like it's going to be the 59 of Justin Brooks and the 97 of Frank Ferry Jr. will take that 3rd and final podium spot there. Folks, we're going to go to commercial break here, and we'll bring you the limited late model post-race show here in just a couple of moments, folks. Don't change the channel. We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Join 5,000 plus other listeners where you could hear everything from big 80s metal to classic rock and roll, country radio, ETV live sports radio, even adult and unplugged rock and roll. HDRadioNetwork.com, one of the fastest growing internet radio networks. HDRadioNetwork.com. Take it with you, cowboy. Get the mobile app for Android, iPhone, iPad, and all the rest from TuneIn.com.
Green Sally up, Green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, that bring Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Bring Sally up, that bring Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Bring Sally up, that bring Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Bring Sally up, that bring Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Bring Sally up, that bring Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Bring Sally up, that bring Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Bring Sally up, that bring Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Oh, Miss Lucy, dead and gone, left me here to weep and moan.
And welcome back to the new Smyrna Speedway and ETV Motorsports Live, continuing coverage of the 2014, the first annual online World Series of Stock Car Racing, the limited late model feature just wrapping up, and going to take a moment to talk about some more people that make it happen here, getting this all put together. And we'll quickly talk again about Printworks. You need shirts. We do shirts from mild to wild, specializing in automotive and motorsports designs. Check out our work on the You Win It, They Wear It shirts being awarded to the online World Series of Stock Car Racing participants. With over 19 years of experience, you can't go wrong with a Printworks design. For more information, check them out at www.printworks.com. That is PRINTWERX.com. Also, a shout out to Sarah again, bringing this all together. Short track racing is back. The SARA returns next week, broadcasting 6 divisions, including street stocks, legend cars, tour mods, late models, and 2 new divisions, the K&N car and the super late models. You can check them out at www.simautoracingassociation.com. as this race coming to an end, and Justin Rose now is down there on the pit lane, and he has caught up with our third place finisher, driver of the 97, Frank Ferry Jr.
Standing by the 97 of Frank Ferry Jr. We've seen you in the Triple Crown Modified Series, bringing it home on the bottom step of the podium tonight. Tell us about your race.
Well, thanks for having me, Justin. Well, we just, at the beginning I figured there'd be some caution, so I kind of laid back and waited for that to sort itself out. And then once it looked like it was going to run green, I tried to save the fronts. That setup's a little bit tight in that thing, so I'd go easy on the entry and hard on exit, to try and save the fronts for the end. But I think Adam had a brand new set of shoes, and I didn't have enough left for him when he got there.
Definitely, and Frank, certainly great run tonight there. Are you running the modifieds, and if so, what can we expect from you in the modifieds?
Yeah, I'll be running the modified race coming up, and I'll be honest with you, it's probably a mid-pack car, but we'll give it everything we got and grab everything we can.
Frank, again, congratulations on your third place finish there in the limited late model championship feature there. Go ahead and give a shout out here for your sponsors and folks and whatnot here on ETV.
I appreciate it, Justin. I got to thank Robin South. He was spotting for me tonight, and all the guys over at Krankenstein. They're always real supportive, helpful. Any setup help, any practice help, them guys are always there. Best team on iRacing. And one last shout out to JD up in Oswego.
Again, that's your third place finisher, Frank Ferry Jr. Look for him in the Richie Evans Memorial Modified feature here coming up here in just a few moments here on ETV Live. Gonna send it now trackside to Evan Pasoko. He's with a very dejected Justin Brooks.
That's right. We are here on the pit lane, and Justin Brooks alongside his number 59 machine. And Justin, walk us through those closing laps when that 8 machine was just so fast and you couldn't hold them off, and you guys made a little bit of a contact up front.
Yeah, first off, I want to thank Adam for racing me pretty clean there early on in the race. I thought I had the fastest car pretty much all race. I was just riding at the beginning of the run, and when Colin got took out, I decided it was go time and got out front and checked out from the field, and inevitable cautions come out, and pit strategy dictated that race. And when I knew he pitted, I had my spotter there telling me that he's going to come through the field, and sure enough, in one lap from 9th to 5th, and I was driving hard as I can there at the end of the race, trying to keep him behind me, but you can't do anything with 4 fresh tires here. That's a matter of fact.
And definitely 100 laps was the length in tonight's race, and you had a solid qualifying effort starting this race in third. How'd you navigate your way to the finish?
Well, just being patient, honestly. I mean, like I said, I was just trying to save my tires and be there at the end. Like, being up the front, pretty much you don't have to worry about anybody rear-ending you and whatnot, because I started a modified race here on night, started 18th. I got wrecked on the first lap, and I ran a K&N race and started first, led pretty much every lap on that, and I knew that track position could be the key, and I just pretty much practiced my qualifying runs the whole time in practice and got a pretty good starting position there with third, and, you know, I just went, I don't know, I ain't got no words to say right now. I just tongue-tied right now because of being frustrated after pretty much giving that race away to Adam, even though he's been fast the whole race. It's just, you know, it's just one of them deals.
And definitely, for sure. Well, finishing second is solid. Are you planning on running the modified race coming up next?
I have no idea yet. It'll be a last-second decision if I do, but I am planning on running tomorrow on the main event races, and hopefully I can put like the Elliott Realty 59 in Victory Lane tomorrow night.
Definitely, we're going to be on air tomorrow night, so we'll look forward to that. Any shout-outs you want to throw out?
Yeah, I want to thank Elliott Realty. I want to thank Kevin Ellis of Kevin's Paint and Body in McCall, South Carolina. I would like to thank JD Laird, JDRgraphics.com, amazing painter. If you want any designs, go to him. I want to plug in my own designs page, facebook.com/Justin Brooks Designs. I also want to thank Adam Gillen, David Lamb, Scott Howe, Twinkie Eater, Ron Hagelin, everybody over at Phantom Racing for encouraging me to run this race, and just you guys too. I mean, you guys are great announcing. I was listening to you guys last night doing the races because I couldn't make it, and you guys are fantastic up in the booth. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
And if we'll 10-4, well, congratulations on second place, and thank you, and we'll look forward to, if not tonight, to see what we can do tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
That's going to do it down here with our second place finisher, and now I do believe, Justin, you're down there in Victory Lane with Adam Gilliland.
Down here in Gatorade Victory Lane, I got your winner in the limited late model portion here in the championship features, Adam Gilliland in the beautiful painted number 8 GaryMercer.com trucking car. Adam, hell of a run there, coming literally out of nowhere with some fresh rubber on your car there at the end of the race. Tell us about that run to the front there.
Yeah, it was actually a lot of fun getting through there. I think I restarted 10th. I got back there because I made a little bit of a mistake and may have pinched TJ a little bit and got an EOL, but I didn't think I was going to have a chance at the win. I was thinking I might have had a chance at a podium, but it turned out fresh tires were a lot more important than I thought. But I pitted because I saw the leaders stay out. I was going to do exactly what they didn't. So if they stayed out, I was going to pit, like I did, and if they pitted, I was going to stay out. So it worked out. And
I gotta say, you know, tough luck there in the middle of the race. I I know you did okay in the mini stock race there, but more importantly, coming up here for the Richie Evans Memorial, are you going to be running the Tour Modified event here in just a couple of moments?
I may. I'm going to go over to my other team speak and see if they got a setup, because I know they got a few of them running. But, you know, I'm not really that... It's like, I think they call it the mini stock. I'm not really familiar with racing road cars on ovals, so I struggle a little bit there. Mainly just bad luck, but late models are much more my cup of tea, especially out in the oval side.
And again, Adam, congratulations on the astounding victory there. You know, putting a little chrome horn there to Brooks there. I know you got some shout-outs to make here on ETV. Go ahead, man, and give him a big shout-out, man. You earned it.
Yeah, and first off, I'd like to thank Eddie and Jen Wozniak for putting this on, and Paul, all the admins for helping out. I know they put a lot of work into this, and it's really cool for them to put this on. It's a lot of fun to run, and hopefully they do it again sometime. I also got to thank Gary Mercer Trucking, my primary sponsor for the upcoming NASCAR Series World Championship. Got to thank Tim Terry for Tim's Corner Motorsports, and the guy who paints all the cars and makes them look so good, JD Laird with JDR Graphics. Also, thanks to you guys, JD, John, all the guys who work up there in the office to get the broadcast right.
That is your winner, Adam Gilliland, taking home the victory in the limited late model portion of the online World Series of stock car racing there. Congratulations, Adam, here. Maybe we'll see you in the Richie Evans Memorial, maybe not. But again, good luck to you if you decide to run. And again, congrats on such a strong run here in the late models.
Thanks. Take care, guys.
Getting ready to move into the most exciting portion of the event, the Richie Evans Memorial Race here. Evan, I'm excited here. Richie Evans, that guy defines modified racing. It was sad that we lost him well before his time, but man, let me tell you what, I just want to see that guy race today, but unfortunately we lost him a long time ago.
Yeah, he was one of the the NASCAR Hall of Fame's one of their first 15 inductees, and also the first one to come outside of the top 3 series, being the trucks, the national, and then the Cup side of things. So definitely a name that is well recognized, and in this memorial race, going to be honoring him and the legacy that he leaves behind for all drivers and modifieds.
An interesting story we heard before we went live on the air to you tonight. Richie Evans always had his car painted a special color orange, and that orange actually came from like a county dump truck or something of that sort. I believe Eddie was filling us in on. And then after he passed away, they made that into its own special color. As some paint producer, if I do recall correctly there. But Richie Evans, I mean, he won, I want to say it was like 8 or 9 modified championships in what was to be the Whelen Modified Series in the NASCAR ranks there. And when you talk about modified racing, you cannot forget the legacy of Richie Evans and what he has meant to modified racing. I mean, the guy has just been absolutely dominant and has paved the way for guys like Mike Stefanik and Ryan Preece and some of these other late model modified champions that have come your way in the recent years in the Whelen Series.
And we have a couple of facts, so we'll just give you a brief review of his career if you don't know everything. To start off, his racing career began after leaving his father's farm in Westernville, New York at the age of 16 to become a mechanic at a gas station, and his first racing experience was as a drag racer. He soon switched to running stock cars, starting in the Utica Rome Speedway Hobby Division. Back in 1964, he won his first NASCAR National Modified Championship 9 years later in 1973, and throughout 1978 through 85, he won 8 consecutive NASCAR Featherlight Modified titles. His 8 straight championships is a record for any NASCAR division. Through to this date, for 13 years, he finished first 9 times and second twice, only finishing outside of the top 10 once. He also won a record 9 most popular driver awards. He went on to win over 30 track championships, including 2 at Stafford, 4 at Thompson, and 1 at Riverside Park in 1980. He won 52 out of the 84 that he entered. He's the 3-time Modified Race of Champions winner. He won on the 1.5-mile Trenton Speedway in 1973 and was the last driver to win on the big 2.5-mile Pocono Raceway also in 1979. Before his next win in 80, when he was the first driver to win on the 3/4 mile Pocono racetrack, he also won the Daytona International Speedway modified race in 79. He repeated that victory in 1980. He was the 1980 Riverside Park Speedway champion and is 7th on the all-time list for that. Also, he listed 32 wins there between 78 and 84 in only 7 seasons of competitions, and the drivers in front of him competed in 10 to 23. So just some of the impressive stuff that he was able to do in his racing career.
You got yourself a hell of a statistician there, Tim.
Yeah, I gotta say though.
Doing?
Oh, we're doing good, man. I'm excited to see what happens here and how we can honor the legacy of Richie Evans.
How about that late model race? How about that late model race we just got over? Hold on a second. I heard you talking about Richie Evans and being an upstate New York guy. You know, you can't grow up here in upstate New York and not be a Richie Evans fan. You know, when he was in his heyday, I was just a young lad going to the racetracks, and he was the guy. You know, he was the guy you look up to. But I'm gonna get on that. But I just want to comment on the last 50 laps of that late model race. Oh my goodness, what an incredible job those guys did. They put on a heck of a show. I know that the first 50 were a little rough, but what a show that was.
How about Shane Meal coming from the 30th starting spot and running his way all the way up to second spot there for quite a long time, and actually gave Brooks a run for his money there for a bit.
You know what? Great to see Shane Meal up there duking it out. Even though we're in a virtual car, it was awesome to see him up there.
Folks, that is the real Shane Meal, the guy that was injured in the horrific accident at the Terre Haute Action Track back in October of, I want to say, 2011, if memory serves correct. So it's good to see Shane still involved in the racing world.
2010.
2010. Yeah, but again, it's good to see Shane get up on the wheel here in the iRacing service, keeping his skills fresh. Shane is such a strong racer at heart, and personally, you know, I've always been a fan of Shane after he went through what he went through with the end of his upper-level NASCAR career. Went back to running sprint cars and stuff and just fell in love with racing all over again. Great run by him. But let's not count out that run by our winner, Adam Gilliland, coming out of literally freaking nowhere and beats on the back bumper of Brooks and gives us quite the short track show to get around in victory lane there, Eddie.
Yeah, it was a great run. He had actually, there was a little bit of confusion in one of those wrecks. According to my monitor, he had some contact with TJ Graves on one of those, and he got an EOL. So he raced his way back up through there. I mean, did it the honest way and put on a heck of a show. I know that he was a little frustrated there and with the call here from the tower, but I can only see what I can see on my screen. And if he, had no, he didn't get an incident point for it, well, I apologize. It's part of the thing. And I told him after the race, I said, do you want us to readjust that and see how, well, if we could back this up? Do you want to go from where you were? Or do you want it to stand as it is? And he's like, no, it's done and over. I won this thing. Let's just leave it as it is. So I meant it all in good fun. I hope he took it that way. But heck of a job by him. I got my hats off to him.
Yeah, I mean, great run by yeah, we had a little bit of a rough start, but it was just a lot of guys going for every position on the racetrack. But as it was, let's not count out those last 50 laps. It's some of the best racing we've seen in a while here on ETV Motorsports Live. I want to see some good action here going into the modified portion of this, the Richie Evans Memorial.
These guys got a lot up to. Richie Evans was, he was a hero, and he was a racer's racer, if you will. The guy was just. I don't know him personally. I've watched him race a bunch of times when I was younger, and he just is a local legend up here. And one of the interesting things to note is that when he died at Martinsville in like '85, he still ended up. He clinched the championship. I believe it was the week before or 2 weeks before, something like that, at Thompson, and still ended up as the national champion that year. And it was awarded to him posthumously. And it was just another. I think a lot of these guys that have given up their life in these incidents, through the years have helped make the sport much safer. You look at the car construction, especially in this series today. We just had the John Blewett Memorial race, and we got the Blewett Bar. Richie built some great cars, and it was just a real sad day. I was hoping to get some video to play, for this show here, and we weren't able to do it this year. And hopefully we'll have a little intro segment. But if you Google some of that stuff and check out the videos of his passing, it's really amazing what an impact he had in his passing for the short track community, because he was so well loved by the fans. And when I say he's a racer's racer, he helped so many guys with their career, and there's so many guys that credit him to the fact that they made it because of him and his help. It's just a great. He's just a great guy. But I'm running long here. We're only got a couple minutes left here in practice. We're going to set qualifying time, so we're going to have to jump in and go do our real job here. So you guys have been doing a great job. JD, John, down there pushing buttons and all that kind of stuff. We really appreciate what you guys are doing a great job, and looking forward to this race here. So I'm going to jump in. You guys should too before we're out of time.
Again, one last fact about Richie Evans here before we get into the Richie Evans Memorial event here tonight. Richie Evans, the only driver in NASCAR history ever to be awarded the championship posthumously. Again, as Eddie said, he had clinched it a couple of weeks beforehand, and it's quite an astounding effect that he's had on modified racing. But as I say that, we're going to step back for a minute here, and we're going to go to commercial break here. We'll be right back here in just a few moments here with live coverage of the Richie Evans Memorial race here at New Smyrna. Don't change the channel, folks. We'll be right back after this.
Where you could hear everything from big 80s metal to classic rock and roll, country radio, ETV live sports radio, even adult and unplugged rock and roll. HDRadioNetwork.com, one of the fastest growing internet radio networks. HDRadioNetwork.com. Take it with you, cowboy. Get the mobile app for Android, iPhone, iPad, and all the rest from TuneIn.com.
And we are back at the New Smyrna Speedway. ETV Motorsports Live's continuing coverage of the 2014 and the first annual online World Series of Stock Car Racing continuing this evening. We will be on air tomorrow night as well, but it is time for this evening's main event and the race that everybody has been looking forward to all night long. And with only seconds left in practice and the drivers getting ready to hit the grid, it's just about time to finally get the Richie Evans Memorial 100 underway. Again, Evan Pasoko and Justin Rose now up in the broadcast booth. And Justin, we're coming to an end on this evening's racing action, and undoubtedly the most anticipated one of the night.
Most definitely. I'm excited to see, these modifieds back in action again. It's been a while since we've had them here on ETV Live, at least a stout field like this. Drivers that we've seen do well, drivers like Frank Furry Jr., Shane Meal, Peter Loomis, guys that are regulars in the modified series, guys from Frankenstein, guys that have been running the Triple Crown series like Nathan Saxon, Mr. Excitement TJ Graves, Vinny Sansone, them guys. They are all in the house tonight for this modified feature, so we got a stacked house in these modifieds here for the qualifying session here. 2 laps for each driver here, the best of those 2. We'll see who's going to be sitting on the pole here in just a few moments.
Yeah, the drivers now put it in their qualifying laps, and again, this race is going to be 100 laps in length, so it's the same distance as the one that we just saw, but these guys a little bit faster than the late models by about a second so far in their practice time. So as they get their qualifying laps down, again, let's take a real quick moment to talk about the New Smyrna Speedway. Again, such a historic racetrack. Has been around since '64 and located in Samsula, Florida. Again, 5 miles from New Smyrna Beach, Florida, and the track itself, asphalt surface, 0.48 miles in length with 4 turns, and the banking here 18 to 20 degrees. The weather for tonight's main event is going to be partly cloudy, 78 degrees Fahrenheit, slight winds to the north at 2 miles an hour, and a relative humidity of 55%. And under the lights, it is going to be to close things off this evening. Right now, Nathan Saxon on the provisional pole.
Going to have to see if that stands up as TJ Graves is out on the track right now. First lap is going to be a 16.435, so that's actually quite slow for what TJ's practice time was. We'll have to see if he betters that on lap number 2 in turns 3 and 4 here. I'm watching Graves here in the qualifying session here on the bottom. Can he get it done? Coming to the stripe, he only improves by 0.03 of a second, so it looks like your modified series champion, your Richie Evans of the iRacing world, if you will, Nathan Saxon, getting it done by well over a tenth over the second spot guy in Troy Tallman in the 3-car.
A lot of familiar names in this race that we have seen already this evening. And again, don't forget to tune in tomorrow night when we close off a great week of racing with the first annual online World Series of Stock Car Racing. Tomorrow night is when we wrap up the final feature races and crown the remaining champions. Also, after this race, we have a couple more championships that have been locked up, and we will talk to those guys and to close the night out on that note. But just over 2 minutes to go in the qualifying session. Nathan Saxon on the provisional pole, and Justin, looking forward to the main race for this evening. What are we expecting here?
Definitely expecting a good racer. Got to see if TJ Graves will follow Saxon. It's going to be a battle between those 2 guys primarily. Sansone, Loomis, and the rest of the Frankenstein guys, Frank Furry Jr. in the gang. Going to have to see if they move up to the field here, see if we have cautions like we did in the early stages of the last couple of races. But I also have to mention, Evan, ETV Motorsports Live, we are bringing you this race here, which is presented by Double Clutch. You can visit them and learn all about them at www.winonmonday.com. This is ETV Motorsports Live, your home for online short track racing. And let me tell you what, Evan, I can't wait to see these guys in action here in just a couple of moments. Let's see if Frank Furry Jr. can get back on the podium, or can we see if TJ Graves writes his tough luck here in the online World Series of Stock Car Racing here. Can he go from the 3rd spot here provisionally to the win here in tonight's Richie Evans Memorial Race here? Evan, I just cannot wait to let these guys rip. You know, we're talking 650 horsepower here in these Tour Modifieds a piece. We'll probably have close to 30 drivers here when it's all said and done. You know, we're talking some heavy horsepower here on the racetrack.
A tradition that extends near, 47 years back, and now reaching the online world with the iRacing simulation, and these guys trying to etch their name into the history books and walk away. And to win this race would mean a lot, especially for a dedicated short track fan, knowing the history and the legacy of none other than the late Richie Evans. And obviously with the Richie Evans Memorial 100 this evening would be a great way to cap off your night. Some other guys you talked about, Graves, Saxon. How about Vinny Sansone in fourth in the 80 machine? We saw him earlier on in the evening, had some bad luck mid-pack. He's going to be starting this race in fourth, so Vinny Sansone looking to make a splash here late tonight.
Definitely. I want to point out something, though. If you go back in the archive on YouTube in the last couple of months there, you're going to see a battle between TJ Graves and Vinny Sansone at the Thompson Raceway there about 3 or 4 months ago. Those two waged a war unlike I think I've ever seen. Those guys several laps side-by-side racing, beating and banging at each other, and the best part, not one of them wrecked until Graves actually lost control, and I believe he blew a tire or something on the front stretch and put it right in the wall. But nonetheless, some of the best racing I've ever seen. But as we are gridding here, your pole sitter for tonight's event, again, your modified champion, Nathan Saxon in the 16 car, and on the outside of him, completing row number 1, will be the number 3 of Troy Tallman.
We got a stacked row number 2. TJ Graves starting in third, Vinny Sansone in fourth.
Inside row number 3, you'll find the number 4 of Preston Boers. Starting outside of him from Frankenstein Racing, the 09 of Peter Talumis.
Michael Held in the 133 starting in 7th, and Colin Ullman in the 10 starting 8th.
Inside row number 5, you will find the 9 of Craig McDonald. Outside of him in the 24, Ryan Borges.
Row 6 inside 11 starting position, the 97 of Frank Ferry Jr. and Zach Brewer in the 31 starting 12th.
Inside row number 7 will be the 26 of David Lamb, having tough luck in that late model race and the mini stock race. We'll see if he can get that turned around here. Outside him in the 14th spot, SARA regular Matthew Eddy.
Shane Beal in the 30 starting 15th, and Joe Annunziata in the 96 going to be starting P16.
Row number 9. 40, Sean Bagby in the 17th spot. Outside of him, completing row number 9, will be the 25 of Landon Skiaka.
About 19th starting position, the 78 of Brandon Wilkinson. Alongside him, the 21 of Clifton Cockrell in 20th.
Inside row number 11, Tiago Ezekiel in the 21st spot. Outside of him is the 84 of Stephen Matthews.
Jeff Conover in the 578 starting 23rd, 24th, the 93 of Kyle Young.
Inside row number 13 will be the 61 of Timothy Finnegan. Outside row number 13 will be the 07 of Ronald Williams.
David Cassidy is starting in 27th, and 28th place, the 57 of Cale Thompson.
Inside row number 15 will be the 29 of James Pileski. Starting outside of him will be the 33 of Adam Gilliland.
That is going to be the 30 cars that will take us to the green flag and race it out here tonight in the Richie Evans Memorial 100, and tonight's feature race with the modifieds and front row of Nathan Saxon and the 3 of Troy Tallman up atop the field are going to lead us to the green flag through 3 and 4. Pace car down to the pit lane, and the 16 of Saxon is off, and we're racing side by side for second. 22 of Graves can't get to the inside of the 3.
One car flipping down the front stretch.
Yeah, yellow coming out. Yeah, big trouble there in 1, Justin.
I believe it was the 4 of Preston Boers just flipping wildly after some hard contact on the front stretch here. Not even 1 lap complete here in the Richie Evans Memorial. Already caution on the speedway here. We'll get that replay up for you in just a moment here. Tough luck again. Let's see how many cars were involved with that. I believe some stout cars were involved with that. We'll have to check in just a moment.
An incident on the opening lap of this race, collecting a bunch of fast machines. I am taking a look. I mean, there was a whole bunch of them that stacked up in there, and a lot of torn up machinery down through turns number 1 and 2. So under the first yellow of the evening, and gonna slow them back down and group them up.
Preston Boers was the... Just going to have to say that the 133 of Mike Held got into the 4 car of Preston Boers. Boers flipping down the front stretch. The 97 car of of Frank Fury Jr. Sent hard in the outside wall, collects the 24 car of Ryan Borges as well. Trying to see who else is involved here. 25 car around as well in the back of the pack there. Collects the 40 car, the 21 car, 84 car. Several cars involved, probably about 7 or 8 cars or so involved in this incident. The 96 as well. The 88 of Matt Eddy, son of Mike Eddy, is involved in that incident as well.
We definitely take this moment under the yellow flag to talk about, again, our title sponsor and getting it all together here. Double Clutch provided multi-platform cross-vertical fan engagement solutions for motorsport stakeholders. The Double Clutch Engage program creates opportunities for interesting and profitable fan engagement. Teams and drivers enjoy an increased influence while making it more rewarding to be a fan. Double Clutch helps you win on Monday, and for more information, check them out, www.winonmonday.com, and also ETV Motorsports Live, the only choice in simulation auto racing broadcasting since 2008. ETV Motorsports Live has produced over 800 shows for 280,000 viewers. ETV Live has pioneered and engineered some of the best innovations in online autosports broadcasting. The industry experts, ETV Motorsports Live, the only choice. Visit us at etv-entertainment.com.
Gonna be about 6 or 7 cars here with some damage here. The 84 Stephen Matthews, 578 Jeff Conover, 25 Landon Skiaka, 88 Matt Eddy, Frank Perry Jr., 4 Preston Boers, 133 of Michael Held. Michael Held appears to be done for the night. Preston Boers done as well. Frank Perry Jr. trying to get that damage fixed here. Tough luck for him. He finished on the podium in this last race here, the limited late models. Heavy damage to the rear end of that 97 machine, as there are now about 10 cars or so off the lead lap there, as we're stacked up here. Lights are back on the pace car here, as so officials can get the lineup all sorted out here. Delayed in yellow. Evan, tough luck for several drivers here. Only 1 lap into the race.
Yeah, definitely not the way that you wanted to go out, but with these guys being so close together and in those opening laps, again, you can't really lean on each other in these things like we may have been able to see in the late model race previous to this, so just a little bit of contact can really bunch everybody up, and that's pretty much what caused that melee of machines down into turn number 1. So they're waving some guys around. Brandon Wilkinson going to get the wave around. He's going to join these guys back on the lead lap. We're going to go one more time around under the yellow flag as race official Eric Crossan brings out the yellow. So about 1.5 more circuits till we see the green flag, Justin, and we'll get back racing somewhere around lap 10.
Already 7 laps in the books here in this 100-lap affair here in the Richie Evans Memorial. Just a hard, big gaggle of cars there. Several cars lapped down off the lead lap there. Tough luck for a lot of them drivers, but what I've kind of found, Evan, is I think you kind of have to make your own luck in this race.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, when you're back there mid-pack, your fate is more in the hands of the guys around you than yourself. Yeah, you can have a fast machine, but you gotta survive these 100 laps to make it, and then have to be there at the end to contend for the win. Some of these guys didn't even survive. 21 cars remain on the lead lap out of 30 that took the green flag. So several of these guys torn up, and many of them already out of this race and behind the wall, so their night's coming to a premature end.
3 cars done for the night already. Podium finisher in the last race here, Frank Perry Jr., he's done for the night. And again, the 4 of Preston Boers and the 133 of Michael Held already on the trailer.
So we are doubled up, and the light's going to go back on the pace car one more time. A couple more drivers that need to get black flags cleared, as the caution flag flying at a time where not all the machines had crossed the start-finish line, so scoring a little bit off as they got back in line. So clearing all the black flags, so we are in the correct positions to get going. We just need to get rid of all the black flags, make sure everybody has a clean slate and nothing carrying over, and make sure they have a fair shot at this moving forward. Lights are off. Race officials And Eddie Walls again, the tower, telling us we're going to go green. So it's going to be the 16 of Saxon on the bottom, the 3 of Troy Tallman on the outside lane. And by the way, that row number 2 includes TJ Graves and Vinny Sansone.
10 laps down already. Will be 11 at the stripe here with that long first caution there on the first lap here. The pace car dives to pit road. Saxon on the hammer. Release Tallman in the outside lane out to dry on the restart there. Graves looking to the inside. Gets the door shut on him by Tallman. Tallman trying to hold off the 22 of Mr. Excitement. Sansone doing the best he can, hanging on in the 4th spot. Battle on for that 2nd spot though. Graves doing everything he can, looking high, low, trying to do everything he can to get around that 3 of Tallman.
TJ Graves took a look at the top side, can't get it done, get a pull back in line behind the 3 of Troy Tallman, and now down the back straightaway, the battle for second continuing as those guys go at it, some side by side, back on in the pack, but again, all eyes on these guys going at it for second. Graves about half a car length off the back bumper of Tallman into the corner as the 3 continuing to try to hold on Mr. Excitement. Saxon's pulling away, but the yellow flag gonna fly. Trouble on the racetrack, and it's the 21 of Clifton Cockrell is turned the wrong way down the front straightaway and under the yellow flag after he had some contact with the 93 of Kyle Young.
Gonna have to get the replay on that here in just a moment for you here as Nathan Saxon is showing why he's been so dominant in the modified series, in the iRacing Open Series, and in the Triple Crown Series. Just wow, he's already out to over a second lead over second place Troy Tallman. Definitely not the place you want to be on a restart, is behind whoever's out in front, and that's usually Nathan Saxon. But as I say that, we're going to go to commercial break, folks. Let the race get sorted out here. We'll be right back after this commercial break here. Don't change the ships.
Radio Network. Join 5,000 plus other listeners where you can hear everything from big 80s metal to classic rock and roll, country radio, ETV live sports radio, even adult and unplugged rock and roll. HDRadioNetwork.com, one of the fastest growing internet radio networks. HDRadioNetwork.com. Take it with you, cowboy. Get the mobile app for Android, iPhone, iPad, and all the rest from TuneIn.com. Hey, JD here with ETV Live, and let me tell you something. If it's too big for the pickup truck and you need to move it, there's only one trucking company you need to call, and don't bother with the Yellow Pages, cowboy. I'll give you that number in a minute. Manufactured goods, automotive, technical equipment, furniture, even if you need a reefer, Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated is the only choice, cowboy. With locations in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada, Rancho Cucamonga, California, if you need to move it, store it, and keep it cold, you need to call Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated. Long haul, short haul, or just across town, Gary Mercer has the best trained and qualified drivers to get your load from point A to point B with professionalism and on time. So remember, Hoss, if it don't fit in a pickup truck, you're going to need a real truck, cowboy. Sponsors of ETV Live's Friday Night Showdown, Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated, 1-800-668-2980.
Welcome back here. With green flag in the air here as Nathan Saxon gets on the hammer here. Nathan Saxon gets out to that lead as Tallman shuts the door on Graves again. Sansone back into the 4th spot. Everybody getting single file as fast as they can. Gonna have to see if Graves puts pressure on Tallman here for the 2nd spot here. Graves digging deep, looking to the inside of Tallman now going into turn number 1. Tallman shuts the door on Graves. Graves looking high, looking low, not sure where he can go right now. lets off going into turn number 3, trying to see what happens here as Tallman goes high, Graves goes low, Sansone closing up on the back bumper as well. You got a blanket over the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spot here going into turn number 1.
Nearly triple bag in the back with a hang on to it. The 22 TJ Graves on the back bumper of Tallman to the inside now, going into 3, TJ Graves. Into 22, Mr. Excitement on the bottom lane at a 4 is going to make the pass nice and clean. So advanced TJ Graves up to 2nd, but not before Nathan Saxon has advanced his lead to 1.2 seconds now over these guys 2nd on back. Now the battle is going to go on for 3rd. The 3 machine of Tallman's in 3rd, but the 80 machine of Vinny Sansone wants it on the back.
Sansone digging deep, going into turn number 1, runs that 2nd lane there in 1 and 2, closes right up on that back bumper, now looking to the inside of the 3 of Tallman. Tallman up high, Sansone down low. Tallman just giving way, just trying to make laps here as we're almost 25 laps here into the books. 24 down, it'll be 25 next time by.
TJ Graves going to take about a 1/10 of a second off of Nathan Saxon's lead up front, but so far it's been all the 16 of Nathan Saxon, single file up until about you get to mid-pack, and those guys are trying to get sides in trouble with the 40. Sean Bagby, or rather not Sean Bagby, but it's the 40 machine. Yeah, Sean Bagby having some trouble. No caution flag gonna fly. He got loose onto the apron, nearly spun that thing, and went to the grass. He hung onto it. He was that trouble that I was talking about back in the pack. Here nearly lost in 1 and 2, and that time was unable to hang on to it. Keeps it pointed more than 90 degrees sideways, so he still keeps going, and no yellow flag gonna fly, but trouble again with the 40 of Bagby. He's gonna drop all the way back to 20th spot.
Battle for the 13th spot there. Tiago Ezekiel has it. The 9 of Craig McDonald, the 26 of David Lamb. They're all side by side there. The 9 of Craig McDonald into the inside of Tiago. Tiago just lets 96 car I'm hearing is having trouble. That's Joe Annunziata. He's a lap down already here in the early going here. Several cars passing the 17 of Tiago Ezekiel. Now back to the 17th spot here. Ezekiel almost loops it around in turn number 1. But as I say, that battle heating up for that 3rd spot again as we're side by side now. Tallman falls back actually outside of the top 5 now. Colin Allman trying to take that 5th spot away from Tallman as Tallman on the outside. Allman on the bottom for that 5th spot. Allman digging deep, coming down to the stripe here. 30 laps in the books already here in the Richie Evans Memorial here, and Evan, these laps are ticking off really fast here with Saxon pulling out a 1.5 second lead over Graves.
And they continue to battle for 5th spot, the 10 of Colin Allman on the inside, and oh, he's gonna get loose, gets into the 3. Tallman in front of the field, the 10's into the inside wall. Caution flag gonna fly, and the 31 of Zach Brewer also going to get turned into the outside wall, and trouble in turns number 1 and 2, and back under the yellow we go.
Back under the yellow, Zach Brewer still sitting on the top side of the racetrack there. He was collected in that incident. That was a battle for the 5th spot, the best battle we had on the racetrack all night long here in the modifieds. Just Colin Allman and Troy Tallman trying to go side by side, but I do believe Allman may have gotten loose out of the corner and did collect the 3 of Troy Tallman.
So again, we're going to slow him down again, Justin, and another caution in this race, and you mentioned how quickly those laps were starting to fly on by under the green flag condition, really knocking a bunch of them off as we pace. Race leader Saxon working lap number 34 of 100, so just passing the 1/3 mark in this race, and intensity going to continue to pick up, and no surprise here that the top 3 have shaken out to be Saxon, Graves, and Sansone, 3 of the fastest guys back from Eustra back in the fall, and these guys are going to be going for it up front. You mentioned Sansone was able to get around to, I think it was Talumis, or up front, in front of this pack, and I mean, now you got Sansone up there. TJ Graves was able to get up to 2nd, but Nathan Saxon just so fast on his restarts. The key for these guys is going to be able to limit how far he gets away in those first 1-2 laps after the green.
I want to take this opportunity to throw out a couple of plugs here. The Von Erichs Texas Country Punk Rock and Roll is what they call it. The Von Erichs wear this description as a badge of honor. The Von Erichs draw heavily from the country and gospel sounds that echoed through their homes as kids, as well as the punk rock and metal they discovered as rebellious teenagers. known for their blistering live shows. They are a must-see act for any music fan. They are the Von Erichs. Moving on now to Printworks, a sponsor of the online World Series of Stock Car Racing events. You need shirts, we do shirts from Mild to Wild, specializing in automotive and motorsports designs. Check out their work with the You Win It, They Wear It shirts being awarded to the online World Series of Stock Car Racing participants. With over 19 years of experience, you can't go wrong with a Printworks design. For more information, check them out at www.printworks, that's PRINTWER with an X.com.
So we're fixing to go back to the green flag in just a few laps. Pace car this time by is going to shut them lights off. So as the wave around machine, the Dottie Ford of Stephen Matthews goes around, lights are off, and we're set to go back green. And when we do so, we're going to come around and take lap number 38, and we got to take a look front row. In control car is going to be the 16 of Saxon, TJ Graves on the outside, Vinny Sansone in third. You can't ask for a more exciting front two rows. As we go through 3 and 4, they double up, they all start to scrunch up behind our leaders. Pace car down to pit lane 16, and Nathan Saxon on the loud pedal, the green flag back out here at the New Smyrna Speedway in the Richie Evans Memorial 122 of Graves moving into the second position. Sansone hangs on the third, but the 24 of Borges in fifth slides back as the 09 of Tulumas gets around him, and the 23 of Pileski to the outside in fourth.
Pileski and Borges trying to fight for that 5th and 6th spot there as give the position now to Borges, or excuse me, Pileski. Pileski now beating on the back bumper of Tulumas for that 4th spot there. Pileski showing like he has a stronger car here coming up through the pack here in the early stages of the race. 39 laps down, 61 to go here as we get ready to keep going here in the early stages of the race. Now, don't count out TJ Graves. He's within 2 seconds of your leader, Nathan Saxon, just trying to make some laps maybe? Or do you think Mr. Excitement's trying to go for the lead there, Evan?
Definitely very aggressive is the 22 machine. He closes in on corner entry but loses it off, and that's where Nathan Saxon's hanging on because he gets such speed to take down the straightaway. The 22 of Graves down to the bottom in the corner, but the 16 of Nathan Saxon continuing to lead. Now only within 0.2 of a second, so TJ Graves closing in, and I think the reason Saxon was able to get such a jump on those restarts was they went side by side behind him, and that's a lot slower than being able to swipe down to the bottom, go all the way up high on corner exit. So now that TJ Graves had a solid start, was able to take sole position of second when we went back to the green flag. He's putting up a battle with Saxon. He took off about 4 more hundredths of a second that last time. TJ Graves within half a car length by the stripe.
Back here for the 8th spot here, David Lamb, Shane Meal, that's actually for the 7th spot there. Meal sustaining damage in that first lap wreck there. He's got some sheet metal dragging on the ground here. Lamb just trying to show a better running here in this division here, as we had trouble in the first 2 events tonight in the mini stocks and the limited late models. Trying to run up on the back bumper of Meal, but Meal's starting to pull away from Lamb now as we're getting ready to get close towards halfway already.
TJ Graves with a bobble and now drops to 0.3 of a second off of Nathan Saxon, but still hanging on to that second position as they continue to go at it all throughout the top 10. Right now it is 18 cars remaining on the lead lap at this juncture in the race. Again, lap cars now becoming a factor. Let's go side by side for 4th. The 23 of Pileski trying to get to the inside of the 09 of Tulumas. Tulumas is in 4th, and the 23 of Pileski wants it. Can't quite get it done yet.
Tulumas keeps leaving that inside line open there on turn number 4, but as I say that, caution is on the speedway here just before halfway here. We may see pit stops here coming up under this caution flag condition here. 17, Tiago Ezekiel finally losing the handle on that loose race car. Loops it around and looks to be more than likely about a self-spin there. So
something happened in front of these guys, and the 92 of Ty Spearman is actually going to be the problem. So get the 92 up on the replay. Looks like the 07 sideways in front of him. 92 checks up, getting loose to avoid that. Gets slow in front of the field, gets punted by the 9 machine of Craig McDonald, and the 92 goes up, and out of the racing surface and over that back straightaway wall and into those advertisement signs down the back, and 17 gets a piece of it. It looks like the 84 of Stephen Matthews might have got a piece of that as well, and then Tiger Ezekiel just getting caught up in that after it's all said and done, and he spun out after getting nailed by that 92 who was airborne down the back.
Pit stops underway here. Sansone stays out. Saxon, your race long leader, has come to pit road to get tires, as well as the 22 of Graves, the 30 of Shane Meal, 09 Peter Tolumas. Several cars coming to pit road. Borges, who else? Pileski as well. Several cars making pit stops here. We'll reset the order for you here in just a moment here as the cars come around and get regridded here on the scoring monitor here. Showing Sansone as the leader, 07 Ronald Williams in second, Sean Bagby in fourth, David Cassidy in the 13 staying out. Those are your 4 cars that did not take tires or fuel of any kind. Your race long leader, Nathan Saxon, is now in the 5th spot. I believe he may have took 2 tires along with the 21 of Clifton Cockrell. Taking 4 tires will be the 22 of TJ Graves in the 7th spot. 8th spot is Shane Meal. In 9th and 10th spots, you're running out your top 10. The 09 of Peter Tolumas and the 84 of Stephen Matthews.
So the strategy call is going to be on Vinny Sansone's pit crew, and that is don't come down and enter the pit lane. How do you think that's going to work out, Justin, up there sitting P1 but no fresh tires?
Gonna have to see here. It's going to take a lot of cautions here. But then again, as I see that, there was a car that stayed out that has come to pit road since then. Nathan Saxon is now in that 4th spot, and if Sansone chooses to take that high line, that will allow the 16 of Nathan Saxon to be in that slingshot position like we've seen here in the last couple of events here.
So the 1 to go is in the air and the lights are off atop the Ford First Racing Mustang pace car. So we're going to be going back green, and we are going to take lap number, I want to say 54. We do it over, they're going to delay it as we still, I do believe, need to issue a wave around car for this yellow, so we're going to delay it for at least one more circuit around, maybe 2, but we are inside now, halfway to go, Justin, on the downhill side of things, which means the intensity going to pick up and the racing going to get a lot more intense. So a gamble by the 80 machine of Sansone. Maybe he figured he couldn't beat those guys if he had equal tires, so get out front and try to play the caution game and see how it works for Sansone. Sitting P1 down the back, lights are not on, and looking like we may be able to get the green here through 3 and 4.
Pace car way ahead of your leader Sansone right now. Pace car pulling off on the pit road right now. Restart stripe. There's Sansone on the hammer, leaving the field well behind. The 07 of Ronald Williams not getting a good start there. Saxon to the bottom. DJ Graves up top now for the 4th spot there. Graves takes that 4th spot now right on the back bumper of teammate Nathan Saxon. Saxon has just been the Iceman, just taking whatever victory he can in the modified series. There are 2 cars in front there, I believe on older tires there, the 07 of Ronald Williams and the 80 of Vinny Sansone. The 07 Williams in second there, gets loose coming out of the corner there. He drifts up high in turns 3 and 4 there on lap 56 there. Saxon on the bottom, almost gets the chrome horn from 4th place TJ Graves. Graves looking to the outside. Saxon's going to shut the door on him here as Graves looking to do anything he can to get around these 2 here to try to run down for the win.
Saxon to the inside of the 07 of Ronald Williams. Williams going to push up the racetrack, so Saxon to P2, and TJ Graves is still in the 4th spot, but it's going to get around the 07 in 1 and 2, so TJ Graves now up to the 3rd spot, but Vinny Sansone with just under a 7/10 of a second lead, now up at the front of the field, and now that Saxon and Graves have cleared those other machines, how fast is that going to diminish? And it's already down to about 5/10 of a second. Here comes Nathan Saxon in second, closing quick on Vinny Sansone up front.
Battle on for the 9th spot. David Cassidy has the 24 of Ryan Borges, wants it, and he's going to take it along with the 26 of David Lamb. Lamb getting loose on the inside there for the 10th spot. Lamb now to the inside of Cassidy for the 10th spot. Give it to Lamb out of turn number 2. Cassidy falls out of the top 10.
The battle is on up front. Nathan Saxon now within a car length of race leader Vinny Sansone. 16, you can look to the inside, down the back, can't quite get the nose in there, going into 3. And he's going to try to set him up out of 4. Graves, meanwhile, knocking on the back bumper of Saxon. Coming out of the corner, this time through 1 and 2 on lap number 62. The 16 of Saxon came down, almost cut off Graves, who might have been making a move to the inside on Saxon. Saxon faster than Sansone, just trying to find a way around him at a 4.
Don't count out the 4th place car of Peter Talumas. Talumas runs off 0.2 of a second off race leader Vinny Sansone as Talumas is closing in on these guys. Sansone's on them older tires, if you remember. These guys right behind him all have 50-lap newer tires than Vinny Sansone. It'll just be a matter of time, I believe, before Sansone will lose that position unless there is a caution flag. Battle on for that lead, though. Nathan Saxon looking to the inside, going into turn number 3, shuts the door. Sansone, wow!
Trouble the caution on Sean Bagby. He's in the wall in turn 2, and we're back under the yellow flag, Justin, after Sean Bagby having a self-spin in the corner, collecting the 93 of Kyle Young in the 98 machine. Or is that the 90? I want to say the 69, possibly trying to get a number on that machine up against the wall. That is the 96. So Joe Annunziata going to get involved in that as well, as he gets stuck on the top lane, and we're going to slow him back down, and we're going to go back under yellow just as things were heating up at the front of the field.
Let things cool off for now. 5th place, Ronald Williams, first lead lap car to come down pit road for any possible repairs or tires. Going to see if that helps him or hurts him. If he's the only one that takes it, he'll fall all the way back to just around the end of the top 15 there, give or take. Several guys not happy with other racers here. A little bit more attitude being shown here by some of the racers back in the pack here tonight and the Richie Evans Memorial. Gonna have to run down your top 5 here in just a moment here. Getting ready to complete lap 66. Be about 34 laps to go right now. Be right around 30, 31 or so laps to go here when we go back green flag racing. Out front right now is the Iron Man, Vinny Sansone. Right behind him, number 16. That is your modified series champion for the umpteenth time in a row, Nathan Saxon. Right behind him, Mr. Excitement, EJ Graves, completes your top 3. Rounding out that top 5 is the number 09 of Peter Talumas in that 4th spot, and the 21 of Clifton Cockrell in the 5th spot.
Lucky Dog going to go around the top of the field as Brandon Wilkinson again going to take his 2nd Lucky Dog of the evening. He's going to now become the last car on the lead lap as he goes around our leaders on the top lane, so that'll make it 14 machines remaining on the lead lap, so that less than half of the cars that started this thing out of the 30 that were eligible to run this feature after qualifying was all said and done still remain on the lead lap, lots of them being caught up in incidents none of their own doing, and that's just when you need to be able to get through those things. So you walk this through the top 5, those guys very fast. I don't think Vinny Sansone has a machine to hold off Saxon and Graves unless he can continue to get such a great jump at the top of the field, and then by the time those guys catch him, Vinny Sansone, he needs to hope that we get a spree of caution instead of finish, because it looks like the 16 and the 22 just too fast behind him as we double up.
Don't count out that 09 though of Peter Talumas. If he keeps his nose clean, he may have something to say here. Talumas, a member of that Krankenstein racing team and that league. A great group of guys here helping to put on tonight's Richie Evans Memorial as well. Again, $50 to the driver with the least amount of incidents in this race. Lights are off on the pace car here as we get ready to go back green flag racing, Evan.
Doubled up through 3 and 4 pace cars on the pit lane, and we are green flag racing up front. Vinny Sansone to the lead. Nathan Saxon now back in 2nd. Graves in 3rd as they go into turn number 1. Side by side for 4th. The 09 of Peter Talumas on the outside lane. The 21 of Cockrell wants it at a 4. And Talumas is going to clear him down the front straightaway, but still a lot of side-by-side behind him. The 30 machine of Shane Meal on the top and 7, trying to get something done. He's now side-by-side with the 23 of Pileski.
contact with Boleski and the 21 of Cockrell there for the 5th or 6th spot there, give or take. Shane Meal drives around the outside of Boleski. Boleski's laying the chrome horn to anything that moves, and as I say that, the 26 David Lamb goes around sort of in the infield, gets it gathered back up. No caution on the speedway as of yet. Vinny Sansone still holding strong. He's got Nathan Saxon breathing down his back bumper. Saxon lays off a little bit, trying to get that run out of turn number 2 here for that first spot there on the racetrack. There's a blanket over the top 3 cars right now. Loomis loans them all by himself in the 5th spot, or excuse me, the 4th spot there. Just got to wait to see here as the laps are winding down here. We're almost 25 to go here in just a couple of laps here, Evan.
Yeah, definitely Loomis got held up trying to hang on to that 4th spot in a side-by-side battle and has allowed the top 3 cars to break away. They have about a second back until you get to that 4th place machine, the 09 of Loomis. Vinny Sansone lead position. Nathan Saxon still doing a good job. He's hanging on in 2nd. And then the 22 of TJ Graves bringing out the top 3 is on the back bumper of Nathan Saxon. But Saxon in the 16 has really picked it up. I was expecting him to fall off a lot more than before, but again, they're trying to get around Sansone. Sansone on the older tires. Nathan Saxon trying to get it done. Saxon now to the inside. Vinny pinches him a little bit to the inside's got to check up. Vinny Sansone gonna hang on for now, and now TJ Graves to the outside. So Vinny Sansone on the older rubber is hanging his own for now up front.
Sansone making that car really, really wide. The Iron Man, as we call him, doubled up the Sprint Car and Silver Crown Championships in Season 3. Never been done before on the iRacing service. Sansone, I believe, was like 12 or 13 straight championships in the Silver Crown car as well, as they're coming up on lap traffic, the 40 of Sean Bagby. Bagby staying way up high. May slightly affect that battle for the 2nd and 3rd spot, as Graves having to check up now to allow the space for the number 40 car. As Bagby again up in the wall, and I believe there's trouble with the 22 TJ Graves slow on the racetrack.
09 Peter Loomis, and it all comes from navigating that lap traffic, and the caution is going to fly after the 40 machine. The lap car of Sean Bagby got up into the wall, came down, caught lead lapper 22 of TJ Graves. Graves able to hang on, but the 09 of Loomis checked up for it and got punted by the 23. Got absolutely clobbered by James Pileski, and Pileski was not happy over the radio under the last yellow and not happy over this either, and race officials having to tell some of these guys to be smart here in these last few laps, as a lot of drivers have been progressively and more progressively upset as the night has gone on, and tempers starting to boil over, so nobody real happy with what went down there.
Hearing that the 23 of James Pileski flipped over the wall and into the pits, his night appears to be done. He is not on the racetrack at this time. TJ Graves looks like he's going to go a lap down here in that incident with the lap car, the 40 of Bagby. We'll reset your top 5 here in just a moment here. Inside 20 laps to go here in the Richie Evans Memorial. Out front right now is the number 80 of Vinny Sansone, holding strong, but right behind him is the Iceman, I guess we can call him, Nathan Saxon. He just gets it done everywhere he goes. The 21 of Clifton Cockrell now is in the 3rd spot. The 24 of Ryan Borges is in the 4th spot. The 07 of Ronald Williams now is up into the 5th spot. First car I've seen taking tires, I do believe, is the number 30 of Shane Mills, so we'll have to see if that gamble pays off for him. I don't think, as well as I think it's too late in the race for new tires to really be effective here. We'll certainly see here in just a few moments, Evan, here, as that race for the win here is going to be pretty interesting here over the next few laps.
Definitely, for sure. We saw a good replay of that and that incident, and Sean Bagby being parked by race officials. But one other car that had some trouble, the 33 of Adam Gilliland, getting dumped by David Cassidy, looking like incidental contact, but under the yellow flag and down the back straightaway, those two getting together, and the 33 of Gilliland getting dumped down in there to the inside wall, and after running on the lead lap, his machine is torn up, and he's down the pit lane trying to get it fixed. So he is going to have a rough ending to his evening, but meanwhile, inside of 20 laps to go, it's the home stretch of the evening, Justin, and the anticipation and the action picking up up at the front of the pack. TJ Graves picking up some damage in that latest encounter is going to go from the top 3, and his stint of bad luck continues as he has to lose a lap getting repairs and dropping back now to 12th.
Definitely, again, tough luck for TJ Graves. Don't know what happened, if he lost fuel pressure or something, because he got slow immediately before there was contact between him and the 40 car of Bagby. So gonna have to see what happens here, especially with Graves. Graves needs a quick caution and a couple other breaks to go his way, but I doubt Graves can make it to victory lane tonight here in the Evans Memorial. It's going to be a super interesting battle here. If Sansone can get a really good restart here and ride out maybe 1 or 2 more caution flags, he may have what it takes to put himself in victory lane over Nathan Saxon. So we'll certainly have to see here, as I do believe the lights are off on the pace car. And as I say that, we're going to delay the green flag just 1 more lap here, so we'll be 14 to go or so if we do get the green flag here when it's scheduled to go off here after this delay here. So Evan, not a lot of cars on the lead lap here, and it's really a 2-horse race here at this point for the win.
Yeah, we were talking about Talumis possibly being a factor in it, but he got taken out in that incident, so now you got to look up front. Vinny Sansone, Nathan Saxon. Remember, Sansone staying out under a yellow a couple ago and not taking tires. Saxon doing so. Saxon ran down Sansone very quickly, went back under yellow, and Nathan Saxon was able to hold his own under that last quick green flag run. Here we go, doubled up down the back straightaway and going into the corner, and I do think we may get another delayed caution as we enter the corner side by side. Pace car's about to jump down to the pit lane, though lights are off through 3 and 4. There it goes. We're going to go green. 80 of Sansone's going to take it. 16 of Saxon going to look to the outside in turn 1. He really throws it in there. Going to try to make it stick off the corner side by side. Can't get there. The nose still there now going into turn number 3. Vinny Sansone on the inside, hanging on for dear life for race lead. Saxon going to push up high. Can't get it this time.
Going into turn number 1, Sansone has lead. Saxon has to fall back into the second spot here. Now looking to the inside of your race leader, Sansone. Is Sansone going to shut the door going into 3? Yes, he does. Saxon backs up, tries to get that run through the middle of the corner. That's so signature of Saxon. Saxon now looking to the inside for the race lead as we're coming up on 12 laps to go. This time by at the New Smyrna Speedway down here in Florida. Sansone now opens up that gap to about 2 car lengths now going into turns 3 and 4 here. Coming up on 11 laps to go here, Evan. Time will only tell here to see if Saxon has what it takes to get around the Iron Man, Vinny Sansone.
Oh, Saxon with a wiggle. He's going to hang on to it, but he's going to lose a lot of time to race leader. The 24 of Borges going to close in on him now, so Nathan Saxon with a wiggle has to hang on. So Nathan Borges behind him, and the 24, Ryan Borges rather, in third is now getting up on Saxon, and Saxon has to make up a half of a second. But I do believe you talked at the top of this race that it was Sansone and Saxon that have had some fun finishes for us to watch here in the past, and it looks like they could be fixing for another one. However, Saxon with that bobble needs to close back in on Sansone. He is doing so. He gets 0.05 of a second that last time by. Needs to run down the 80. Inside 10 to go.
8 laps to go here at New Smyrna here. Saxon has run down another 0.2 off your race leader, Vinny Sansone. The battle is on for the lead here, folks. Saxon now inside. Oh, caution is out, folks. We're going to have a green-white checkered finish. Not what Saxon wants to see there. We're going to have to catch a replay for you here in just a moment here, but Sansone may have this one in the bag if he can get a clean restart.
Yeah, caution actually going to come out 5 first of all. The 26 of David Lamb having trouble in 1 and 2 is self-spin on the bottom and into the inside wall, and no other cars involved in that. So this is going to set up for, again, like in every race we've seen this evening, Justin, a shootout to the finish. However, we have not had a race end under yellow, so they've all been entertaining and they've all involved contact up at the front in the closing lap. So let's see how this shakes out. But you mentioned Nathan Saxon, he lost so much time, but he was gaining it on Sansone, so the 16 still stronger than the 80, but he could not find a way around Sansone, and Sansone coming back to the green with so limited amount of laps to go in this thing. If he gets a huge jump on that restart, Nathan Saxon is going to have to do something miraculous to try to get around him for the win.
But don't count out the 16 of Nathan Saxon. He is the guy to beat. He is basically the Richie Evans of modified racing here on the iRacing service. Nathan Saxon taking multiple modified championships in the Tour Modified division. The best driver there is in the division right now, taking, again, multiple crowns. And as you've seen on that last restart there, Evan, Saxon damn near drove around him on the outside. And excuse my French a little bit, but, you know, that was one of the best moves I think I've seen all night. I mean, that is signature Nathan here at New Smyrna, puts a power move on anybody he can.
And this is going to come down to it just like every night or every race so far tonight that we have seen. And two better guys that, I mean, I couldn't pick two better guys to go down for it. We saw Talumas had a shot, Graves had a shot, but the incident prior to this collected their hopes. So as TJ Graves does receive the lucky dog, he's going to come up a couple laps short from being able to race his way back up, as it will be 12 cars remaining on the lead lap once he goes around. And looking up at the front of the field lights, still on the pace car, working lap 97. So if we get one to go the next time by, we will get a green-white checker. But if the officials don't get the wave rounds by and have to delay the caution, there's a chance that it could be limited to a one-lap shootout or even end under yellow. So they're sorting that out. And Vinny Sansone, he's going to try to play the caution game after not pitting, and it's working because, again, I don't think the 80 was faster than Saxon or Graves on even tires. He played the strategy, and it could end up him in victory lane.
We will have to see here as the lights are off on the pace car here. Hearing Shane Meal has a black flag for a legitimate reason. May have not been cleared just yet here. We'll have to see what happens here as we get ready to go green flag racing here. Lights are off on the pace car. Battle is on for the lead spot here. Let me set this up for just a second here. Sansone has to have a good restart to have a shot, as Saxon has been the strongest car on the track all night long. The pace car gets ready to make that hard left-hand turn on the pit road. Sansone on the hammer. The Iron Man is on it. So is Saxon. Here we go, folks. 2 laps. Next flag will end the race. Right now, Saxon on the outside getting ready to run down. Gap is 1 car length now. Caution on the racetrack, folks. This race is over. The Iron Man will be your winner. All he has to do is make this next lap under caution, and he will be the winner, folks. 26 car around. That is David Lamb. Lamb going around, ending this race effectively, ending any chance at a shootout we see. Saxon was coming, and I'm just disappointed, Evan.
Yeah, 26 of David Lamb going to do a self-spin, collecting the 78 machine, 78 on the inside lane. That was Brandon Wilkinson. Got collected, clipped, went up. He caught the 31 machine. It does look like the Kyle Young machine of the 93 was involved in that as well. Looking like the 96 went around. Also, Graves getting a piece of that. Nathan Saxon obviously rejected, or dejected rather, in second position. Didn't get a shot to battle for it, but the strategy is going to play off in the Ironman. Vinny Sansone victorious in this evening's Richie Evans Memorial 100. Nathan Saxon finishing in second. Third position going to go to Ryan Borges. Clifton Cockrell in fourth. Ronald Williams fifth. Stephen Matthews coming home in sixth. David Cassidy seventh position. Eighth belonging to the 33 of Adam Gilliland. David Lamb finishing in ninth, and rounding out the top 10, the last car on the lead lap is going to be Shane Meal.
And how about that? How fitting, Evan. Look at the color of Sansone's car.
Got that orange. Not sure, he's probably running that orange 61 on that machine.
I'm sure it's got to be close to that orange 61 color. I know Sansone is from the Northeast, and again, Richie Evans is basically like a religion there in the Northeast as far as modified racing goes. So Sansone fittingly puts the orange car in victory lane here tonight in the Richie Evans Memorial, folks. We're not gonna go to commercial break, okay? Evan, we're gonna go right to our interviews here. I'm gonna send it down to you. You're gonna talk to the 24 of Ryan Borges.
That's right. We are down here on the pit lane with the driver of the number 24 machine, Ryan Borges. And Ryan, coming down to the final restart, the yellow is going to cut things short, and you guys weren't able to race it out. But do you think in those closing laps you might have been able to make up a spot on those guys, P1 and 2, or were they just too fast?
To be honest, Vinny and Nathan were probably the class of the field the whole race. I don't think I had the speed or the experience in these cars to be able to pass them, but happy I got a third place out of that race.
Yeah, third place, definitely a solid accomplishment. 100 laps on the board, qualified in the 10th position. So tough feat getting up through this field and trying to keep your nose clean. Did you have any close calls, and how'd you approach this race?
Approaching this race, I was just focused on not getting in a wreck, just avoiding the wrecks, battle of attrition. Hopefully that would move me through the field. And I was really close to getting in a few wrecks today. I think early on the first lap I barely missed one. I got a 4X out of it, but was able to continue on with no damage at all. There was another one. I think somebody got hooked on the front stretch. I barely avoided that, but just avoiding the wrecks in these cars, especially in these races, has been the biggest thing in getting a good finish.
Definitely, and talk about real quickly about how this past week has been for you.
I've actually done better than I expected to do. I've really enjoyed racing with all these guys. It's been great competition. I mean, the amount of green flag racing could have been a little more, but other than that, I mean, there's been a ton of talented racers, and there's been some good racing in it.
Definitely, for sure. We're also going to be on the air tomorrow night with the final night of this World Series of Stock Car Racing. Are we going to see you tomorrow?
Definitely. I'll be there tomorrow.
Definitely. Well, congrats on the solid top 3 finish in tonight's race. Again, a stacked field, so a solid job for you. Any shout-outs do you want to throw out there? The mic's all yours.
I'm just going to shout out to Eddie and the Sarah for putting this on. This has been a great event I've been in, and thankful for them getting all the prizes and prize money. It's been great.
Definitely. Well, again, congrats on the top 3 finish, and good luck moving forward to tomorrow evening when we finish out the week of racing, and we'll look for you up front.
Thank you.
That's going to do it here with your third place finisher, the 24 of Ryan Borges. We're now going to throw it down, and Justin Rose now has caught up with our second place finisher, the 16 of Nathan Saxon, who came oh so close to that number 1 spot.
Nathan, you have to be dejected after getting beat on a sound strategy by race winner Vinny Sansone. Tell us about the race.
Well, it was looking pretty good there at the start, and I figured at that point everyone was going to pit, and that's why I took 2 tires on that, hoping that that'd get me out front. But Vinny made the right call. I probably should have done that myself, but yeah, it was a good race after that. I didn't want to move him. I didn't want to race like that. So
again, Nathan, I know that you're such a clean racer. You're certainly probably bar none the best driver in the modified series right now. Just walk us through what you were trying to do there on that second to last restart there, almost shooting around Vinny on the outside there.
Well, I remember what I did back a couple seasons ago when it was a televised race at South Boston. I think you guys remember that too, but I was trying to do that same thing, and with 2 tires my car was so loose that once I got out there it kind of just slipped, and once it did that it was no chance I was going to stay up beside him. But I was hoping to do that on the last restart and just didn't get a good enough start.
Nathan, you've done a great job again. Congratulations on the second place finish there. Go ahead and give your sponsor shout outs, whoever you need to throw out here on ETV Live.
Well, thank my A-Car team, Nexus Esports, my Torma team, Roadrunner Racing. Got to thank Eddie and Double Clutch for putting this whole thing on with the help of Sarah. It has been a really fun event for what it was, and congratulate Vinny on the Torma Championship. Kind of funny, I get wrecked, and it kind of screwed me out of this championship when I won the championship in the sprint cars, and he got wrecked from that. So, little irony there.
That is Nathan Saxon there, your second place finisher. Again, congratulations, Nathan, and hold your head up high, man. You've represented the modified crowd well. There's no shame in being beat out by the Iron Man.
No shame at all. Thanks, guys.
I'm going to send it now to Evan, who's in victory lane with the winner, Vinny Sansone.
That's right, the Iron Man, Vinny Sansone, going to victory lane, and what's on everybody's mind, Vinny, is that strategy called a stay out, which evidently won you the race. Talk us through that decision.
Oh yeah, I'm still shaking over that. You know, the last time I raced in a modified, that strategy worked for me, and just try to make my car as wide as possible. And I told Nathan after the race, I'm surprised I didn't get the chrome horn a few more times. Only got it once, and I know that was by accident. He don't drive that way, and but that was you know, my car is definitely not the fastest, and it's pretty much built for the long run. And I knew, you know, I only get so much fall off on my tires. It's not going to get any worse than it is if I can just withstand the onslaught of their freshness. You know, if they become even keel, I think I can hold them off, and it just happened to work out this time.
And it looked like that if they dropped back from you, and your key was really those race starts to get that jump, and you nailed those. And it looked like late there in the going, before the last caution, Saxon had a little bit of a bobble, dropped to a half a second back, and he was going to start to make that up. So it looked like that they were definitely faster, but once they got up to you, you just had such a great defensive line that they weren't able to get around you. So talk to us about how you kept those guys behind you when they were knocking on the door.
Yeah, even I guess kind of going back to the way my car was set up, it didn't get through the center as good as Nathan's, and it was a little bit slower. But I could get back to the gas good enough and quick enough that he really wasn't able to get that good run to pull up alongside of me and complete the pass. There was a couple times though he was going around the outside. I thought that might be an issue, but yeah, he slipped up a couple times and just never had enough green flag laps to get it done.
Looking forward again, and I talked to Ryan about this. What's your summary of the experience that you've had this past week and your expectations moving into tomorrow night to wrap up the racing?
I'll tell you what, for the better part of this World Series, I didn't have much expectation except the sprint car, and I'm kind of that was my thing. I knew I was going to be good at that, and you know, the modifieds is probably my second best, and everything else was going to be something new for me. So it kind of played out that way. Didn't have the luck I needed in the sprint cars, but I did get some luck here in the modified. So I was, kind of happy to at least get one of them. And we'll go out there tomorrow night and just complete their events, the rest of the races, and enjoy the short track racing.
Definitely 10-4. We definitely enjoyed it up here in the broadcast booth. Take a look at it. Who makes it happen for the 80 team? Whatever shout-outs you want to throw out, the mic's all yours, bud.
Yeah, first off, family and friends. Thank all of them, and then all the guys over at ETV Motorsports. We got quite a team going there now. We got Pro Championship Chris going, and all our guys on the DWC team, and big shout out to Double Clutch and Eddie and all his guys, and the USTRA who has helped out the Sprint Car and Silver Crown Series a bunch, and I can't thank them enough for that.
10-4. Well, congratulations on your victory, and we'll look forward to seeing your race tomorrow night as well.
Thank you guys. Hope you enjoyed.
That's going to do it from Victory Lane. Vinny Sansone victorious in our feature race this evening, the Richie Evans Memorial 100, and I do believe Eddie Walls with Double Clutch and the race official. He's climbed on up to the broadcast booth. Eddie, you got a copy?
I do.
Obviously being the organizer and all of this, and what was your thoughts on what we saw here tonight?
We saw some pretty good racing. It was kind of tougher in the beginning with a couple of the events, and I'm just making like the whole mini stock thing didn't even happen. But once we got past that fiasco, the show was pretty good. I had a blast the last half of the limited late model race, and then the tour mod race. Once we got past that first corner, all in all, it was a pretty good night. I know that there's some butt hurt in the pits that we're going to have to go and put some preparation H on and figure out what everybody's got going on, and maybe sort some things out and go through some replays and see if we're getting good all on the same page. But that's par for the course with short track racing, especially when there's the kind of prize packages we have on the line. It was great to see some great racing up front. Three of my favorites for the last part of that race, Nathan Saxon, TJ Graves, and Vinny Sansone duking it out there. They put on a great race. Not sure what happened with Mr. Excitement, but he got his win tonight. We are still working through some of the points on the championship. I'm not sure that definitely not in our area for this event, but we're here doing them by hand. I got my whole staff up here with their shoes and socks off, and we're trying to count these points. So before we leave, we'll have the champions crown, but we'll talk to those guys tomorrow. And all in all, it was a pretty good racing night, and I think that I think the event has gone along in a way that we've got enough reasons to do it again next year, but we've got a lot to improve on as well. So I'm looking forward to that.
And before we let you go, obviously one more night of racing to come tomorrow night, and that's going to be again all live here on ETV Motorsports Live. What can people expect if they tune in tomorrow?
Well, it could be it's up to the drivers really. We've got two of our better divisions that have had a great deal of success racing-wise tomorrow, so I'm cautiously optimistic to see some pretty good racing. We've got the late model championships will be the crowning night event, but we'll have the street stock race and the super truck race. So we'll have 3 events, I believe, tomorrow, and we should be able to get we have no more rain delays, races to make up or anything like that. So 3 events, and we should be able to move through the program tomorrow pretty easily. And I'm looking forward to see how that all shakes down.
Definitely. Well, thank you for jumping up in the broadcast booth with us today. I know you've been busy in the race control and getting everything to run smoothly, but thanks for providing some of your insight on some of the topics this evening, and we look forward to good racing tomorrow.
Hey, before I let you guys go, awesome job by the two of you. I really appreciate what you guys have done. JD and John did a great job in the booth. They bitched about it the whole night, but that's par for the course for some cantankerous old guys who ain't got nothing to be happy about anymore. But they did a good job. At least it looks good. You know, when it looks good, they're kind of like hot girlfriends. You know, you put up with a hot girlfriend and she gives you a bunch of crap, but she's hot, and so you're okay with that. Those guys are like that too. They're just cantankerous. They're mean. They're miserable. They're just a pain in the butt to be around. But they do such a damn good job. We put up with it. So I want to thank them, and I want to thank you guys too. You guys, you and Justin did a great job here in the booth, and it's always a pleasure to work with you guys. And I know tomorrow night, Evan, you'll be back with us, and we'll have the great Tim Terry from Tim's Motorsports. Tim's a great short track supporter, so anybody who has not gone and liked his Facebook page, please do so. Also, oh great, here we go. Here we go.
Was he just begging for me to come up? Hey, you know what?
I thought he might have been talking about Jennifer. That's what I was.
I'm not the only one. Here's John Westling too. We both heard that crap going over there. What the hell is this?
I'm giving you a compliment. You're like a hot girlfriend who's just a pain in the butt to deal with. Always complaining about, like, the high maintenance girls that are really hot but they're high maintenance. You're
not talking about Jennifer, are you?
No, I'm talking about JD and John. All right.
Yeah. All right. We'll settle this at the bar later on. But good job here tonight.
Sounds like
guys.
A plan.
We're ready to close it out.
Yeah, make sure you go check out timscorner.ca, like his Facebook page, and go check out Loud Pedal. It's 12:27 right now. I promise you, go check out some of those Loud Pedal videos. You will not sleep tonight, and you'll be dreaming happy dreams of race cars the next time you do. All right, guys, thanks.
That is Eddie Walczyk and JD Webb coming down from the hall, or rather coming up here to the broadcast booth. John didn't want to talk much. Justin, before we take off, we saw another great evening of racing at New Smyrna Speedway. And before we go, I just want to get your thoughts on the racing action that we saw tonight.
Obviously, when the races got better as it went on there, I honestly think the highlight of the night was back in a limited late model racer. Gilliland and Brooks going toe-to-toe, beating and banging on each other with about 5 laps to go for the race win. Great job to those guys, and again, credit to Nathan Saxon and Sansone for keeping it clean there in the modified race. So, I'm just absolutely stoked with those guys, and, I'm really excited to see what we got in the super late models tomorrow.
Definitely, we're going to be looking forward to that, and it was a great night of racing. And this last race had to be the most uneventful finish out of all of them, and it came down to 2 to go before that thing was decided. So I mean, great racing throughout. We started off with a rocky start again, but when it came down to it, it was exciting by the end of it, and pretty much in all the feature races that we got to see, there were good battles at the end, and a good way to close out the evening.
Definitely, and as we get ready to look forward to tomorrow night's racing, Evan, you know, a couple more classes on tap, primarily the super late models. My favorite, not the new iRacing super late model that's getting ready to drop. It's open setup late model stock cars that are being running tomorrow night here on ETV Live. So, Evan, I am just absolutely happy with what's going to be happening tomorrow. I want to see that super late model racer, Evan. I'm looking for probably about 10, maybe 12 guys that can win that race, give or take, on what happens to any of them guys.
Definitely, for sure. Before we sign off, Eddie Walczyk, again, coming back up to the broadcast booth, he has a little bit of an update on some of the points titles that have been decided.
I do, and we'll get with some of these guys tomorrow on the broadcast. What I wanted to bring up is the Frankenstein Racing gave away $50 cash for the best driver with the least incident points here tonight, and that would be Vinny Sansone as well. So Vinny gets the Frankenstein $50 cash bonus. So that's pretty awesome, and we definitely crowned Chad Coleman as our mini stock champion.
So Chad Coleman going to walk away with that title, so we will hope to get with him on the broadcast tomorrow night. Thanks, Eddie, and your crew for getting all of that taken care of so we could get those results before we go. But that's about enough racing for this evening. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in, and thanks to our partners, Double Clutch, the New Smyrna Speedway, Von Erichs, the HD Radio Network, Sarah, Printworks, Sturgill Simpson, Whitney Morgan, Loud Pedal, USTRA, and everybody else that makes this happen, the drivers for putting on a show and making our jobs a lot easier, Justin. So for Eddie Walczyk and the Double Clutch Clue and the race control, for JD Webb, the executive producer, and John Westling on the cameras, Justin Rosenau, my broadcast partner, my name is Evan Pizocco. Thank you for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow night when we go back racing from the New Smyrna Speedway. This has been the 2014 World Series of Stock Car Racing on ETV.